Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. What if someone resists? Bai Xiaochun asked uncertainly. The giant ghost king sneered. After the rebellion, he distrusted the people of Giant Ghost City even more, especially since this matter involved the Nine Nether King. He was already displeased, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He swung his right hand, and a black spear appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand. In an instant, it flashed like a black lightning bolt directly in front of Bai Xiaochun, emitting a whistling sound. 6 golden runes adorned the spear. Upon seeing the 6 golden runes, Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, his eyes fixed on the spear. 16 times refined, he exclaimed. The giant ghost king spoke, his words decisive, fierce, and harsh. After looking at Bai Xiaochun, remembering how Bai Xiaochun had once faced life or death situations but hadn't given up, and thinking of the treasure and the beautiful woman in the villa, he spoke again. The underworld palace on the right arm of the giant ghost statue will become your residence. Bai Xiaochun's chest heaved, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The giant ghost king had promoted him, bestowed a treasure and a palace upon him, all indicating the other party was very pleased with him. Bai Xiaochun happily bowed in gratitude. Thank you, king. The giant ghost king's face also brightened, his eyes filled with praise and encouragement. He winked at Bai Xiaochun, signaling him to leave quickly. Bai Xiaochun knew his place. He understood the old pervert's impatience, so he retracted his spear, bowed, and departed. Just as he left the main hall, Bai Xiaochun stopped. He couldn't help but turn around and ask the giant ghost king, Your Highness, do you have a method for refining 18 colored flames? Refining 18 colored flames? I don't have that. Only Earth-grade soul refiners possess it. There are only 3 Earth-grade soul refiners in the entire savage wilderness. Their status is esteemed. Even I cannot kill them. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun. He knew Bai Hao had a very strong talent for fire refining, and he wasn't lying about the method for refining 18 colored flames, because it was too rare. Impatiently, he waved his hand, and with a stride, he disappeared from the main hall. Old pervert, Bai Xiaochun muttered a few curses inwardly. Stepping out of the palace, he transformed into a beam of light and flew away, also distributing the treasures he had obtained from the 3 great families to Chen Hai and Zhou Yixing. He then instructed the 2 men to distribute the treasures to the tens of thousands of soul cultivators who followed Bai Xiaochun to the 3 great families. Everyone had contributed to this, and if Bai Xiaochun didn't understand, he'd have wasted his past years. That wouldn't be in Bai Xiaochun's character. Chen Hai was very happy, and Zhou Yixing was also quite excited. Afterward, they distributed the treasures to the tens of thousands of soul cultivators who followed, further solidifying people's loyalty to Bai Xiaochun. After completing these tasks, Bai Xiaochun looked at the palace on the right hand of the giant ghost statue, hesitating for a moment. He had too many secrets and truly didn't want to get close to the giant ghost king. Forget it, that's just my palace. As the grand manager of Giant Ghost City and a supervisory envoy, I naturally can't have only one place to live. Bai Xiaochun gestured with his chin and muttered a few words, then touched his storage bag. Inside were 10 clusters of 15 colored flames. These flames were spoils of war collected from the 3 great families. Although I can't cultivate 15 colored flames, if I have these finished products, I can still find a way to reverse engineer and research, he thought. With 15 colored flames, I can also break through the early nascent soul stage and enter the middle nascent soul stage, Bai Xiaochun thought excitedly. He imagined that once he cultivated his nascent soul, the outside world would be in an uproar. The entire savage wilderness was searching for him. I can't give up this opportunity to increase my cultivation just because someone is looking for me. What am I afraid of? I'm the Grand Steward of Giant Ghost City and a supervising envoy tasked with finding Bai Xiaochun. What is there to fear? If even I can't find Bai Xiaochun, who else can? After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and entered the secret chamber. Upon reaching the secret chamber, he set up a formation, then used the power of the mask to ensure everything was safe before taking out the turtle pattern cauldron. Taking a deep breath, he sat down, and his nascent soul flew into the turtle pattern cauldron. 15 colored flames then flew into the cauldron. At this moment, in the square of Kuwang City, on the Minghuang stone tablet, the number after Bai Xiaochun's name, which was originally 14, suddenly burst forth with brilliant golden light. The light enveloped everything, shaking Kuwang City. Many people stared in astonishment as they discovered that the number after Bai Xiaochun's name had changed to 15. 15. Bai Xiaochun has cultivated a nascent soul again. He's gambling his life, seeking death. He won't stop until he dies. This is a ruthless individual. We could have predicted it if Bai Xiaochun hadn't died. The successor to the underworld emperor. Someone spoke of a prophecy. The imperial city of Kui was shaken once again. Hong Chen-nu, sitting in the giant ghost legion, screamed tragically, her hatred for Bai Xiaochun reaching the heavens. The news of the emperor's departure spread like wildfire throughout the savage wilderness, and the intensity of the search for Bai Xiaochun increased significantly. At the same time, the prodigies of the savage wilderness gnashed their teeth, feeling as if they had been slapped in the face. The savage wilderness's stone tablet was being held by a cultivator from the Tongshan world, a figure that drove them mad. Bai Xiaochun, I must kill him. Don't let me find you, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Roars echoed throughout the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun, unaware of the situation outside, could guess what was happening. After his nascent soul opened, he flew out of the turtle pattern cauldron, quickly gathering everything, carefully examining the surroundings before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Humph, you want to kill me? Find me first. Feeling triumphant, Bai Xiaochun's increased cultivation level surged with excitement. He discovered that his cultivation level was vast like the ocean, his mid-stage nascent soul far surpassing his early-stage nascent soul. And he even felt the urge to find a half-step heavenly human to practice with. Unfortunately, the immortal bone couldn't be cultivated. Although his cultivation had increased and he felt a little stronger, the thought of the immortal bone filled him with considerable frustration. The aura of the giant demon king fluctuated, and the unchanging lord was stunned. His figure vanished from the royal palace, reappearing in the sky. He took a few more steps and appeared at the soul refining lake, looking at the mist that had condensed into a black flower. A gleam appeared in the giant demon king's eyes. After carefully examining the soul refining lake, he turned and vanished without a trace, reappearing in the royal palace. The unchanging lord closed his eyes in contemplation, his expression uncertain as he looked towards the imperial city of Kuwang. At the same time, in the imperial palace of Kuwang City, far away from here, in a large, empty hall where only 8 ancient fragments of bone were worshipped, a large amount of black energy suddenly appeared from the fragments. The black energy condensed into a flower. The moment the black energy formed the flower, the old guards outside the hall, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly changed their expressions and turned to enter the hall. Upon seeing the flower, they were astonished. The Demon King flower has bloomed. The old men exchanged glances, immediately taking out jade slips to inform the Grand Celestial Master in the Imperial Palace. The Soul Refining Lake Cave, the Demon King flower has bloomed. One of the 8 great secret realms has opened. This flower is extremely important to the giant Demon King. In the Celestial Master's Hall, the Grand Celestial Master of Kuwang City opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze directed towards the location of the Soul Refining Lake. While he was deep in thought, someone outside the hall reported, Celestial Master, Hong Chen Immortal Fairy requests an audience. I will not see her. Just inform her that the Demon King flower is for those destined to possess it. The Grand Celestial Master's eyes shone brightly as he slowly spoke. At the moment the Demon King flower bloomed, and the Grand Celestial Master's announcement spread throughout Kuwang City, Bai Xiaochun had already used 6 15-colored flames, gradually mastering the refining method. He excitedly took the soul tower and slammed it down, causing many vengeful spirits to fly out and swirl around him. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath to calm his emotions and began refining the 15-colored flames. Bai Xiaochun possessed the formula for 15-colored flames, cultivated through reverse cultivation. but the actual refining process was still difficult, requiring continuous practice. Fortunately, he had enough vengeful spirits to use. He began his secluded refining process, summarizing his experience after each failure, identifying the cause, and resolving it. As time passed, he became increasingly proficient. 10 times at most, and I'll definitely master it, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. He then took out more vengeful spirits to refine. At this moment, in Kuwan City, the Ghost King flower bloomed, causing a stir in all directions. This item has other uses. It can help people change their cultivation level and renew their techniques. That's secondary. I also heard that the fruit of this Ghost King flower can resurrect souls. Suddenly, the entire Kuwan City was in an uproar, with all sorts of rumors circulating. The powerful and wealthy in Kuwan City were all tempted. The Ghost King flower had a great effect on the giant Ghost King, and it would be even more significant for them. Discussions arose continuously, but no one dared act rashly. After all, the soul refining lake belonged to the royal family. Although there was a decree stating that those destined to possess it could, the specific rules needed to be established by the royal family. While Kuwan City was discussing and waiting, a decree was issued from the imperial palace. The soul refining lake is one of the 8 great secret realms of the royal family. This time it opens, in accordance with the Grand Celestial Master's decree, only those destined to possess it. Those above the nascent soul stage are not allowed to enter, and those below the nascent soul stage are not allowed to enter. Only those in the nascent soul stage can obtain the creation. From the royal family to the vassals, each side can only send one person in. After the decree was issued, the nobles in Kuwan City quickly changed their minds. After carefully studying the decree, they all seemed to be deep in thought, and many simultaneously looked towards Rugui City. They knew this wasn't a decree from Kuwang, but from the Grand Celestial Master. In Kuwan City now, the Grand Celestial Master's words carried more weight than Kuwang's. Although strange, the nobles remained silent, seemingly waiting for something. Very quickly, when Kuwang's decree was issued, it quickly reached the ears of the 9 Nether King. The 9 Nether King sat in his royal palace in 9 Nether City, his imposing figure towering, with a massive battle axe beside him. At this moment, looking at the jade slip in his hand, he smiled and spoke. Rugui, you want this Ghost King flower, but I have repeatedly refused to let you have your wish. He had harbored a grudge against the 9 Nether King for many years. If it weren't for certain reasons preventing him from taking action, he wouldn't have merely launched an attack during the Great Ghost King's decline. The 3 great families who dared to rebel were also there because he had tested the waters. Prince Chuhong has come to see me, the 9 Nether King sneered, his eyes growing colder. His voice echoed in all directions, and he used bone scrolls to relay the message to the nobles of 9 Nether City, giving them instructions. At the same time, in Dosheng City, on a mountaintop, a middle-aged man in a long blue robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His physique wasn't as imposing as the 9 Nether Kings, yet he stood there like a solitary figure in the heavens and earth, his oppressive aura seemingly enveloping everything. This man in blue was the Dosheng King. Interesting. This Demon King flower has bloomed for times, and previous generations of giant Demon Kings have all successfully harvested it. Therefore, this time is extremely important for this generation's giant Demon King. Once he obtains it, it will form a 5 elements configuration, completely erasing the hidden dangers in his cultivation technique, preventing any further decline. So this time, whoever obtains it can use it to exchange for a treasure that will make the giant Demon King heartbroken. The man in green narrowed his eyes, the image of the giant Demon King's elixir, capable of refining all things into a great medicine, appearing in his mind. Yair, come see me. The man in green pondered, then smiled. The 9 Nether King and the victorious king both harbored ambitions. At the same time, in Linglan City, Linglan King, one of the 4 great heavenly kings, was also tempted. Linglan King had a robust physique. He sat there like a mountain of flesh, even more exaggerated than Zhang Dapan of yesteryear. In the entire Manhuang, those who dared to mock him were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He sat in the royal palace, surrounded by numerous maidens, a wine cup in his hand, his eyes radiating a brilliant aura. The great Ghost King is doomed. I guess everyone will be disgusted by him. We must seize this opportunity to rob him. I want to do it too. The Ling Lin king laughed heartily, then suddenly raised his head and shouted, Sinsan, my good daughter, aren't you always looking for someone to duel with? Your father will give you a chance. Go to the Soul Refining Lake. You can fight anyone you want. Just remember to bring back the Ghost King flower fruit for me. As his voice echoed through the courtyard of Ling Lin City, a loud explosion resounded, and a figure soared into the air, his posture imposing but his fighting spirit blazing. The actions of the three great heavenly kings, like a weather vane, triggered a chain reaction throughout the Kui Huang city. Very quickly, orders were issued from each noble family. Only one person from each family can be sent. This might offend the giant ghost king. Well, the four great heavenly kings are vying for power. Our Chu family won't participate. The giant ghost king is a demigod. But the Li family has a good relationship with the nine nether king. We can't not go. So be it. Our Li family's Kilin son will use the soul refining gourd to make a name for himself. It's been a long time since there's been a struggle involving so many families. This generation of nascent soul cultivators should seize this opportunity to rise. Although it will offend the giant ghost king with the existence of the victorious king, we have nothing to fear. Such scenes spread throughout the savage wilderness, unfolding everywhere. After the Wuchang Lord arranged for spies in all directions and quickly relayed the news, his face darkened as he stood in the royal palace. Not long after he left, the giant demon king's furious roar echoed through the palace. Gasping for breath, the giant demon king descended from his throne, his eyes blazing with cold light. Even without the Wuchang Lord's secret report, he could guess that the appearance of the Ghost King flower was aimed at him. In fact, after his transformation ended and he returned to his giant demon form, he had always longed for the soul refining gourd. Calculating the time, he knew that the Ghost King flower was about to bloom for the 5th time. Therefore, he had the Wuchang Lord make arrangements, whether it was to keep an eye on the other heavenly kings or to communicate with the Grand Celestial Master. Intending to persuade the Grand Celestial Master to grant the soul refining gourd quota exclusively to the giant demon city. Obviously, the Grand Celestial Master refused, even with the giant demon king's attempts at currying favor. Clearly, there was a hidden agenda behind this, which angered him greatly, but he was powerless to change it. The Grand Celestial Master's methods were too sophisticated. His ability to command the vassals with the Emperor made him extremely wary. Everyone knows the Demon King flower is extremely important to me. These 3 old geezers want to rob me. And they're suppressing my external forces, wanting the forces allied with the giant demon city not to compete for it. The 3 kings joining forces is secondary. The Grand Celestial Master's attitude is the main point. The giant demon king gritted his teeth. He couldn't go to the soul refining lake, regardless of the Grand Celestial Master's orders. That soul refining lake was special. Celestial beings and demigods couldn't enter. You guys are something, didn't I prepare? The giant demon king snorted coldly, a name flashing through his mind. Thinking of this person, the giant demon king laughed loudly. This little rascal deserves to suffer a little. I'm counting on him. With that thought, the giant demon king issued a royal decree. Zhao Baihao, bring him to me. When the great demon king summoned him, Bai Xiaojun was in seclusion in his secret chamber, refining a 15-colored flame. He had failed more than 10 times, his eyes filled with determination as he intently controlled the flame in his hand to devour the surrounding vengeful spirits. He dared not relax even for a moment, until the sea of fire erupted, devouring the vengeful spirits. Bai Xiaojun's eyes turned red, he clenched his fist, and a rumbling sound echoed as the sea of fire spread in all directions, instantly condensing into his fist. In his excitement, Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, opened his hand, and looked at the burning flame in his palm, his face filled with excitement. Finally, success! The 15-colored flame contained some kind of heaven and earth essence. This was a 15-colored flame. Refining this flame also represented that Bai Xiaojun was no longer a Huang-grade soul refiner, but a Zhuan-grade one. In the entire savage wilderness, there are no more than 100 Zhuan-grade soul refining masters, if not as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Bai Xiaojun, relying on his own research and deduction, had finally advanced to this level. Just as he was feeling smug, a voice suddenly echoed from outside his secluded retreat. Grand Steward, the prince is summoning you. He wants you to come quickly. Bai Xiaochun was startled, slightly surprised, wondering why the prince always summoned him when he emerged from seclusion. No, can he see me? Bai Xiaochun became anxious and suspicious, looking around. He retracted his 15 colored flames, his expression changing. He felt this possibility was unlikely. He hesitated before flying out of his seclusion. Bai Xiaochun immediately saw two guards respectfully looking at him. What does the prince want with me? Bai Xiaochun glanced at the guards and casually asked. The two guards hesitated, knowing Bai Xiaochun's power was immense and not daring to offend him. They used the information they knew about the Ghost King flower to explain a little, speculating that it might be related to this. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. All the nascent soul geniuses of the savage wilderness have gone. That's too dangerous. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He retreated a few steps and said subtly, my cultivation has taken a wrong turn. You to go back and report to the king. Tell him I'll go into seclusion for half a year to heal. After saying that, Bai Xiaochun quickly returned to his seclusion place, and with a bang, the large door slammed shut. Everything happened too quickly, and the two guards' eyes widened. The giant ghost king's divine consciousness couldn't possibly cover the giant ghost city every day, especially when he was contemplating his plan. During the process of summoning Bai Xiaochun, he clearly explained his plan from beginning to end. The truth is, the Demon King flower fruit is extremely important. Previous generations of great demon kings couldn't wait any longer, and by his generation, he had accumulated 4 fruits, lacking only the final one to complete the 5 elements and resolve the weaknesses in his cultivation technique. Therefore, he couldn't afford any mishaps. He absolutely had to ensure he succeeded this time and obtain the Demon King fruit. After all, if someone else took the Demon King fruit, his attempt to obtain it would not only put him at a disadvantage, but could also lead to difficulties and unexpected events. If it were possible for me to reap the rewards myself, that would be best. At this moment, the two guards returned, hesitantly explaining that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation had taken a wrong turn and he wanted to continue his seclusion for another 6 months. The giant ghost king glared, his anger boiling. He stood up and vanished, reappearing in front of Bai Xiaochun's private courtyard. Ignoring the seclusion formation, he directly entered Bai Xiaochun's seclusion chamber. As soon as the giant ghost king entered, he saw Bai Xiaochun's pale face spitting out fresh blood, his eyes somewhat hazy. Upon seeing someone appear in the chamber, after a moment of surprise, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly stood up and bowed his head. Your subordinate greets the king? The giant ghost king was also startled. He saw Bai Xiaochun spitting out a lot of fresh blood, especially since Bai Xiaochun was considerably weakened. His divine consciousness swept over him, and he saw that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was in disarray. His expression darkened. Why is that? The great demon king asked in a low voice. Your Highness, Bai Xiaochun smiled bitterly, shaking his head, taking several deep breaths to suppress the urge to vomit blood. He replied, I wanted to brave the flames for your Highness, but unfortunately, my cultivation was insufficient. Because of my haste in breaking through to the early nascent soul stage, I encountered misfortune. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, his voice extremely weak, but his eyes were incredibly resolute. Your Highness, rest assured, just give me half a year, and I will definitely recover from my injuries. Bai Xiaochun tried to raise his hand to pat his chest, adopting a posture of defiance for the king. Even in death he would be proud. He secretly observed the giant ghost king, thinking to himself, no matter where he went, he would face danger. Only in Giant Ghost City was he safe. The giant ghost king scrutinized Bai Xiaochun several times, his face twitching. He couldn't believe such a coincidence. When the ghost king flower bloomed, winds raged and clouds swirled, a group of prodigies gathered, and Baihao's cultivation had encountered problems. He didn't have time to waste talking nonsense with Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand, and a pill appeared in his palm. The white pill emitted a gentle aura, subtly revealing the shadow of a true dragon. Its medicinal scent was overwhelming, instantly enveloping all directions. Upon seeing it, Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock. This was the first time he had seen such a pill in the savage wilderness. As a grandmother of alchemy, he instantly recognized it as a sacred healing elixir, even more effective than the divine ruins pill, and unlike any he had ever heard of. Such pills were rare in the Tangshan River region, let alone in the savage wilderness, clearly indicating they were treasured by the giant ghost king. This pill is called the heaven-shattering creation pill. One can only consume 9 pills in a lifetime. Even I, the king, need 9 pills to shorten my transformation period. As for others, as long as they still have a breath left, swallowing it will restore them instantly. You must think carefully. This time you're seriously injured, but you have to go, whether you want to or not. If you don't take this pill, your mission will fail. I won't make things difficult for you, but after you take it, you must complete the mission. The giant ghost king's voice was filled with authority, leaving no room for refusal. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, and he shot the pill into Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Bai Xiaochun was so frightened that his whole body trembled. After the pill reached him, he grabbed it, his face full of anguish as he looked at the giant ghost king, cursing inwardly but unable to do anything. He saw the giant ghost king's resolute gaze and understood that, as the other party said, he had to go, whether he wanted to or not. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt wronged, his face brightened, and a cracking sound arose within him as his chaotic cultivation instantly recovered. Your Highness, rest assured, I will do my best to complete the mission. Bai Xiaochun declared loudly. Your injuries are healed, the giant ghost king said with a squinting smile. I didn't realize it until you mentioned it, Your Highness. Last time I broke through my cultivation, it was because I paid my respects to Your Highness. Now that my injuries are completely healed, it's also because Your Highness came to visit. Your Highness is truly awe-inspiring, a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Even a single glance can rival a sacred healing elixir. Bai Xiaochun's face didn't flush, his breathing wasn't labored, and his eyes were filled with enthusiastically flattering him. The giant ghost king coughed. The more he understood Bai Xiaochun's thick skin, the less he cared about Bai Xiaochun's cunning. He seriously explained the situation. Bai Xiaochun listened attentively. After hearing everything, he initially breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with his power, anyone who dared to provoke him could be easily subdued. However, after hearing the rest, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He stared wide-eyed, realizing that everyone had joined forces against the giant ghost king this time. Bai Xiaochun was quite startled. These are the crown princes sent by other heavenly kings, and also the prodigies of the powerful families in Kuhuang City. Some of these people are at the nascent soul stage of the heavenly beast soul realm, not to mention their joining forces. Bai Xiaochun took deep breaths. Those involved were all prodigies. Even though he was powerful, a mighty tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves surrounding it. A slight mistake could cost him his life. Damn it, why does it have to be nascent soul? How much better it would be to be golden core cultivators. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. Although he felt strong, he still lacked confidence. Seeing the giant ghost king's unwavering resolve, he could only persevere. You don't need to feel too much pressure. With my cultivation and the heaven-shattering creation pill, you can still defend yourself. Besides, I've made arrangements. As long as you enter the soul refining lake, there will be no problem. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun, and after a moment of contemplation, sighed and offered some comfort. Seeing Bai Xiaochun still looking worried and distressed, the giant ghost king softly shouted, "Don't forget, there's a restriction between you and me. How could I stand by and watch you go to your death?" This statement slightly improved Bai Xiaochun's mood. He had a good feeling about going to the soul refining lake. He hadn't provoked anyone, thinking that no one would care about him, and that he was following the giant ghost king's instructions. He felt somewhat more at ease. The giant ghost king then gave Bai Xiaochun a bottle of pills before leaving, containing 8 heaven-shattering creation pills. Adding 1 more pill makes it 9 pills in total. After seeing the giant ghost king, Bai Xiaochun was also astonished, but his heart felt much more at ease. Once these matters were settled, the giant ghost king took Bai Xiaochun away, directly instructing Wu Changong to accompany Bai Xiaochun on the giant ghost boat straight to the soul refining lake. In the sky, a black warship sped away at an astonishing speed, its black statue emitting a black aura, its power incredibly formidable. Standing on the deck, Bai Xiaochun sighed repeatedly, his face clouded with worrying and distress. Wu Zhenggong, however, looked at Bai Xiaochun with enthusiasm and then smiled, saying, "Chief Steward Bai, you didn't even frown when the 3 great heavenly beings chased you before. Why are you so distressed now? Isn't that nonsense?" Lord Wuchang is mistaken. I wasn't frowning. I was deep in thought, nor did I have a pained expression. I was accumulating killing intent, Bai Xiaochun said very seriously. Lord Wuchang's expression was strange. He smiled without speaking. The two remained silent, the warship moving at an extremely fast speed. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun noticed countless soul tides flying in the same direction as them on the ground. Every time the soul refining lake opens, it attracts many vengeful spirits. They instinctively fly inside, Lord Wuchang explained casually. Noticing Bai Xiaochun's gaze on the soul tide on the ground, Bai Xiaochun was startled, feeling even more strongly that the soul refining lake was extraordinary. While contemplating his own safety, an hour had passed, and the warship had already approached the vicinity of the soul refining lake. The sky was dim, the once bright sky had turned gloomy, and in the distance, a black mist formed a ghost king flower. Around the ghost king flower, countless vengeful spirits swirled, overwhelming the area with their terrifying aura, swirling to form a storm that swept in all directions, deterring anyone from approaching. Bai Xiaochun had arrived early, and since they were nearby, there were no others around. This gave Bai Xiaochun time to observe his surroundings. He saw the ghost king flower and the enormous cauldron, thousands of feet tall. The cauldron was black, giving off a sense of ancientness. Black mist emanated from its mouth, continuously rising into the air and merging with the ghost king flower. It was the soul refining cauldron. Bai Xiaochun took several deep breaths, his heart trembling. This was the first time he had seen this cauldron, and he felt it was a powerful magical artifact. This soul refining lake contains a mysterious world and origins, with many rumors circulating. Some say it contains extraterrestrial artifacts, others claim it's a treasure of the first-generation Emperor Kui, but it's impossible to verify. The Ghost King Flower is located in the center of the basin within the lake. After you enter, although it's enormous, you only need to fly to the center to find the basin. According to records, each time the flower appears, the true form of the Ghost King Flower takes a period of time to mature, Wu Jiangong explained to Bai Xiaochun. This time, as long as you harvest the fruit of the Ghost King Flower, after you come out, I will protect you. If anyone dares to try and steal it outside, I will personally come here. Entering inside depends on your own efforts, Wu Jiangong cautioned. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of worrying, thinking that if he were more careful, it wouldn't be a big problem. At this moment, several streaks of light flew in from afar. These people were all coming from Kuwan City, some from the cities of the other three heavenly kings, having arrived via teleportation arrays and then using their fastest speed to reach this place. Wu Jiangong's expression changed slightly, and he looked up. Bai Xiaochun followed his gaze. Bai Xiaochun's eyes swept over them. The first two streaks of light were the fastest, each making a deafening sound as they broke through the air. In an instant, two figures appeared before them. One of them was a wrinkled old man wearing a black robe, his eyes hazy, his appearance listless, yet he seemed to blend seamlessly with the heavens and earth. Even using divine sense to probe him, they couldn't detect his presence. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, then smiled at Wu Jiangong, and the two exchanged a respectful bow. Beside the old man stood a young man, clad in a purple robe. His demeanor was arrogant, possessing an invisible aura of authority, especially his extremely sharp eyes. His cultivation level, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, enveloped everything around him, his imposing presence like a sharp sword unsheathed, capable of destroying any gaze directed at him. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun, gave a cold laugh, then looked away, turning his head to look at the soul-refining gourd, a glint of light flickering in his eyes. The appearance of these two immediately drew Bai Xiaochun's attention. Wu Jiangong glanced at them and then transmitted a message to Bai Xiaochun. This is the crown prince of the Nine Nether King, Zhou Hong. This man is ruthless and has committed many murders. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Zhou Hong, he had a strange feeling. Knowing that he was a heavenly beast soul nascent soul, Bai Xiaochun thought it might be related to the heavenly Dao nascent soul. Now, as if deep in thought, he saw that Zhou Hong possessed an astonishing aura, and as a crown prince, he must have a half-god's secret technique. He looked like someone not to be trifled with, perfectly fitting the definition of a prodigy in his heart. Fighting him alone, I'm not afraid of him. This guy has a good father, so I shouldn't provoke him. Bai Xiaochun made up his mind. While he was thinking, two beams of light flew from afar, instantly transforming into two women. One was old and the other young. The old woman wore a loose, flowing robe, her expression calm, while the young woman beside her was defiant, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She wore purple gloves on her hands. She was beautiful, but also somewhat violent, a trait evident from her appearance. When the young woman arrived, Chu Hong narrowed his eyes, seemingly wary, and dared not look at her appearance. Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock and fear upon discovering this. The princess of the Linglan Kingdom, Susan. She has a violent temperament. A single word of disagreement will enrage her and lead to violence. Wu Changgong whispered into Bai Xiaochun's ear. So all the geniuses of the savage wilderness have such violent tendencies. Susan is also a great perfection heavenly beast soul cultivator, and her physical body seems very strong. Bai Xiaochun's eyelids twitched. He looked at Susan, thinking that her temper wasn't good. Even Zhou Hong was wary of her, so he should be more careful. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, Susan suddenly glared at Bai Xiaochun, seemingly agitated, with intense fighting spirit in her eyes. Fortunately, the old woman beside her coughed, and Susan reluctantly took a few steps back, her eyes still clearly filled with fighting spirit. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, thinking to himself that he hadn't offended the violent woman in front of him. So why did she want to attack him the moment she saw him? This place is too barbaric. The savage wilderness isn't suitable for me. Bai Xiaochun sighed. At that moment, more than 10 people flew towards him, all prodigies from powerful forces in the savage wilderness. They each had a protector, though not as powerful as the heavenly human protectors arranged by the 4 great heavenly kings, but still half-step heavenly human experts. After landing, they immediately dispersed, some going to Zhou Hong's side, some to Susan's, and others gathering alone, occasionally looking up at the sky, waiting for someone. Little Wolf God, Li Tiansheng, Zhao Dongshen, Maya Liner. When these prodigies appeared, Wu Jinggong introduced each one to Bai Xiaochun. Each time a name was mentioned, Bai Xiaochun followed Wu Jinggong's gaze, becoming increasingly astonished. Little Wolf God was a young man with a clearly visible murderous intent on his face, his eyes extremely ferocious. As for Li Tiansheng, though slightly better, his cold expression made Bai Xiaochun sense that this person was not easy to get along with. There was also Zhao Dongshen, an extremely handsome man, seemingly with some indigenous blood in him. He stood there like a small mountain, holding a huge wolf-toothed club in his hand, looking very imposing. Among these more than 10 people, the majority were men, with not many women. One woman caught Bai Xiaochun's attention several times. She was Miao Liner, the one mentioned by Wu Jinggong. Her clothes were very revealing, and her figure was graceful. She stood there, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, drawing many admiring glances. She seemed unfazed, sometimes smiling beautifully, her demeanor exquisite. Especially after noticing Bai Xiaochun's gaze, she covered her mouth and chuckled, her legs crossed, her 2 fair thighs shifting slightly, causing Zhao Dongshen, standing beside her, to gasp for breath. The women of the savage wilderness are dressed boldly, but they are far less impressive than Song Zhongwan. Bai Xiaochun secretly glanced over, mentally assessing them from head to toe, his heart pounding. Although these people were all handsome men and beautiful women, they exuded a murderous aura, clearly indicating they had killed many, especially since their positions represented significant power. I represent the Giant Ghost King. Where is the Giant Ghost King's power? Why is no one standing on this side? Bai Xiaochun vaguely felt something was amiss. Could it be that they haven't arrived yet? Or is there no one? Bai Xiaochun was suspicious, his eyes scanning the crowd, trying to guess who the Giant Ghost King had arranged to help. But after looking for a long time, he couldn't see anyone, his heart filled with doubt. Very quickly, figures flew in from afar, gradually becoming more and more numerous. Half of them were accompanied by guardians, most of them silent, with only a few talking amongst themselves. The other half were nascent soul prodigies who wanted to enter the soul refining lake. When Bai Xiaochun observed them, their eyes also observed Bai Xiaochun, their expressions showing contempt, coldness, and some even interest. Obviously, they had gathered information before coming here, so they knew something about Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's heart grew more and more nervous, noticing that the gazes of these people held little goodwill. Just as he was feeling uneasy, the surrounding crowd suddenly fell silent. Wu Zhenggong's gaze became serious as he looked into the distance, only to see a beam of light flying from afar, moving at incredible speed, approaching in an instant. A lone figure arrived, without any escorts, his aura awe-inspiring, his mere presence seemingly suppressing all the other prodigies. He was a young man in a long blue robe, his expression cold and detached, as if nothing in this world could faze him. He walked step by step, and the prodigies all around bowed in reverence, especially those who had gathered alone. "Greetings, little victorious king! Greetings, little victorious king!" The voices echoed in all directions, but the young man paid no heed. He stood there, his eyes closed, never once glancing at Bai Xiaochun. Johan's eyes held a mixture of resentment and suppressed it. Susan of Linglan City, her fighting spirit surging, seemed far more interested in the little victorious king than in Bai Xiaochun. "This is the son of the victorious king, honored as the little victorious king, Gongsun Yi." Wu Zhenggong transmitted his voice with a serious expression. Bai Xiaochun sighed. This little victorious king had surpassed the great perfection stage, and was probably only a hair's breadth away from becoming a celestial being. Just as he was about to ask Wu Zhenggong where his assistant was, 3 figures flew towards him from afar. These 3 people attracted the most attention. Leading the way was a man and a woman. The man was exceptionally handsome, and the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Their appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Second prince, that's Grand Celestial Master Chen Manya's disciple. People whispered to each other, and Wu Zhenggong introduced her to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's mind reeled, as if he couldn't hear anything. His eyes were only focused on that exquisitely beautiful face. The woman who approached was Chen Manyao. She was as beautiful as the woman in Bai Xiaochun's memory. Her skin was so delicate it could be scratched by a breeze, her figure perfect, and her long hair flowing. She was like a fairy, making anyone who saw her feel their heart pound. A lingering sadness remained in her eyes, making her appear fragile, a fragile beauty that only enhanced her charm. Chen Manyao, Bai Xiaochun's thoughts were complex. He had been in the savage wilderness for so long, and this was the first time he had seen an old acquaintance. Chen Manyao, a disciple of the Reverse River sect. She had followed Bai Xiaochun to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, and after arriving at the Great Wall, she disappeared without a trace. Bai Xiaochun had guessed where she had gone, but seeing her with his own eyes today, he felt a pang of unease, and memories of the Reverse River sect surfaced in his mind. He vaguely remembered that she was the one who orchestrated the love letter incident, the dissatisfaction of Ho Xiaomei and Song Zhengwan. He also clearly remembered Subiokai's great admiration for Chen Manyao. Chen Manyao's cultivation was completely different from Bai Xiaochun's memory. Her nascent soul aura was extremely profound, clearly indicating that she had acquired boundless fortune in the savage wilderness. Chen Manyao's appearance had stirred up Bai Xiaochun's memories. In an instant, he infinitely remembered the Reverse River sect, but ultimately, he had to return to the present. He was in the savage wilderness, far from the Reverse River sect. Too far. Fellow Taoists, there are enough people. Besides escorting the second prince here, I also received orders from the Grand Celestial Master to be in charge of the soul refining lake mine. While Bai Xiaochun was still in a daze, the third person behind the second prince and Chen Manyao spoke up. This was a middle-aged man, his face expressionless, his eyes cold and indifferent. Even his voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling aura that permeated the surroundings. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, snapping out of his daze. He then looked at Chen Manyao with a complex expression, calmly pointing back. "Fellow Taoist Wu Chang, fellow Taoist Yangchen, and fellow Taoist Hong Luo, please lend me some strength." The middle-aged cultivator spoke, taking a step forward towards the soul refining lake. At the same time, Wu Zhenggong and the 2 men and women escorting Johan and Susan also nodded and stepped forward. The 4 stood in the sky above the soul refining lake, chanting incantations. The power of heaven and man descended, forming ripples that enveloped the lake. Soon, a deafening explosion resounded, and the soul refining lake suddenly trembled. A large amount of black mist flew out from its mouth, spreading continuously throughout the heavens and earth. You have the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn to prepare. After 1 incense stick burns out, we will open the soul refining lake. You must immediately enter it. The 4 of us can only open this cauldron for half an incense stick's time, so You must enter completely within that half incense stick's time. It will be difficult to get out during that process. Only after the flower blooms will the soul refining lake automatically open. You must get out within 1 hour, otherwise you will be in danger. The middle-aged man presiding over the opening of the soul refining lake spoke, and the surrounding prodigies nodded. They circulated their cultivation, silently waiting, and then secretly transmitted messages to each other. Bai Xiaochun looked at the soul refining gourd, wondering how he should stall, but no matter how he stalled, it would be difficult to last even half an incense stick's time. Enough, enough! Bai Xiaochun sighed, suddenly feeling something was amiss. He vaguely sensed dozens of eyes staring at him. He looked around, and what he saw immediately put Bai Xiaochun on alert. He saw the surrounding prodigies staring at him, their gazes scrutinizing but not benevolent. It seemed that Chu Hong, Susan, and Gongsun Yu were also like that. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, this is bad. They've indeed joined forces. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily. This was the situation he feared most. If these people attacked simultaneously, even if he were stronger, it would be useless. There were over 100 of them. If they unleashed their ultimate attacks, even a celestial being might be powerless. These people are too disgusting. They're so audacious. I'm so powerful. The renowned commander of 10,000 men of the Great Wall, the dignified grand manager of the giant ghost city. I dare to attack a celestial being. I dare to bind a demigod. Why should I be afraid of them? Bai Xiaochun felt he couldn't lose to their imposing presence, so he reassured himself. I won't underestimate you, but my status is too high, and I'm a heavenly down-nascent soul cultivator. I won't stoop to their level. This time, I must be humble. After entering, I must also be careful and not compete with those prodigies. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun felt his mental state surpass that of the prodigies before him. He immediately offered a friendly smile to the surrounding prodigies. His benevolent smile had no effect. The unfriendly gazes not only didn't lessen, but those of Zhou Hong and Zhao Dongshan became even more contemptuous and mocking. This angered Bai Xiaochun. He felt he was too powerful. He had proactively expressed goodwill, yet these people were acting so ungrateful. Too much, all right, I won't hold this against them. Seeing the overwhelming number of powerful opponents, Bai Xiaochun suppressed his frustration. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, his mind trembled. That's not right. This time he saw murderous intent in the eyes of some people. Not all the prodigies here are good at concealing it. Some, perhaps feeling no need to hide it, had their murderous intent detected by Bai Xiaochun. They want to kill me. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. This was just a competition for the Ghost King flower, and he represented the giant Ghost King. Although he knew there was danger, he initially thought that as long as he didn't participate in the danger wouldn't come. But now those people had murderous intent, and Bai Xiaochun immediately became vigilant. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's feeling wasn't wrong. Although not all of these prodigies were like that, some still had murderous intent, not directed at Bai Xiaochun, because they knew Bai Xiaochun's identity wasn't that of a royal relative, but merely a subordinate of the giant Ghost King. Of course, they dared to kill him like that. Killing Bai Xiaochun is the simplest way to solve the problem. As long as Bai Xiaochun is dead, the Ghost King flower will be unable to compete with the giant Ghost King, unless the giant Ghost King has other arrangements. Ultimately, whichever king obtains it is unimportant. Everything will be exchanged with the giant Ghost King. Any force under the king's command can obtain something valuable. Whoever seizes it will be credited with the greatest achievement and receive the most benefit. This will, of course, offend the giant Ghost King. Under different circumstances, those powerful figures might have this concern, but now, with the three great heavenly kings working together and protecting him, no matter how angry the giant Ghost King gets, he can't retaliate. It's all just a matter of cause and effect. Everyone knows that the four great heavenly kings don't get along. It's always been like this whenever a treasure appears in the savage wilderness. The four great heavenly kings always manage to seize it, only for the domineering giant Ghost King to succeed. Therefore, the Ghost King flower is extremely important to the giant Ghost King. The three great heavenly kings have rarely formed a common understanding. They must seize this opportunity to stop the giant Ghost King. The aspect of demigod combat is too far removed from these prodigies. Bai Xiaochun is just a minor character who can be crushed at any time. The second prince, surrounded by onlookers, heard whispered messages in his ear. His expression remained calm. He offered no refusal, but inwardly he sneered. In the savage wilderness, the emperor was weak. The Grand Celestial Master wielded the emperor's authority over the vassals, and the four great heavenly kings weren't risking their lives to protect the emperor. They only cared about their own interests and consolidating their power. Even the 8 great secret realms, originally belonging to the imperial family, were separated from the imperial family with a single word from the Grand Celestial Master, becoming something everyone could seize. As a member of the imperial family himself, he harbored resentment towards the Grand Celestial Master and the 4 great heavenly kings. He was naturally pleased by the internal strife among the 4 great heavenly kings, his gaze becoming complex as he looked at Chen Manyao beside him. Chen Manyao stood beside the second prince, her expression indifferent, seemingly uninterested in such calculations. She had been sent here on orders to retrieve the Ghost King fruit. Anyone who tried to seize it was her enemy. Half an incense stick's worth of time passed quickly. Bai Xiaochun was gathering the terrifying energy, and he was certain that some people harbored murderous intentions towards him. Fortunately, not all of them, only a portion. Besides, if I die, the Giant Ghost King must die too. The Giant Ghost King won't let me die, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Just then, half an incense stick's worth of time passed. A loud explosion echoed, and the mist stopped billowing from the mouth of the soul refining lake, leaving only a dark passageway. The middle-aged man presiding over the soul refining lake spoke. Aren't you going in? As the voice echoed, Gong Sini and Zhou Hong simultaneously flew into the passageway. The others followed, and Bai Xiaochun sighed, flying after them. After entering, I'll paralyze them first, preventing them from joining forces. That way, I'll be safer. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and increased his speed, flying into the mouth of the soul refining lake. Upon entering the passage, he soared forward. The passage of the soul refining lake appeared long, but in reality, it disappeared after entering. In an instant, the group and Bai Xiaochun all appeared inside the soul refining lake. This was an independent world with a dark, gloomy sky and purple earth. Black mist enveloped everything, seemingly concealing countless vengeful spirits, each wandering within the fog with a cold, sinister gaze. The oppressive feeling emanating from the surrounding mist and the presence of some of the vengeful spirits within made them feel threatened. Through the mist, they could see mountain ranges on the ground. In the distance, where the mountains converged, lay a large, sunken basin. Countless mists condensed in the basin, swirling around something that perfectly resembled the misty flower demon king outside. It hadn't fully bloomed yet and needed some time to fully open. As the crowd gazed at the misty flower demon king in the basin, Bai Xiaochun quickly looked around, then back at the misty flower demon king. He wanted to cautiously retreat, but suddenly an extremely sudden white aura appeared around him. This light was impossible to conceal, directly striking Bai Xiaochun, piercing through his clothes and making him easily visible in this gloomy place. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He didn't know what was happening. The people around him who had just arrived were all looking at the misty flower demon king. As for Bai Xiaochun, although they had murderous intentions, not everyone would immediately attack him. Many of the arrogant geniuses wouldn't attack as long as Bai Xiaochun didn't compete with them. Before the crowd could disperse, the aura surrounding Bai Xiaochun attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, making Bai Xiaochun uneasy. These 100 or so people were all nascent soul cultivators, the weakest among them at least mid-stage nascent soul. Their gazes created an oppressive atmosphere, causing Bai Xiaochun to gasp and speak up. Everyone, don't get agitated. Bai Hao, representing the Giant Ghost King, am giving up my right to compete for the Ghost King fruit this time. Rest assured, I will not steal it. Bai Xiaochun tried to appear sincere, then addressed the surrounding crowd. These words startled everyone, their gazes shifting as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Before they could speak, the light around Bai Xiaochun suddenly intensified, even enveloping his body. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Bai Hao, what are you trying to do? Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. He had been too hasty in looking at the people around him, his expression changing. He had found the culprit who had placed the restriction on him. The aura within him came from the Giant Ghost King's restriction. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled, and he inwardly cried out, "This is bad." Only a single strand of the white aura on his body was connected to him. The vast majority had detached from his body and flowed towards the basin not far away. The event happened so suddenly that the expressions of the people around him changed. The aura moved at an extremely fast speed, reaching the basin in an instant. Immediately afterward, an explosion occurred, and it instantly enveloped the Ghost King fog flower. At the same time, a giant vortex appeared in the aura, generating immense suction, accelerating the blooming of the Ghost King fog flower. One can imagine that the aura and suction force were used to pull away the fruit when the Ghost King fog flower bloomed. The expressions on everyone's faces changed, becoming stunned and bewildered. Bai Xiaochun stared wide-eyed, his body trembling, his heart pounding. He finally understood why the giant Ghost King had been so confident in telling him to come here. Damn giant Ghost King, there was no help at all. You. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He now understood that he had been tricked by the giant Ghost King. The reason the giant Ghost King said that as long as he came here, there would be no problem was because of the giant Ghost King's Forbidden Formation. This Forbidden Formation was the giant Ghost King's ultimate weapon. He had used it to obtain the Ghost King fruit. Bai Xiaochun cried out, "This is bad." As the light burst out, his cultivation power was released, and in a short time, half of it had been drained away. He was shocked and immediately retreated, his scalp tingling. He felt a strong sense of impending death. He knew his trouble had arrived. Damn giant Ghost King! Bai Xiaochun was furious and gasping for breath. As he tried to flee, the people around him took a deep breath, their eyes blazing with anger. Especially when someone in the crowd screamed, the others became even more enraged. This is the Void Primordial Spirit Forbidden Formation. As long as the Forbidden Formation remains intact, unless it's a demigod who can break it, no one can open it. Even Gong Sini and Zhou Hong were enraged. Although they didn't recognize the formation, they could tell that it couldn't be broken by a nascent soul cultivator. There was only one way to break it: kill the Forbidden Formation, and that Forbidden Formation was Bai Hao. Especially since Bai Xiaochun still had a faint aura responding to the formation, their killing intent completely erupted. Bai Hao, you want to die. Damn it, you said you'd give up just now, and now you're acting like this. Accept your death. Kill him. Only by killing him will the formation disappear, otherwise we will fail. Amidst the furious shouts, Bai Xiaochun became the target of attack, and the group unleashed their cultivation to engulf him. I'm innocent. Listen to my explanation. Bai Xiaochun was terrified, his heart filled with indignation. Just as he spoke, 4 figures approached, one of them the burly Zhao Dongshan. Listen to my explanation, fellow Taoist. Bai Xiaochun shouted quickly. Zhao Dongshan, his face blazing with anger, attacked Bai Xiaochun. Kill. In an instant, Zhao Dongshan and the 3 behind him charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun, their attacks creating a wave of magical energy. The giant Ghost King is a bastard. Bai Xiaochun screamed in pain. Just as he was about to retreat, 7 or 8 figures, radiating killing intent, flew towards him from behind. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his breathing hitched. He knew he couldn't stop. Stopping would only lead to more attacks. Without hesitation, he used a mountain-shattering charge. With lightning speed, in the blink of an eye, he approached Zhao Dongshan. Zhao Dongshan laughed ferociously, wielding his Volfang staff and striking directly at Bai Xiaochun. A loud explosion resounded, instantly spreading in all directions. The surrounding barbarian geniuses around Bai Xiaochun changed color, especially those relatively close by, who were greatly terrified. Just as the explosion rang out, Zhao Dongshan, possessing the bloodline of a native, spat out fresh blood, his body flying away like a kite with a broken string. He continuously retreated, but Bai Xiaochun, who should have been stopped by him, rushed forward. He didn't stop, immediately accelerating and flying further away. How is this possible? Zhao Dongshan has one of the strongest physical bodies among us, close to that ferocious woman Susan, yet he was sent flying. This Bai Hao, his physical strength is too powerful. The surrounding crowd was terrified and pursued, one by one figures flying after Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was utterly terrified. The giant Ghost King is going too far. I only patted you on the head a few times. I only used you as a shield. I saved you, and yet you tricked me. If I die, you won't get away either. Bai Xiaochun felt wronged, especially after discovering that the restrictions on his body hadn't disappeared, they remained. He understood that even with the giant Ghost King's methods, he had long prepared for them. These restrictions were powerful. If he died, the giant Ghost King wouldn't die, but he would certainly be severely injured. It was clear that the giant Ghost King was forcing him and gambling on whether he could persevere until the time of blossoming and bearing fruit. Now, Bai Xiaochun remembered the elixirs, the long spear, and the 9 elixirs the giant Ghost King had given him. The giant Ghost King gave me 9 pills, saying that a person can only consume 9 in their lifetime. The long spear is the most powerful magical artifact I can use. When Bai Xiaochun was in danger, in the giant ghost city, in the royal palace, the giant Ghost King's expression was gloomy and uncertain as he looked towards the soul refining lake, his heart filled with anxiety. The Ghost King fruit was too important to him. Just as Bai Xiaochun had predicted, a person could only consume 9 of those pills in their lifetime. The long spear, refined 16 times, was also the only magical artifact Bai Xiaochun could use. It was all part of his plan. Ever since Bai Xiaochun's unexpected appearance and his recovery of his cultivation, the giant Ghost King had been preparing. He wanted to take a gamble, betting on Bai Xiaochun's ability to escape. The giant Ghost King was confident in this, especially thinking about how Bai Xiaochun had escaped from the clutches of the 3 heavenly beings and numerous nascent soul cultivators. His heart felt a little more at ease. Bai Hao's escape skills are the strongest I've ever seen. I hope he can hold out until then. Bai Hao, if you help me obtain the Ghost King fruit, I will treat you like my own son and never let you suffer any injustice. The giant Ghost King murmured. At this moment, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the soul refining lake, swirling mist, the eyes of each vengeful ghost filled with greed. As if the blood of the prodigies was a great tonic for them, Bai Xiaochun felt wronged. He immediately tried to break through the encirclement, wanting to charge out and fight to the death, but his cultivation was being drained by the restrictions. The crowd of prodigies was overwhelming, and at that moment, 7 or 8 of them flew towards him, intending to kill Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes. One of them was Zhou Hong, a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. In Zhou Hong's eyes, there was a murderous intent, looking down on him with the disdain of someone like an ant. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with anger, his figure like a raging dragon soaring forward. He unleashed an earth-shattering aura. Anyone struck by it was sent flying backward, their blood surging. Bai Xiaochun's power was so immense that Zhou Hong's expression changed, and the other prodigies were also terrified. Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast. They had misjudged him and therefore couldn't stop him. Bai Xiaochun's aura grew even stronger. He was already extremely angry. He charged forward, his physical strength erupting, his cultivation surging, the aura of a heavenly down nascent soul transforming him into a battle immortal. Wherever he went, no one could stop him. He dared not stop. The divine power was flying behind him, terrifying even him. He could only relentlessly charge forward, his right hand gripping the 16 times refined spirit spear. He charged forward recklessly, combining his speed with his might, and in a short time, he was as extraordinary and valiant as a god. Boom! 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 Bai Xiaochun was about to break through the crowd surrounding him when suddenly a cold snort came from in front of him. It was Gongsun Yi. He stood there, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing towards Bai Xiaochun. This single gesture carried a terrifying sealing force, transforming into countless illusory runes that enveloped Bai Xiaochun, then forming a large net that completely surrounded him. The net exploded as soon as it closed, and Bai Xiaochun, unable to dodge, was directly thrown upwards. Because his cultivation had been drained too much, and he couldn't break the seal immediately, he was tightly bound by the net. Even so, Gongsun Yi's expression changed repeatedly, his heart pounding with shock. He was about to reinforce the seal when Bai Xiaochun's figure seemed to be blocked. Behind him appeared 10 figures, and even more geniuses were approaching from behind. Without hesitation, these people continuously attacked, each divine ability, spell, and deadly blow flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Hong's face darkened as he unleashed a terrifying sword light. Then there was Little Wolf God, who roared and transformed, becoming half wolf, half human, unleashing incredible speed and flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Li Qiansheng, a sinister figure, sneered as everyone attacked, then raised his right hand and pointed downwards. As five-colored poisonous smoke billowed towards them, he chuckled and instantly vanished. These people were all nascent soul cultivators. Many were in the early nascent soul stage, while others were in the middle stage. Little Wolfgod and Li Tianxian were all in the late nascent soul stage, and Zhou Hong was in the great perfection nascent soul stage. They were extremely powerful prodigies with formidable cultivation techniques. Their combined attack would shake even a celestial being. Facing this terrifying life-or-death crisis, Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled violently. Although he had prepared beforehand, he knew the situation was irreversible, and he was truly enraged. How utterly contemptible! Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with indignation. He looked up to the sky and roared, directly using the eternal night umbrella to block the attack. A deafening explosion erupted, and behind him, a loud shout rang out. Susan's figure flew towards Bai Xiaochun, raising her right hand and throwing a punch. "Come back!" Susan's roar was like metal clashing, her punch capable of shaking heaven and earth. The physical strength in this punch was immense. Bai Xiaochun was desperately trying to block the seal, his heart racing with anger. He turned his back to the eternal night umbrella and threw a punch. The two exchanged blows across the ceiling net, their fists colliding. At the same time, numerous powerful spells struck the eternal night umbrella. A earth-shattering explosion resounded, a dazzling light causing the void to collapse. Susan retreated, and even Gongsun Yi's expression changed. He immediately dodged. The momentum of their attack was too great. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of Bai Xiaochun's mouth. He wielded the eternal night umbrella to block countless spells and divine abilities behind him, but was then sent flying far away, into the black mist. This scene shocked the crowd. They hadn't expected Bai Hao to be so formidable. Even with many people attacking him, they could only injure him, not kill him. At this moment, Yao Linner's eyes widened. She was greatly shaken, her lips slightly parted, and a ripple spread, enveloping Bai Xiaochun. Hearing the captivating voice calling out to him, Bai Xiaochun's spirit surged, and his injuries flared up in a bizarre way, completely uncontrollable. He spat out fresh blood, his body staggering back several steps. At the same time, Chu Hong's eyes blazed with a cold light. He raised his right hand, and a black beam of light shot out. The black light, imbued with the essence of heaven and man, struck fear into everyone's hearts as Chu Hong attacked Bai Xiaochun. The black light flew at an incredibly fast speed, seemingly capable of piercing through the void, directly appearing before Bai Xiaochun. Before he could even get close, a black light suddenly erupted from within Bai Xiaochun's body. It was the turtle pattern cauldron. With a resounding explosion, the black light collapsed, and the turtle pattern cauldron merged back into Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun used the force to retreat, swallowing a heaven-shattering creation pill without hesitation. His speed didn't decrease, but increased, and he immediately entered the mist. He can't escape. Bai Hao isn't dead. The restrictions won't break. Everyone rushed forward. Gongsun Yi, Chu Hong, and Susan immediately chased after him, and little Wolfgod gritted his teeth and followed. At this moment, everyone pursued him into the fog. The second prince sneered, watching them all, but neither did Chen Manyao. She breathed heavily, watching Bai Xiaochun's figure disappear into the fog. A strange light appeared in her eyes. She hadn't noticed it before, but now, seeing Bai Xiaochun's actions, she vaguely felt a familiar presence in him. Bai Xiaochun's speed was incredibly fast. He flew swiftly through the fog, his body burning with heat. His injuries healed in a few breaths, and Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of relief. However, his cultivation was still being drained away. Thinking about how he had been tricked by the giant ghost king, Bai Xiaochun became even more distressed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more wronged he felt. But he dared not stop. He flew away at an extremely fast pace. His speed was too fast. It took the people behind him a considerable amount of time to catch up, the distance widening. Furthermore, the world within the soul-refining lake was shrouded in thick fog, and within it were vengeful spirits. As people entered, these vengeful spirits immediately flew towards them, howling and attacking with incredible speed. In a short time, everyone was thrown into disarray, cries of alarm ringing out. Time and again, none of the vengeful spirits stopped Bai Xiaochun, acting as if they didn't see him, allowing him to escape freely through the fog. This made it impossible for the pursuers to catch up with Bai Xiaochun. HMPH, I have a mask. You guys can't even dream of catching me. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, increasing his speed. After several hours, the area behind him was quiet, with no one chasing him anymore. Bai Xiaochun landed on the ground of a mountain range. He sat down and swallowed another heaven-shattering creation pill, feeling his cultivation being drained away. The draining of his power finally slowed down and stopped, no longer absorbing his cultivation. Bai Xiaochun swallowed another heaven-shattering creation pill to restore his power to its peak. He looked around, recalling what had just happened, and became furious. So many people were chasing me. We had no enmity before, yet you're all being too arrogant and overstepping your bounds. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. And you, the great demon king, that old immortal, I risked my life to save you, and you treat me like this. Damn it, no, I want revenge. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly angry the more he thought about it. He felt a tightness in his chest, and he couldn't let this anger go unvented. His courage seemed to grow a little, and he immediately gritted his teeth and made a decision. I want revenge. Bai Xiaochun was furious, clenching his fists, his mind racing with revenge plans. Killing people was out of the question. Bai Xiaochun wasn't stupid. He knew his status in the savage wilderness was very sensitive. If he killed a few of these prodigies today, it would be fine, but if he killed many, it would be tantamount to offending the entire savage wilderness. Even if the savage wilderness were much larger, he wouldn't be able to take a single step. If it was just killing a bunch of people, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be satisfied. Besides, killing people doesn't have much to do with the giant ghost king. Even though he knows it's not related to him, he didn't kill them. If that old giant ghost king turns his back on me, it'll be like I've buried myself. No, I need to think of a way, preferably one that can get revenge and also make the giant ghost king suffer greatly. Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, his eyes blazing red, deep in thought. After half a day of contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression bright. I've got it, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared, a clear idea flashing through his mind. I won't kill anyone. I'll tie all the prodigies together and bring them to the giant demon king. Then he'll be in the wrong for daring to lay a hand on them, causing dissatisfaction among other forces. Once those prodigies fall into his hands, the powerful will have even more reason to find fault. If he releases them, it will greatly damage his reputation. If he doesn't release them, the powerful figures of the barbarian wilderness will unite to find him. Ha ha ha. These prodigies are like hot potatoes. By then, even the giant ghost king will be in a difficult situation. Even the tyrannical giant ghost king wouldn't dare use these prodigies to plunder their family's wealth. This kind of behavior, cheating first and then plundering, will anger many people. My family might be fine, but the giant ghost king won't. If he does, he'll face immense trouble. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. He felt incredibly clever, having come up with such a good plan. He marveled at his own intelligence, and to make the plan even more perfect, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and pondered for a moment. I must also be well prepared. What if that old giant ghost king doesn't want to turn against me and directly releases them? This isn't impossible. Humph, my family will have to pay a heavy price to get the giant ghost king to release them. Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited, his mind racing with thoughts of how to take revenge. After half a day, he meticulously refined his plan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Giant ghost king, you can't blame me. You tricked me first, so don't blame me for setting a trap for you. This is a perfect opportunity for me to cultivate the immortal bone. Bai Xiaochun took several deep breaths, his eyes flashing with determination. Even if his plan had some minor flaws, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. As long as there were no problems, everything would be fine. Revenge won't wait a night. I'll go now. Bai Xiaochun immediately leapt into the fog, using his mask to conceal his aura. The vengeful spirits in the fog couldn't see him, as if he had transformed into a silent, undetectable ghost, traversing through the mist. The fog of the soul-refining lake was filled with vengeful spirits, countless hordes of vengeful souls flying past. Bai Xiaochun advanced rapidly, and he was greatly startled by the sight of vengeful spirits bearing their fangs and claws as they flew past him. He was especially shocked to see that many of the vengeful spirits had horns on their heads, and their bodies were sometimes illusory but at times materialized. This startled him even more. The mysterious soul lake is too bizarre. and the vengeful spirits inside are even more so. The vengeful spirits here are more ferocious than those outside. Some can even unleash divine abilities and spells imbued with death energy. They often rush towards living people, and once they get close, one's life force will dim. Even when they enter a person's body, their life force will flicker erratically. If a cultivator from the Tangshan River region were to see these vengeful spirits, they would undoubtedly panic. Even the most talented individuals from the savage wilderness would have to use special methods when dealing with such vengeful spirits. Even soul refiners themselves would be wary of the vengeful spirits within the soul refining jar, avoiding direct confrontation if possible. They knew that the soul refining jar was unique. Although it could capture vengeful spirits within, it was very difficult to subdue them for their own use. Therefore, upon encountering them, they would either eliminate them or avoid them. With the vengeful spirits relentlessly attacking, the talented individuals pursuing Bai Xiaochun scattered in all directions, each fighting independently. They simultaneously dodged the vengeful spirits and used their own methods to search for Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. Once they found him, they would shout for everyone to join forces and kill him. That didn't Bai Hao. If he hadn't died, we wouldn't have had a chance to obtain the Demon King fruit. Time is of the essence. As everyone scattered, each harboring overwhelming killing intent towards Bai Xiaochun, a young man in a blue robe, his face grim, was rushing through the fog. Behind him, a horde of wailing vengeful spirits pursued him, their speed not matching the young man's, causing the distance between them to widen. This man was Zi Langshan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even in the fog, he could maintain his high speed. As long as he didn't encounter a large-scale soul tide or a powerful vengeful ghost, he could roam freely within the fog. Bai Hao escaped too quickly with so many people searching for him. I don't believe he can hide for long. Little Wolf God was seething with anger. His purpose in entering the soul refining lake this time was to make a name for himself through his own strength. Even if he didn't obtain the Ghost King fruit, he wanted to assist the Crown Prince so that even if he didn't complete his family's mission, he would still receive a reward upon his return. All their calculations were thwarted by Bai Hao's destruction of the Forbidden's formation, making everyone, including himself, understand that they had been toyed with by Bai Hao. If he didn't die, it meant they would be without the Ghost King fruit. Although we have no enmity, you must, Little Wolf God sneered, increasing his speed, his divine consciousness enveloping the surroundings and searching carefully. As time passed, half an hour later, Little Wolf God saw hundreds of vengeful spirits suddenly appear in front of him. The spirits also spotted Little Wolf God, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they charged towards him. Little Wolf God didn't even bother to look. He didn't consider the hundreds of vengeful spirits a threat. Not only did his speed not decrease, but he advanced even faster, directly charging into the wailing horde of spirits. The moment he entered, Little Wolf God's expression suddenly changed. A tremendous sense of danger arose within him, and for some inexplicable reason, his cultivation weakened by 3 parts. His cultivation flowed sluggishly, as if something was affecting him. That's not right. Without time to think too much, Little Wolf God's body quickly retreated. As he retreated, he heard a cold laugh in his ear, followed by a voice echoing in his mind. Too late, as the voice rang out, a figure appeared as fast as lightning. This figure had been hidden within the vengeful spirit beforehand. Whether using ordinary eyes or divine sense to investigate, it was the same. He appeared suddenly and quickly closed in on Little Wolf God. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his right hand, combining his physical strength and cultivation to unleash a punch. In this moment of imminent danger, Little Wolf God roared, unleashing his full potential as if to transform into his half-human, half-wolf form. Before he could transform, Bai Xiaochun's fist had already landed. Boom! The explosion echoed in all directions, the shockwave sweeping around and pushing the vengeful spirits far away. It was all too sudden. Little Wolf God trembled. He wanted to dodge but couldn't, and counterattacking felt difficult as well. He could only endure Bai Xiaochun's fist, like a mountain crashing into his chest. Feeling his body struck by immense force, he spat out fresh blood and flew backward rapidly, spitting out several more mouthfuls of blood as he was thrown backward. His cultivation was in disarray, his body felt like it was about to explode, and many of his bones were broken. Bai Hao, Little Wolf God cried out miserably, his scalp tingling with fear. He was utterly terrified. In his entire life, He had never encountered a punch as violent as this one. He was struck dumb, his heart pounding with terror, blood gushing out incessantly. Bai Xiaochun was not the same as before. He was so powerful that little Wolf God couldn't believe it. Just one punch had nearly shattered his body, inflicting serious injuries. His eyes were blurry, his nascent soul almost left his body, and he nearly lost his soul. Even his transformation ability was interrupted by that single blow. His body flew back over 100 meters like a kite with a broken string. Transform. You enjoyed beating me last time, didn't you? Transform. I'm going to beat the one who transforms. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, covering the 100-meter gap. Bai Hao is here. Little Wolf God was utterly weakened, completely losing his fighting ability. When Bai Xiaochun approached, his eyes were bloodshot, and he disregarded his injuries and roared for help. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun waved his right hand, sealed Little Wolf God, and threw him into his storage bag. After doing all that, he turned and disappeared into the fog. Not long after Bai Xiaochun left, 7 or 8 people flew to the spot where he had fought Little Wolf God. After seeing the shockwave of magic left behind by Little Wolf God, and the blood splattered all around, their expressions changed. They whispered to each other and dispersed to search for Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun flew rapidly through the fog, licking his lips as he flew. His eyes filled with madness. Little Wolf God wasn't the first prodigy he had captured. Before Little Wolf God, he had already captured 7 or 8 others. I'll attack a shapeshifter like you first. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly. Little Wolf God wasn't the first person he targeted. He'd attacked several times before. This could be considered Bai Xiaochun's first official attack after becoming a heavenly down nascent soul cultivator, and he'd sensed just how extraordinary a heavenly down nascent soul was. A heavenly down nascent soul can suppress other nascent souls. The previous few were also weakened when I attacked them. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. He remembered the previous battle. Little Wolf God's cultivation was truly unstable. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun decided to verify it a few more times. So he flew away quickly. Before long, his expression changed slightly, and he shifted direction, rushing into the area to the right, where 2 barbarian geniuses were being chased by numerous vengeful spirits. Let's use these 2 for a test. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, his speed not decreasing but increasing. He charged straight towards the 2 men. In an instant, the 2 barbarian geniuses saw Bai Xiaochun. Their expressions changed, and just as they were about to speak, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, unleashing a whirlwind. They tried to stop him, but with their mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, they were no match for him. They were struck by Bai Xiaochun's magic, their cultivation severely suppressed, their movements sluggish and on the verge of disintegration. Before they could think of a solution, they heard an explosion, then spat out blood and flew backward. Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, lifting them both up with both hands as if they were little chicks. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Xiaochun sealed the 2 individuals and threw them into his storage bag. He was overjoyed. This time, he focused on observing the changes in their cultivation levels. Now that he believed his heavenly down nascent soul could suppress other nascent souls, his spirits were greatly boosted. Oh my god, he's so powerful! Bai Xiaochun left in excitement. In this way, the scattered prodigies of the savage wilderness in the soul refining lake became mere insects in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he was the hunter. His figure vanished mysteriously, and each time he reappeared, a prodigy was caught like a hawk preying on a chick. If there were many of them, he would retreat. If he encountered one, he would chase and kill them like a storm. Each attack was brief, and then he would quickly flee, making it difficult for everyone to surround and attack him. Damn it, why can Bai Hao move through the fog so freely? More than 10 people have already gone missing. Notify everyone, don't go alone. At least 3 or 5 people must go together. Most of the barbarian geniuses who entered the soul refining lake were led by Gongsun Yi, Zhou Hong, and Susan, and they kept in touch, their expressions vigilant. Bai Xiaochun was worried. Although he could take down 5 people, it would take some time. His figure entered the thick fog to search, and while he was considering whether to risk using a mask to disguise himself as someone else and trick them into joining the group, Bai Xiaochun suddenly had an idea. There's a lone one. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He saw a burly figure rushing forward, fighting his way through the pursuing vengeful spirits. This person was Zhao Dongshan. It's a bit far. If he teleports away, it will take me a short time to catch up. Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag and took out a large bow. Just as Bai Xiaochun saw Zhao Dongshan also saw Bai Xiaochun. Zhao Dongshan was extremely frightened. He had heard that many people had gone missing earlier. He was now moving forward quickly, wanting to reach the gathering place not far away. After he broke free from the surrounding vengeful spirits, a strong sense of danger arose in his heart. It wasn't his divine consciousness sensing the danger. His cultivation of a special technique had triggered a warning in his body. When he turned around and saw Bai Xiaochun, his expression changed. Without hesitation, he used teleportation to escape. In the instant he teleported, an arrow carrying an astonishing aura flew straight towards him. Before it could get close, the arrow immediately self-destructed. Boom! The power of the self-destructing arrows disrupted the void. Spirit-refining arrows, Zhao Dongshan spat out fresh blood. Only spirit-refining arrows that had self-destructed at least 11 times could disrupt the void, thus cutting off his teleportation. Zhao Dongshan cried out in pain, wanting to retreat, but then his eyes filled with despair. He saw Bai Xiaochun's figure standing far away, holding a giant bow, firing 7 arrows at once. The 7 arrows, emitting a whistling sound, flew straight towards him. "Bai Hao!" Zhao Dongshan shouted. The void here was disrupted by the self-destructing arrows, making it difficult for him to teleport. At this moment, he could only rely on speed to retreat. He had previously underestimated Bai Xiaochun. Back then, everyone was constantly attacking, and he was the first to strike. Now, his chest was still aching, and he had no desire to fight, so he retreated quickly, only to have his teleportation interrupted by the self-destructing arrows. The explosion echoed in all directions. Zhao Dongshan continuously spat out fresh blood. He didn't care about anything else. He just bowed his head and fled. Compared to Bai Xiaochun's speed, his current speed was too slow, and it wasn't long before Bai Xiaochun caught up with him. "Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Your grandmother." "I can't believe you dared to be the first to attack Grandpa Bai. I'll kill you." Bai Xiaochun, remembering that Zhao Dongshan was the first to attack him, became furious. He unleashed a devastating punch, a deafening explosion resounding, countless shockwaves spreading around. Zhao Dongshan's figure vanished. He was bound by Bai Xiaochun and absorbed into his spatial ring. As he traversed the fog, Bai Xiaochun's heart raced. He felt this was incredibly exciting, a feeling like playing hide-and-seek that filled him with anticipation and longing. A bunch of cowards, only knowing how to take advantage of numbers, HMPH, who would dare to challenge me, by family patriarch, in a one-on-one fight? Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back. He felt this demeanor was befitting his position as the world's champion. He was very pleased with himself. He stopped and looked into the fog, where numerous vengeful spirits were howling ferociously, seemingly attacking something. That was just a warm-up before. Now it's time for the hawk to catch the chick. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips and approached the fog. He sensed that in the distance, 5 barbarian geniuses were being attacked by vengeful spirits. They were charging forward, 4 of them mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, and 1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their combined ferocity seemed imminent, and it appeared they would soon break free from the encirclement. Unfortunately, I can't control the vengeful spirits, otherwise I wouldn't have let them escape so easily. Bai Xiaochun sighed. After a moment of contemplation, he took out the 15-colored flame, his eyes gleaming. He chuckled, quickly refining it while concealing the commotion as he approached. Soon, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky, followed by the appearance of red clouds. Then, clusters of heavenly fire descended upon the area, the heavenly fire divine ability that Bai Xiaochun had invented himself. Having broken through to the heavenly down nascent soul stage, Bai Xiaochun's heavenly fire divine ability was enhanced by the heavenly down nascent soul, making its refinement easier than before. The sea of flames engulfed and relentlessly bombarded the 5 barbarian prodigies, terrifying them. The power of the 15-colored flames frightened even them, especially since the heavenly fire had no roots and could not be contained. The 5 could only increase their speed and rush out. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's figure took advantage of the chaos to approach. He held his long spear and unleashed his full combat power, slashing into the sea of flames. Loud explosions resounded everywhere. After more than 10 breaths, Bai Xiaochun turned and fled, the sea of flames behind him disappearing, and the figures of the 5 prodigies also vanished. The entire soul-refining lake world was in chaos. The barbarian geniuses were terrified, and more than 30 had already gone missing. Bai Hao's speed was too fast. Often, when they caught up, they couldn't even form a circle to hunt him down. They found that the vengeful ghosts in the fog had bypassed Bai Hao. This left everyone feeling resentful and angry, and some were terrified because Bai Xiaochun's revenge was too quick and too sharp. Currently, nearly 100 geniuses had entered this place, divided into 4 groups surrounding Gongsun, Zhou Hong, Susan, and the second prince, with very few isolated individuals. This wasn't a long-term plan. They had to find Bai Xiaochun otherwise. If the stalemate continued, the Ghost King fruit wouldn't belong to them. Although they could have separated and formed a search network, unfortunately, the circumstances of the soul-refining lake were unsuitable for such a search. After all, there were too many vengeful spirits and ghosts in the fog here. If they searched like that, they might not find Bai Xiaochun before being overwhelmed by the vengeful spirits and ghosts. In this difficult situation, the 4 sides made arrangements. The second prince took more than 10 people with him and did not disperse, searching alongside Chen Mongyao. As for Gongsun, Zhou Hong, and Susan, although the 3 of them were confident, they still took 5 or 3 people with them and separated to search for Bai Xiaochun. The others formed groups of 5, and, seeing that it was unsafe, they increased to groups of 10. If they encountered Bai Xiaochun, they were confident they could buy time until everyone surrounded him. The entire soul-refining lake world was in turmoil. The prodigies realized Bai Xiaochun's formidable power, and with no other options left, they could only follow Gongsun's plan and search the surrounding area. They gritted their teeth, determined to surround Bai Hao and kill him with all their might, leaving no trace. Everyone knew time was of the essence. They had to quickly eliminate Bai Xiaochun, otherwise they would lose. While everyone was following their plan, Bai Xiaochun was in a mountain valley. He stood there, head held high, chest puffed out, facing forward. Nearly 30 prodigies from the savage wilderness sat side by side, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. Their cultivation and limbs were sealed, their eyes filled with menace as they glared at him. If you have the guts, kill us. HMPH, Bai Hao, you've stirred up a catastrophe of immense magnitude. Even the giant ghost king couldn't protect you. Zhao Dongshan and Zi Langshan were also there, their eyes blazing red. If looks could kill, they would have crushed Bai Xiaochun into dust with their gazes. Dare to threaten me, just you wait. Bai Xiaochun glared at him, his eyes sweeping over the 30 people before him. With an arrogant expression, he took the eternal night umbrella out of his storage bag and immediately approached the threatening young man. The young man stared at Bai Xiaochun in utter astonishment. What do you want to do? Nothing. Cough cough. I need life force for cultivation. I'll borrow some from you. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the eternal night umbrella into the young man's body. The young man let out a mournful, heart-wrenching cry. Everyone who heard it was terrified, their breathing quickening, their eyes filled with horror as they watched his body wither rapidly so fast it was visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 seconds, his hair turned white, his body reduced to skin and bones. Many were horrified by this sight, their fear turning even more towards Bai Xiaochun. Especially the eternal night umbrella, which emitted a strange gravitational pull and aura, seemed to transform into a giant mouth devouring all their life force. The life force poured into Bai Xiaochun's body, causing him to tremble slightly. Seeing that he had absorbed enough, he withdrew the eternal night umbrella from the young man's body. His complexion was rosy, and ignoring everyone else, he quickly sat down and immediately began cultivating the 4th level of the immortal scripture, the immortal bone. As he channeled the cultivation technique, the life force within his body rapidly dissipated, merging into Bai Xiaochun's bones, like dew poured on parched land. Bai Xiaochun's face even bore an expression of blissful comfort. This scene made the group of people including Zi Langshan and Zhao Dongshan tremble, their faces pale and powerless. They simultaneously stared in horror at the young man whose life force had been absorbed. He looked like skin and bones, on the verge of death. Although not dead, his vital energy was severely depleted, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. What kind of demonic cultivation technique is Bai Hao practicing? Oh my god, I can't believe he's absorbing life force to cultivate. I know why he captured us now. He wants to use us to cultivate. Just as everyone was terrified and chilled to the bone, Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened, his spirit overflowing with immense joy. Haha, it's just as I predicted. As long as there's enough life force, one can cultivate the immortal bone. Humph, I won't kill these people, but I'll drain their life force and throw it to the giant ghost king. Let the giant ghost king have a headache. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, his laughter terrifying everyone present. Without waiting for them to say anything, Bai Xiaochun stood up and walked to the second prodigy. You're good. I hope you can cooperate a little. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Bai Xiaochun smiled sincerely. When he said this, the prodigy's face turned pale with fear, and the eternal night umbrella pierced him. Then came the third, the fourth. Half an hour passed, and Bai Xiaochun absorbed the life force of everyone present. Each time he absorbed life force into his body trembled several times, and the bones in his body infused with life force and circulating the cultivation technique constantly creaked. With the sound of bones cracking, a black aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun's entire body, but it quickly vanished. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air. His bones were much harder than before. Bone refining realm, second level. Bai Xiaochun was filled with anticipation. He knew that as long as his bone refining realm advanced by one level, he would be qualified to unleash the immortal Emperor Fist. The immortal bone requires an incredibly powerful life force. So many people can only barely help me cultivate to the second level. This is too exaggerated. Entering the soul refining lake right now was the right decision. These prodigies are like precious medicine. Bai Xiaochun's expression brightened. He looked at the emaciated, listless prodigies before him, then bound them and threw them into his storage bag. After doing so, he flew into the mist. Entering the fog, Bai Xiaochun concealed his whereabouts and cautiously advanced. He frowned, noticing that these prodigies were no longer just a few people, but had become a squad of 10. Bai Xiaochun realized that once he attacked, it would be difficult to finish them quickly. If the others surrounded them, he would be ambushed again, just like before. I could also attack the 10-person squad, but that would be too irrational. I'm not impulsive. I'll take my time. Bai Xiaochun considered for a moment, then raised his head and snorted coldly. He continued to sneak into the fog, searching for his target. Before long, he saw another 10-person squad. Their cultivation levels erupted, enveloping the surroundings. Although vengeful spirits roamed the area, they restrained themselves and didn't act rashly. Bai Xiaochun's gaze fixed on one person in the squad. This person was Miao Liner. Bai Xiaochun still remembered clearly that it was she who used her final secret technique to double his injuries, giving Zhou Han the opportunity to unleash his killing blow. The most venomous thing is a woman's heart. My current appearance isn't as good as it used to be, but I'm still quite handsome. I didn't offend you, yet you're so heartless towards me. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, looking at Miao Liner among the crowd. After a moment of calculation, a decisive expression appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed his highest speed. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, moving as fast as teleportation, and rushed straight into Miao Liner's group. He threw a punch from a distance. This punch generated a powerful storm, engulfing the crowd. His appearance caused Miao Liner and her group to change color. Some spat out fresh blood and scattered in an instant. Some people spread their voices in all directions, and at the same time, Miao Liner retreated backward, smiling as she said, "By how? You've been tricked." Formation activated. As Miao Liner's voice echoed, the eyes of the surrounding geniuses changed. Numerous runes appeared on everyone's bodies, and in an instant, these runes radiated outwards, forming a formation. The formation exploded with a deafening roar, covering a radius of hundreds of meters, completely sealing off Bai Xiaochun. This was a plan devised by Gong Xinyi and his group. Although they had led their men around, the others in the team had already prepared a trap. If Bai Xiaochun dared to appear again, he would fall into their formation. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to be enveloped by the formation, Gong Xinyi, Zhou Han, and Su Xin received a telepathic message. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately rushed to the scene at top speed. Zhou Han was closest to the area, so he arrived first. Li Jiansheng was also present, and their speed was incredibly fast. They reached the area where the formation was covering Bai Xiaochun in just 10 seconds. In a short time, the soul refining lake world was in turmoil, with everyone rushing to the scene at top speed. Dao Linner's laughter still echoed, but in an instant, her face turned pale, her eyes narrowed violently. She saw Bai Xiaochun inside the formation, seemingly terrified, but not even glancing at her. He looked at Dao Linner and took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, he unleashed the immortal Forbidden's technique. Boom! Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished from the formation, reappearing before Dao Linner. Impossible! Dao Linner's expression changed, and she quickly retreated. The moment she stepped back, Bai Xiaochun's body, like a raging beast, showed no mercy or compassion, directly striking her. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Dao Linner spat out blood, her cultivation suppressed and thrown into chaos, her bones shattered, even her nascent soul threatened to fly out. Clearly, she was severely injured. Her face was pale and bloodless. Before she could retreat further, Bai Xiaochun grabbed her arm and lifted her up, immediately sealing her cultivation. Everything happened so quickly, in an extremely short time. Bai Xiaochun's capture of Dao Linner not only terrified the surrounding crowd, but also caught Chu Hong and his group, who were rushing forward, completely off guard and unable to stop him. In the swirling mist, numerous vengeful spirits emerged amidst the chaos, their eyes filled with greed as they stared at the group of prodigies. Bai Xiaochun glanced around, smugly leading Dao Linner away. Just as he was about to break through the encirclement, his gaze casually swept across the surrounding spirits, stopping on one particular one. He instantly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. His body trembled uncontrollably. He even forgot to breathe, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. This spirit was different from its former self. Even if others didn't recognize it, Bai Xiaochun was all too familiar with it. Bai Xiaochun almost cried out. He hadn't failed to consider that, given the peculiarities of this world, after death, people's souls inevitably appeared in the underworld, in the desolate wilderness. He even considered the possibility that after Bai Hao's death, his soul might return to the netherworld. Unfortunately, it was an extremely far-fetched idea, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even a demigod couldn't achieve it. This thought only flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind for a split second before he sighed. No matter what, he never imagined that on this trip to the soul refining lake, without any preparation, he would see Bai Hao's soul. Even though his appearance had changed, even though the vengeful spirit was filled with greed, madness, and yin energy, Bai Xiaochun recognized it at a glance as Bai Hao. He was all too familiar with Bai Hao. It could be said that in this world, besides Bai Hao, no one was more familiar with him. He was his disciple, and he had been traveling in the savage wilderness under Bai Hao's identity until now. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's mind was greatly shaken. He knew very well that many people were rushing towards him, and if he stopped for even a second, he would be surrounded again, falling into a frenzied slaughter. He understood this, but he still stopped. He had no choice but to stop, because he couldn't miss this opportunity. Once he missed it, even in the current soul-refining lake world, finding Bai Hao would be extremely difficult, and in the process, Bai Hao's soul might perish, which he would regret for the rest of his life. He also understood that the appearance of Bai Hao's soul was a great danger to him. Once others knew, his identity would definitely be exposed, and even his real name wouldn't be difficult to deduce. Presented before him, the best option was to leave immediately, ignoring it, so that even if there were hidden dangers, it would be difficult for any tricks to appear. There was another option, to kill Bai Hao's soul. That would be absolutely perfect, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't even consider it. In his mind, there was only one thought. This was his disciple, his first disciple in his life. If he couldn't find him, he would leave, but if he did, he wouldn't let him go. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun stopped, instantly changing direction and rushing towards Bai Hao's soul. Those vengeful spirits didn't see him, and his arrival didn't cause a soul-tide riot. Bai Hao's soul was the same. Its eyes still held the greedy gaze of the soul tide attacking the barbarian geniuses. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hao's soul was rushing forward. Bai Xiaochun, his mind shaken, raised his hand and caught Bai Hao's soul, immediately absorbing it into the soul tower. After doing all this, Bai Xiaochun's emotions remained unstable, his aura fluctuating. As he turned around, two figures teleported closer from afar. It was Zhou Hong and Li Tiansheng. By how, Zhou Hong roared angrily, his nascent soul great perfection cultivation erupting, creating a shockwave that shook the surroundings. It transformed into layers of ripples, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. After he crushed it, the void within a radius of 10,000 miles vibrated, as if sealing off the ability to teleport. His actions were incredibly swift, like flowing water, and his voice echoed like thunder. His voice echoed, and in an instant, his figure appeared before Bai Xiaochun. As he approached, black threads emerged from his body, flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. These threads instantly contained the aura of a celestial being, clearly the Nine Nether King's ultimate attack. Behind him was Li Tiansheng, his eyes filled with malice. He deliberately slowed down a few steps and flicked his sleeve, immediately releasing 5-colored poisonous smoke. This poison was incredibly potent. The vengeful spirits, unable to avoid it, screamed in agony upon contact with the smoke and vanished into thin air. Seeing Zhou Hong arrive, the surrounding cultivators' spirits soared, and they surrounded Bai Xiaochun. They understood that Bai Xiaochun couldn't escape this time. If they could stall for even a little longer, other prodigies would arrive, and that would be the opportunity to put Bai Xiaochun in mortal danger. No matter how strong Bai Xiaochun was, they were numerous and powerful. With all their attacks, even a celestial being wouldn't dare to challenge them. Bai Xiaochun understood this clearly. When Zhou Hong attacked, Bai Xiaochun's gaze focused on those threads because he sensed their danger. He threw a punch containing the explosive power of his body, the cultivation hidden within forming a storm accompanied by deafening explosions. Zhou Hong's expression changed, his eyes narrowed, and the exploding threads caused him to spit out fresh blood, his eyes filled with considerable fear. Why are they so strong? Zhou Hong's eyes turned crimson, seemingly filled with madness and unwillingness. More black threads flew out from his body, heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun dodged and, with incredible speed, attacked Zhou Hong, charging straight towards the group of mid-stage nascent soul geniuses surrounding him. At the same time, the eternal night umbrella appeared. Without hesitation, he directly stabbed it into Miao Linner's side. Her life force was sucked away, and Miao Linner let out a mournful cry. Her beautiful face turned gray, and her body withered in an instant. Bai Xiaochun activated the immortal bone, and a considerable cracking sound arose within him. He used this life force to advance to the second stage of the bone refining realm, achieving minor perfection. Miao Linner alone helped him advance from the second stage to minor perfection. Bai Xiaochun was very surprised. He hadn't expected Miao Linner's life force to far surpass that of others. I wonder what kind of cultivation technique this little girl practices. She has so much life force within her. Her revealing clothes and posture, combined with her beautiful appearance, suggest she's practicing some kind of evil cultivation technique, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. All the talk was slow, but the events unfolded like lightning. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Diu Lamni into his storage bag. Blood vessels appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and his speed increased. He swung the eternal night umbrella, creating a layer of dark light. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivators were terrified. They continuously attacked with various divine abilities. Bai Xiaochun opened the eternal night umbrella to block their attacks, its sharp point piercing one of the nascent soul prodigies and absorbing his life force. This arrogant young man screamed miserably, his body withering rapidly in an instant. He was caught by Bai Xiaochun, who changed direction and dashed towards another target. Zhou Hong was furious, shouting and pursuing, but his speed was no match for Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, relying on his speed, swung the eternal night umbrella, absorbing the life force of the four people. Zhou Hong slapped his forehead, and in an instant, the black threads surrounding him condensed into a large thread that flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. The aura of a celestial being emanated from the black thread. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The turtle pattern cauldron appeared and blocked the attack. Boom! Bai Xiaochun retreated more than 10 meters. The eternal night umbrella vibrated a few times before piercing straight into a mid-stage nascent soul prodigy who couldn't dodge in time. The prodigy's body withered, and he screamed in agony. Bai Xiaochun circulated the immortal bone within his body, infusing life force into him, directly propelling the bone refining realm to the second stage of great perfection. This process was too swift. The prodigies didn't have time to be terrified. They stared at Bai Xiaochun in panic, not daring to advance, even retreating quickly. They were already stunned by Bai Xiaojun's bizarre technique. "Bai Hao, do you dare to fight me?" Chu Hong was furious to the extreme. He chased after him again. Li Tiansheng's face turned pale, and he immediately retreated. He felt that Bai Xiaojun's umbrella was too strange, so he didn't dare to get close. "Don't be in a hurry. I'm keeping you here so you can taste my punch." Bai Xiaojun ignored Chu Hong, his gaze directly fixed on Li Tiansheng as he retreated. He smiled and took a step forward. Although he couldn't use the Immortal Forbiddance technique because Chu Hong's Jade Slip was interfering with the void, Bai Xiaojun's body speed was even faster than teleportation. In an instant, he took a step and appeared in front of Li Tiansheng. In Li Tiansheng's eyes, his smile was no different from that of a grinning demon. Li Tiansheng's scalp tingled, his mind went blank, and he could only continuously retreat and frantically wave his hands, releasing poisonous smoke. This poison condensed into a mist and transformed into a seven-colored skull that flew towards Bai Xiaojun, attempting to devour him. Bai Xiaojun ignored the seven-colored skull, directly traversing space. His body emitted a crackling sound, and his entire being, covered in 14 times refined spiritual treasures, emitted a short golden light that blocked everything outside his body. He reappeared before Li Tiansheng. "Playing with poison is quite fun, isn't it?" Bai Xiaojun's voice rang out as he thrust the eternal night umbrella towards Li Tiansheng. Li Tiansheng let out a loud cry, a red aura enveloping his entire body. He used all his magical artifacts to block the eternal night umbrella. In an instant, these artifacts appeared, and a five-colored aura appeared in Bai Xiaojun's eyes. Li Tiansheng's cultivation within his body became chaotic and stopped immediately. His mind was in a panic. He dared to be distracted at such a critical moment. Boom! The tip of the umbrella pierced Li Tiansheng's body. A heart-wrenching scream rang out. Li Tiansheng's body withered in an instant, and a surge of life force flowed from him into Bai Xiaojun. His bones cracked, and Bai Xiaojun's entire body trembled violently. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. The immortal bone had broken through, reaching the third stage of the bone refining realm. Upon reaching the third stage, Bai Xiaojun felt a warmth spread throughout his body. He sensed his body's defensive power had increased significantly, and his heart was filled with excitement. He had now met the minimum requirement to unleash the immortal Emperor's Fist. He roared loudly, and Gongsun Yi, Susan, the second prince, Chen Manyao, and many other prodigies who were rushing towards him increased their speed. "Chu Hong, stop this guy. Don't let him escape." Chu Hong watched helplessly as Li Tiansheng was captured. At that moment, he heard the voices of people from afar, and he felt utterly humiliated. He looked up to the sky and roared, his body producing even more black threads than before. These black threads enveloped him, clearly enraged, and he wanted to unleash his ultimate attack. The threads erupted with overwhelming force, shaking the heavens and earth, engulfing Bai Zikun from all directions. Bai Zikun breathed steadily, clenching his fists. A dazzling light shone in his eyes, and his entire aura condensed and contracted strangely, as if his life force was being compressed to its limit. A black vortex appeared on his fist, spinning at an extremely fast speed. Within the swirling vortex, a terrifying force condensed, striking fear into everyone's hearts, a sense of impending doom pervading everything. This was the opening move of the Immortal Emperor's Fist. The fourth level of the Immortal Fist, Immortal Bone. This was the first time Bai Xiaojun had unleashed the secret technique of the Immortal Emperor's Fist. His aura compressed his entire body, as if his flesh, blood, soul, and even all his life force had reached their limit. His bones creaked, as if the very foundation of this punch was being compressed by his flesh and blood, creating a powerful surge of energy within Bai Xiaojun's body. This primal force transformed into a raging storm, and Bai Xiaojun's body was crushed by this violent force. If he wasn't careful, he would be torn apart by the storm, or even destroyed. Everything happening to him was conducted using his sturdy bones as a conduit, the power of his flesh and blood erupting and compressing intensely, finally releasing through his skin. The force erupting throughout Bai Xiaojun's entire body. At this crucial moment, the transformation occurred. The Immortal Emperor Fist had a unique method of operation. The explosive force spread throughout his entire body, but in an instant, it was blocked as if 99% of it had been sealed off. Now, all of it was concentrated in his right fist. Only his right fist was the sole point where the power throughout his entire body erupted. Bai Xiaochun was now a black hole compressing and shrinking everything. A black vortex appeared around his fist, emitting an earth-shattering aura seemingly on the verge of losing control. It seemed that if he didn't unleash it, Bai Xiaochun's body would be directly annihilated by the backlash of the immortal Emperor Fist. Behind Bai Xiaochun, a phantom figure faintly appeared. This figure wore an imperial robe and crown, and although its features were indistinct, it exuded an unparalleled, domineering imperial aura. When Bai Xiaochun looked up, the surrounding void shattered and twisted incessantly. Gongsun Sushan, the second prince, and Chen Manyo gasped in fear at this sight. Especially Zhou Hong, who was closest to Bai Xiaochun and the first to bear the brunt of it. After sensing Bai Xiaochun's strangeness, he felt an unprecedented sense of life or death danger. Before Zhou Hong could react, Bai Xiaochun smiled, looked at the black threads, and then punched towards Zhou Hong. In an instant, as the punch landed, the imperial figure behind him also punched, and then an earth-shattering aura erupted violently. The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds reversed like a giant suppressing the earth, directly unleashing his full power. An endless gravitational pull enveloped all directions, and a terrifying black vortex continuously expanded. In an instant, within a radius of 10 meters, all the colors of the world changed, attracting everything in heaven and earth to stare intently, as if the entire world would be destroyed by this single punch. The punch descended, the heavens and earth changed. Zhou Hong screamed in agony, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief, his heart filled with extreme fear, his mind overwhelmed by a storm. Immediately afterward, a blue aura appeared on his body, transforming into a long sword, which he grasped and slashed straight at Bai Xiaochun's punch. Another slash. Zhou Hong was insane. This slash was earth-shattering. The blue sword light enveloped the void. Black threads covered all sides. The sword light slashed straight at Bai Xiaochun and erupted with dazzling colors. Everyone felt a tremor upon witnessing this scene. They had only ever seen such slaughter among their elders, never among their peers. Everything was like a fleeting flower, blooming and fading quickly. When the green sword light collided with Bai Xiaochun's punch and the black vortex, a resounding roar echoed in all directions. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion echoed everywhere. Zhou Hong's green sword light collapsed. The threads twisted like a raging storm. Zhou Hong spat out fresh blood. More than half of his bones shattered, his flesh and blood a mess. His nascent soul was also blown out of his body, and he immediately fell unconscious. His body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. There, Immortal Emperor's Fist, for the first time, appeared before the world. Bai Xiaochun hadn't used his full strength in that punch. He only used 3/10 of its power. After all, the Immortal Emperor's Fist was too powerful, and Bai Xiaochun was very worried that he would kill Zhou Hong. Even with only 3/10, it shook the 8 directions. If there were words to describe this punch, it would be something that could shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Its immense power was incomparable to the throat-shattering lock or the mountain-shattering chain. The domineering force shook the mind. It was like a thunderclap resounding in everyone's minds. Everyone was stunned for a moment, gasping for air. Even Gongsun and the second prince were greatly shaken. They unconsciously considered the situation, then their hearts trembled as they realized that even if they faced that domineering power, they were no stronger than Zhou Hong, and it would be difficult to withstand that punch. Under such a punch, no one could stop it. No one had imagined that Bai Xiaochun possessed such astonishing techniques. The power of that punch was absolutely beyond the capabilities of a nascent soul cultivator. When Zhou Hong fainted, Bai Xiaochun rushed forward, grabbing Zhou Hong's body and nascent soul. Without stopping, he instantly transformed into a beam of light and departed. Those around gasped, instinctively wanting to chase after him. But just as they took a step, Bai Xiaochun, still flying away, called out, "Don't provoke me. With a punch like that, the fourth brother can use it 100 times, believe it or not." His voice was domineering and arrogant, jarring to everyone around, yet unexpectedly, they all stopped in their tracks. No one dared to chase after him. Even Gongsun trembled, his face grim. He didn't dare to take another step, only able to gasp for breath and stare in the direction Bai Xiaochun had gone. His arrogant nature had been shattered. Even the fierce woman Susan shuddered, her eyes filled with a strange expression as she looked at Bai Xiaochun's retreating figure, a hint of adoration and fanaticism in her gaze. The second prince's eyes shone brightly, his mind racing with countless thoughts. He didn't notice Chen Manya beside him, her eyes filled with doubt and bewilderment as she watched Bai Xiaoqun leave. He couldn't possibly have used that power many times before. That's right, otherwise he wouldn't have run away. Given his vengeful nature, he probably took advantage of our momentary distraction to strike. After half a day, the people around them began to speak. Gong Xinyi and his group remained silent. As the leaders of the geniuses, their minds were sharp. How could they not see through Bai Xiaoqun's display of power? Even with all the show, that power had cast a shadow over their hearts and exerted a powerful psychological impact. After a brief silence, Susan took a deep breath and, without a word, instantly chased after him, followed by the second prince and Chen Manyao. The three of them were focused on engaging Bai Xiaoqun in battle. This wasn't something others could perceive, but Gong Xinyi could sense it. He silently raised his head, bloodshot eyes appearing, and an overwhelming fighting spirit emanating from him. I can't let another person lord over me, Bai Hao. From now on, you're officially in my sights. Gong Xinyi unleashed his full cultivation, not chasing after Bai Xiaoqun, but flying straight towards the Ghost King flower. You must come here. I'll wait for you there. Determination and fighting spirit shone in Gong Xinyi's eyes. As for the others, they exchanged bitter glances, regretting having provoked such a monstrous talent. No one could have predicted that Bai Xiaoqun, whom they had casually toyed with, would transform so quickly into a primordial beast capable of devouring them. Damn it, Bai Hao is so powerful. Why didn't you unleash that punch earlier? After we knew, we wouldn't have provoked you again. That's right, if he had displayed his power earlier, we could have befriended him without having to fight him, and lost face like this. Everyone inwardly cried out in distress, but there was nothing they could do. They could only gather together, splitting into three groups. Instead of continuing to pursue Bai Xiaoqun, they moved away from the area. They no longer harbored any hope of seizing the Ghost King fruit. Their only thought now was, whoever obtained the Ghost King fruit, after the Soul Refining Lake opened, they would immediately flee. Within the mist of the Soul Refining Lake, Bai Xiaoqun sped away, his face slightly pale. He had used the Immortal Emperor Fist, but even he was terrified. His physical strength had decreased drastically, and his blood, bones, flesh, and tendons were in excruciating pain. Fortunately, he had only used 3/10 of the power of his attack, which allowed him to leave with some cultivation remaining. Otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. The Immortal Emperor's Fist is incredibly powerful. If I had used my full strength just now, I'm afraid even a celestial being would tremble in the face of such a punch. Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath. After recalling the incident, his eyes were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Since he began his cultivation journey, he had been practicing the Immortal Longevity technique, and over the years, he had spent countless resources on this technique. Now, seeing that earth-shattering punch, Bai Xiaoqun felt it was all worth it. Moreover, since reaching the third level of the bone refining realm, his bones felt warm all over. He clearly felt that his body's defense had increased significantly. In fact, if he fully recovered, his bones would be even stronger. I ran away just now, and those people were terrified. Humph, if I had known this earlier, why would I have done that? It's too late to be scared now. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoqun remembered how powerful he was, capable of sweeping aside everyone. He wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he took the unconscious Zhou Hong out of his storage bag, kindly injected his nascent soul into Zhou Hong's body, helping it return to its original state, and then stabbed the eternal night umbrella into his chest. The pain woke Zhou Hong up. Bai Hao, what are you doing? Zhou Hong roared. Before he could finish his roar, his life force was drained away, causing him excruciating pain. He screamed in agony, his body withering instantly. The immense life force poured into Bai Xiaoqun, and his physical strength recovered quickly. Because Zhou Hong was already severely injured and had been tossed around like this, he couldn't hold on for long before falling unconscious again. Bai Xiaoqun hastily retracted the eternal night umbrella, angrily glaring at the emaciated Zhou Hong, utterly dissatisfied. Useless, not even as good as Li Tiansheng. He only has a little bit of life left, and he's the crown prince too. Why doesn't he just die? Bai Xiaoqun muttered a few words, tossing Zhou Hong into his storage bag. After glancing at the surrounding mist, he immediately ran off in one direction. The day passed quickly. Today, Bai Xiaochun's fearsome reputation soared. His combat power was overwhelmingly formidable. His heavenly nascent soul, combined with his physical strength, gave him a speed far superior to others. In the hearts of the barbarian geniuses, he was a hungry wolf, and they were mere lambs. Perhaps this description is an exaggeration, but in reality, it was not far off. The immense power of his heavenly nascent soul was clearly evident, and today it was a sudden burst of power. Among nascent soul cultivators, unless they were half-steps beyond the nascent soul stage, or half-step heavenly human cultivators beginning to comprehend the heavens and earth, the rest were no match for Bai Xiaochun. Even if Chu Hong was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, let alone others, Bai Xiaochun was confident that he could defeat a half-step heavenly human expert with the power of the immortal Emperor's Fist. Throughout the day, Bai Xiaochun's figure was hidden within the mist of the soul refining lake, moving back and forth repeatedly. Because he couldn't find any 5-person teams, he targeted 10-person squads. He transformed into a hungry wolf, often striking when his prey was most vulnerable, directly capturing several people before fleeing. Many trembled in fear, but were powerless to stop him. In this way, within a single day, Bai Xiaochun captured over 30 people, leaving only 6/10 of the barbarian wilderness's prodigies in his hands. The remaining 30 or so people were all terrified to the extreme, especially thinking about Bai Xiaochun's bizarre umbrella that could devour life force. It was the source of their fear. These people had split into 2 groups. One group followed the second prince and Chen Menya's entourage, heading to the Ghost King Flower to meet with Gongsun Yi, who was quietly waiting there. The other group fled to the mouth of the soul refining lake, their purpose clear. They had conceded defeat and did not want to fight Bai Xiaochun, clearly stating their intention to escape once the soul refining lake opened. Aside from that, only one person was relentlessly searching for Bai Xiaochun in the midst of the soul refining lake. This was a woman, Princess Susan of the Linglan Kingdom. Her eyes held an unusual expression as she continuously searched in all directions, trying to find Bai Xiaochun. By how, I will definitely find you. You are mine. Susan silently reflected, her eyes filled with determination. Earlier, after Bai Xiaochun had achieved his goal, she had pursued him, and they had immediately engaged in combat. However, halfway through the fight, he had sent her flying several hundred feet with a single punch before turning and fleeing, leaving Susan extremely dissatisfied. Bai Xiaochun, meanwhile, was observing the group of prodigies, confident that the more he fought, the more energized he would become, his combat power increasing dramatically. He had bound over 70 people in his storage bag, all of whom had had their life force drained, leaving them skin and bones, barely clinging to life. This immense life force had allowed Bai Xiaochun to break through from the 3rd to the 5th stage of the bone refining realm. His body's protective power was incredibly strong. Even early-stage nascent soul divine abilities couldn't inflict significant damage on him. Approaching the 6th level of the bone refining realm, Bai Xiaochun excitedly searched through the fog for a while, finding it difficult to locate the barbarian geniuses. After searching for a while longer, he gradually discovered that the remaining people were divided into 2 groups. Those who bully me, Bai Xiaochun, will pay a heavy price. Bai Xiaochun proudly raised his head. Some of them fled to the lake, clearly showing their surrender. Bai Xiaochun thought he should be magnanimous. All right, if you know your mistake, I, Grandpa Bai, will let you off the hook. Those brats guarding near the Ghost King Flower, don't blame Grandpa Bai. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. He was about to head towards the Ghost King Flower area when the fog behind him stirred, and a beam of light shot towards him. Within the halo was a young woman. After she saw Bai Xiaochun's figure, her eyes shone brightly and she gasped for breath as she looked at him. Bai Hao, don't go! Seeing this figure and hearing her words, Bai Xiaochun's confident expression changed, his eyebrows furrowed, and he immediately increased his speed to fly away. He was extremely frustrated. He had met Susan before, and they had fought a battle. Bai Xiaochun was utterly helpless. It wasn't that Susan was particularly strong, her combat power was no different from Zhou Hong's. She also wore a jade pendant, a protective treasure bestowed upon her by the Spirit Forest King. This item was incredibly extravagant. After opening it, Bai Xiaochun found he couldn't break through the defensive aura. It's worth noting that in the savage wilderness, neither the Nine Nether King nor the Victorious King gave Zhou Hong and Gongsun Yi such treasures. After all, in their view, will someone dare to attack their descendants, they wouldn't dare kill them because they were the crown princes, destined to inherit the throne, rendering their protective treasures useless. Only through bloody battles and rigorous training can they become stronger and stronger. Obviously, King Linglin didn't think that way. He gave Susan that jade pendant for protection. Even a celestial being couldn't break it, only a demigod could. Since then, Susan was safe, without any vulnerabilities. In this soul-refining lake, she was practically cheating. Bai Xiaochun's fighting power was limited, so no one could offend her. Bai Xiaochun fought for a long time, his eyes wide with astonishment. Susan kept pestering him, causing him frustration and resentment. Bai Xiaochun decisively forced her to retreat and flee. The other party didn't give up, relentlessly pursuing him. Unable to catch him, Bai Xiaochun became even more resentful, thinking that not everyone was like this, otherwise there would be no point in playing. Bai Xiaochun immediately flew away, wanting to change direction and enter the fog. Susan chased after him for a long time, but let Bai Xiaochun escape, stomping her foot in frustration. Bai Hao, I must chase after you. You're mine, you're mine. Hearing Susan's voice still ringing in his ears, Bai Xiaochun increased his speed. Thinking of Princess Linglin's incessant clinging, Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on. That little brat has a jade pendant on her. How can I fight her? Bai Xiaochun sighed. He felt she was incredibly annoying, but there was nothing he could do. He could only avoid her, even worrying about her catching up. He circled around her before changing direction, flying straight towards the Ghost King flower. Outside the aura surrounding the Ghost King flower, Gongsunyi and the others were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, seemingly practicing breathing exercises to maintain their peak state. Their eyes blazed with fighting spirit, which was growing stronger and stronger. He was waiting, believing that Bai Hao would appear here. Not far from him, the second prince, Chen Menyao, and a dozen or so powerful and noble heavenly disciples surrounded them, their faces grim. They were extremely worried about this trip to the soul refining lake. No one had expected someone like Bai Hao to appear. A single void primordial spirit forbidden's formation had caught them off guard, and then Bai Hao's power had terrified them. Looking towards the mouth of the soul refining lake not far away, more than 10 people, clearly at a disadvantage, were waiting for the lake to open. In truth, they also wanted to admit defeat but were unwilling to do so. Although they knew Bai Xiaochun was very strong, they secretly harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, this place had the second prince, a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage, the little victory King Gongsunyi, one of the top 2 in their generation, and Chen Menyao, a disciple of the Grand Celestial Master. These 3, working together, might be able to suppress Bai Hao. With such thoughts swirling in their minds, everyone felt a constant mix of anxiety and apprehension, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The second prince's eyes flickered. He harbored ulterior motives and was also intrigued by Bai Hao. He seemed to understand the situation in the soul refining lake. Bai Hao had been abandoned by the giant Ghost King. Perhaps I can still win him over. Although his cultivation is profound, his intentions are undoubtedly very high. If I want to win him over, I must first persuade him. The second prince pondered for a moment. Beside him, Chen Menyao frowned in thought, her mind conjuring up images of Bai Hao, searching for places that resembled someone she knew, trying to find the familiar clues she needed. Everyone present was lost in their own thoughts when suddenly Gongsunyi looked up. The second prince and Chen Menyao also looked over, causing the others to gasp in surprise, their gazes fixed on the figure not far away. In their eyes, the mist in the heavens and earth swirled incessantly, and a figure shot out from the mist like an arrow, the sound of tearing wind echoing deafeningly. That figure had long, flowing hair, robes that billowed without wind, eyes that shone with a cold light, and an overwhelmingly domineering aura emanating from his entire being. Bai Hao, he's here! Everyone's hearts trembled. The fighting spirit in Gongsunyi's eyes was about to erupt, but he struggled to restrain himself and remained seated. After looking at Bai Xiaochun, he closed his eyes, clearly indicating his current unstable aura. He tried to calm himself. It's not the time to kill him yet, Gongsunyi muttered to himself. He was waiting for Bai Xiaochun to arrive, waiting for his own accumulated fighting spirit to reach its peak. Bai Hao, you are my whetstone. Outside the Demon King flower, when Bai Xiaochun appeared, the atmosphere was tense. The second prince's eyes blazed with brilliance as he surged forward at incredible speed, transforming into a blur as he flew towards Bai Xiaochun. His actions greatly excited the other prodigies, who followed suit, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Only Gongsun and Chen Manyo remained motionless. Unlike Gongsun, who kept his eyes closed, Chen Manyao's eyes shone brightly. She stared intently at Bai Xiaochun's figure, as if every single movement of his was etched into her heart. More than 10 people at the mouth of the soul-refining lake also watched intently, their eyes wide with fear. Although they appeared to be accepting defeat, they were inwardly unwilling to accept it, and therefore paid even closer attention. In an instant, everyone looked over as Bai Xiaochun's figure collided with the second prince in the sky. After the collision, a deafening explosion echoed in all directions. The second prince, with his nascent soul great perfection cultivation, unleashed his full power. His hands formed a series of incantations, and 700-foot-tall illusory figures appeared around him. These 7 figures wore imperial robes and crowns, and exuded an aura of ancient desolation, sealing off the 4 directions and forming a unique domain. The second prince was the emperor within this domain. Under this aura, each of his attacks contained destiny. He wasn't a celestial being, yet he subtly resembled one, capable of manipulating heaven and earth. Amidst the explosion, a golden dragon emerged, flying out of the second prince's body and roaring loudly before charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. The second prince's divine ability startled him. This ability was similar to the immortal Emperor Fist. While his immortal Emperor Fist relied on the compressed and explosive power of his own body, the second prince borrowed external force. Especially since this force can manipulate the destiny of heaven and earth for its own use. When Bai Xiaochun clashed with the second prince, he saw countless people in the savage wilderness worshipping the image of the emperor. This was just the beginning. What terrified him most was the immense pressure emanating from the 7 statues surrounding him, causing Bai Xiaochun to tremble. And the second prince was using this divine ability to withstand his attacks. What kind of divine ability is this? Bai Xiaochun was shocked, while the people around him were excited. The emperor's technique, this is a royal secret technique. It's been a long time since we've seen a royal secret technique. The second prince is truly worthy of being the most capable successor to the throne after the first prince. The resounding explosions drowned out the excited voices of the crowd. In their brief contact, the battle between Bai Xiaochun and the second prince produced continuous loud explosions. He's considerably stronger than Zhou Hong. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. He raised his right hand, and a black, 16 times refined spear appeared. The second prince's expression turned grim. He immediately retreated, not one to give up easily. He was terrified to discover his cultivation was being suppressed invisibly. This shocked him. Even his cultivation flowed sluggishly. If it weren't for his great perfection cultivation and such an important royal family secret technique, he wouldn't have been seriously injured after just a few punches. Now, his blood was boiling, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He spat out fresh blood, his eyes filled with pain. Bai Xiaochun was so powerful that even without that earth-shattering punch, he was extremely wary of him. Bai Hao is too powerful. Even using the royal family's secret techniques, I'm still being suppressed. Seeing Bai Xiaochun wield his spear, the second prince took a deep breath. He raised both hands, and at that moment, the 7 statues surrounding him emitted dazzling golden light. The surrounding space shone brightly, and 2 golden dragons appeared on his body, roaring before attacking Bai Xiaochun. Seeing the second prince engaging in battle with an opponent of equal strength to Bai Xiaochun, the surrounding crowd was terrified. Several immediately joined the fight, flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Others hesitated, but also formed a circle, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities and techniques. Even the more than 10 people near the mouth of the soul-refining lake hesitated, exchanging glances before flying out one by one. Clearly, their surrender wasn't voluntary. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with cold light upon seeing this. Knowing the second prince was no less formidable, and annoyed by the entanglement with those statues, he immediately retracted his spear, clenched his fist, ignored the surrounding divine abilities, and punched directly into the ground. The ground shook violently. With a single punch from Bai Xiaochun, the hidden power of his mask erupted fiercely, and he muttered 2 words in his heart, "Water marsh." Around Bai Xiaochun, dense steam appeared in all directions, instantly transforming the surroundings into a swamp. Because of the mask's concealment, the image in the eyes of these people also changed. They couldn't perceive the swamp, only the terrifying, tyrannical aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun. In that instant, this tyrannical aura surged to the heavens, and Bai Xiaochun muttered to more words in his heart, "Kingdom." After uttering those two words, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his aura surging. His hair fluttered without wind, and even the invisible pool of water seemed to be enveloped within a 1,000-mile radius. In an instant, sharp spikes clearly appeared around Bai Xiaochun, hurtling upwards with a deafening sound of tearing wind. Finally, a beast claw covering a 1,000-mile radius erupted. The heavens and earth seemed to collapse. The 8 directions shook violently, and the 2 golden dragons screamed in agony. One of them, impaled by the beast claw, was nothing more than a worm, utterly annihilated. The second prince spat out fresh blood, his body trembling violently. He was sent flying far away. The faces of the surrounding prodigies changed drastically. Their bodies seemed to crash into mountains, all spitting blood and flying backward. Especially those who had already flown halfway to their destination were startled and stopped in midair, speechless with astonishment. They couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Just a second ago, Bai Xiaochun was fighting the second prince to a draw, but the next second, the second prince was spitting blood and severely injured, while the others were sent flying backward, some even sustaining serious injuries. They were speechless with surprise, their eyes filled with horror, their hearts aching with bitter regret. Unable to advance or retreat, they stood suspended in midair, trembling. After exchanging glances, they immediately dispersed. No one approached the Ghost King Flower, nor did they go to the mouth of the Soul Refining Lake. They were truly terrified. Everyone scattered to hide. The Soul Refining Lake was so vast, even if Bai Xiaochun wanted to search it, he couldn't possibly find it all. Those who had just arrived halfway scattered and fled in all directions. Bai Xiaochun paid no attention to them. His heart was filled with indescribable excitement. The beast's claws extended for thousands of miles, and his mind was intensely shaken. Too powerful, it's probably comparable to the immortal emperor's fist. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. He knew this was related to his heavenly down-nascent soul, which was why he was so powerful. He felt a great sense of relief. All the sacrifices and suffering he had endured to break through to the heavenly down-nascent soul were worthwhile. He even had a vague premonition that the complete beast claw he had seen wasn't truly complete. It seemed only a part of the claw had appeared. My life-bound beast. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He instantly appeared before the group of geniuses severely injured by the Water Marsh Kingdom, then sealed them and threw them into his storage bag. As for the second prince, who struggled to speak, Bai Xiaochun had no time for him. He sealed him as well. After finishing these tasks, Bai Xiaochun looked around and saw that only 2 people remained. One was Gongsun Yi, who was still sitting cross-legged in meditation, eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned. Even when Bai Xiaochun unleashed a heaven-shattering attack, he kept his eyes closed. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, a very powerful aura existed within Gongsun Yi's body, and that aura was constantly increasing. It seemed that the moment he opened his eyes would be the strongest moment of his life. Bai Xiaochun stared at the other person for a moment, feeling a little uneasy. Then he looked at the second person, Chen Manyao. Chen Manyao stood there, frowning at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't know if she recognized him or not. His heart was extremely nervous, but his demeanor was calm, as if he hadn't noticed anything. He tried his best to appear cold and indifferent, saying, "You didn't attack me from beginning to end. If that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave." Bai Xiaochun seemed very arrogant. After saying this, he ignored Chen Manyao and walked towards Gongsun Yi, secretly observing Chen Manyao's expression. Gongsun Yi's eyelids twitched, as if he wanted to use Bai Xiaochun's pressure to temper his fighting spirit, wanting to suppress it to the extreme. Just as Bai Xiaochun was more than 100 feet away from Gongsun Yi, Chen Manyao's eyes suddenly flashed with light. With her right hand forming a hand seal, countless snowflakes materialized before her, creating an ice mirror that struck directly at Bai Xiaochun. Under this attack, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He retreated, and as he did, the spot where he had stood froze, the sound of crackling ice turning into a strange, icy blast. The ice was eerie. After its appearance, a chilling aura erupted in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He realized this icy aura was triggering his ice realm technique, and it seemed as if the icy energy was about to erupt. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong, and with a slight thought, he suppressed it. With a complex mix of emotions, he glared angrily at Chen Manyao. "What do you want to do?" As soon as Bai Xiaochun uttered these words, Chen Manyao ignored him. She chanted a spell, pointed her finger, and immediately the ice reversed, transforming into flames and exploding into a sea of fire. However, instead of spreading in all directions, it flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun, directly devouring him. The goal remained the same, to probe whether Bai Xiaochun possessed the power of the cold realm. This fire was even more direct, seemingly acting on instinct. Once a cultivator practicing the cold realm's cold energy is attacked by the power of flames, even if suppressed, the cold energy accumulated in their body will still be disturbed, revealing a weakness. Bai Xiaochun's forehead was covered in sweat. This kind of probing was too obvious. He was nervous, knowing that if he continued like this, he would be exposed. Without time to think, he turned and attacked, appearing before Chen Manya and fiercely raising his right hand. "You want to die?" A loud bang echoed as Bai Xiaochun threw a punch. The tension in Chen Manyao's eyes vanished, replaced by a strange expression. She didn't dodge at all. She remained standing there, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun, allowing his punch to land on her. This scene made Bai Xiaochun's eyes widen. Once this punch landed, Chen Manyao wouldn't be able to resist, and even if she didn't control herself, she would be severely injured. Bai Xiaochun immediately withdrew his fist. As she retracted her fist, a look of joy appeared in Chen Manyao's phoenix eyes. She bit her lower lip, a smile still lingering on her lips. This scene made Bai Xiaochun realize that Chen Manyao was using herself to test him. Cunning. Bai Xiaochun was speechless, only able to lock the stable door after the horse had bolted. Although he withdrew his fist, his hand still patted Chen Manyao, sealing her. Without waiting for Chen Manyao to speak, Bai Xiaochun quickly grabbed her and threw her into his storage bag, not daring to look into her eyes. How should we settle this? Bai Xiaochun hesitated inwardly. He guessed there was a 50-50th chance that Chen Manyao had figured out his identity. He was very troubled, feeling that he had concealed it so well. Why had this cunning girl seen through him? He wanted to ask, but he was afraid of seeing Chen Manyao now, worried about revealing more flaws. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun looked at the last person, his gaze falling on Gongsun. He noticed that Gongsun's eyelids were trembling even more. "Interesting, wanting to use my pressure as a whetstone to hone your fighting spirit. Is this method effective?" Bai Xiaochun snorted. He was troubled by Chen Manyao's matter, and without further ado, he walked directly towards Gongsun. He still remembered that it was Gongsun who had used a sealing net to stop him, thus allowing him to be bombarded by the divine abilities of the other prodigies. Just thinking about the danger at that time, Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anger. He flew swiftly, and when he was still 10 jong away from Gongsun, suddenly Gongsun's eyes widened, and a radiant light like the sun shot out from them. His fighting spirit erupted, as if the pressure had reached its limit and then burst forth to the heavens. "By how?" Gongsun roared, his entire body radiating overwhelming fighting spirit. 10,000 runes appeared around him, spinning and transforming into golden tornadoes. Amidst the deafening explosions and blinding light, Bai Xiaochun was like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by the tornadoes. The 10,000 runes spun rapidly, like 10,000 sharp blades, immediately attacking Bai Xiaochun. The golden whirlwind, like an indestructible blade, was incredibly powerful. Bai Xiaochun's body today possessed astonishing strength, and he was also protected by spiritual treasures. He was not far behind the humanoid beast, and he was completely unfazed by the whirlwind's onslaught. A rumbling sound echoed as the golden runes bombarded Bai Xiaochun, but they had no effect on him. In an instant, he appeared before Gongsun, his face ferocious. He raised his fist and unleashed a punch. As this punch landed, golden light flashed in Gongsun's eyes, and 10,000 runes surrounding him flew straight towards him, overlapping to form a wall of light that blocked Bai Xiaochun. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Bai Xiaochun stopped in his tracks. The golden light barrier trembled incessantly, cracks appearing, but not collapsing. Behind the light wall, Gongsun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had withstood Bai Xiaochun's attack but didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he took another step towards Bai Xiaochun. Why, how is this all the skill you have? Gong Sini shouted, his heart filled with terror. His cultivation was being suppressed by an invisible force, and he now understood why Bai Hao was so powerful and ferocious. It was likely related to this technique. There was no time for much thought now. Relying on his fighting spirit to suppress the instability within him, he clasped his hands together, chanting incantations, and pointed a finger towards Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, the shimmering light screen scattered, transforming into 10,000 runes, which then turned into a phoenix. The phoenix's demeanor was cold and aloof. It shrieked and then lunged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. The little victorious king's divine abilities are extraordinary. They must come from the victorious king. If it weren't for the fact that I lack a nascent soul cultivation technique and some divine abilities consume too much spiritual power, even crushing the little victorious king wouldn't be difficult. Bai Xiaochun snorted inwardly. He could see that Gong Sini's cultivation had surpassed the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, seemingly only a step away from the half-step heavenly human realm. The only problem was that this situation was too difficult to overcome. It required both luck and immense willpower. At this moment, a golden phoenix flew towards him. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and made a grab in the air. A 16 times refined black spear appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it straight at the approaching golden phoenix. This strike was like splitting heaven and earth. A series of sonic booms erupted. The spear collided with the golden phoenix, the explosions reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. The shockwave spread in all directions, forcing Gong Sini to retreat continuously. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's body transformed into a shooting star. Holding the black spear in his hand, Bai Xiaochun became like a black lightning bolt, as if tearing through the sky, his power earth-shattering. Gong Sini retreated over 100 yards, spitting out fresh blood before finally stopping. Seeing Bai Xiaochun charging towards him, he gasped for breath, his fighting spirit intensifying. With a loud roar, he neither retreated nor dodged, but instead charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. I am the little victorious king. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Gong Sini's eyes turned crimson, and he pressed his hands forward. Immediately, 10,000 runes condensed into a golden battle axe, which he swung towards Bai Xiaochun. A loud explosion resounded. The surrounding space trembled. The golden battle axe crumbled layer by layer. The golden runes shattered, and Bai Xiaochun's aura surged. His speed was not slow at all. After piercing through the shattered battle axe, his black spear transformed into a lightning bolt and attacked Gong Sini. Gong Sini spat out countless amounts of blood. His body was struck by the immense force and sent flying back 10 meters. A tragic smile still lingered on his lips, his fighting spirit undiminished. He roared, disregarding life and death, his hands forming a hand seal. 10,000 runes around him emitted a bright golden light, instantly moving towards Gong Sini and condensing into a golden staff. Holding the staff in his hand, Gong Sini swung it forcefully, his cultivation erupting. His body merged into the technique, transforming into a golden storm as he slammed the staff into Bai Xiaochun. Gong Sini's divine abilities were constantly changing. Bai Xiaochun was also shocked. The opponent was using 10,000 transforming runes, a familiar sight, and he knew it was a secret technique of the victorious king. Something outsiders couldn't possibly master. The golden staff, like a mountain collapsing and a sea overturning, slammed down. Bai Xiaochun shouted, holding a long spear but not thrusting it. Instead, he twisted the void, his cultivation and physical strength erupting, sweeping the spear horizontally. Boom! 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 The two clashed again, amidst earth-shattering explosions. Gong Sini continuously spat out blood, seemingly driven mad. Even with his severe injuries, he didn't retreat, immediately attacking Bai Xiaochun. This time, there was no need for the staff. As the staff disintegrated, 10,000 runes condensed around Gong Sini, transforming into 100 magical artifacts. These artifacts included swords, spears, axes, and other weapons. Everything needed was there, none of them for defense. They all unleashed earth-shattering killing intent, charging towards Bai Xiaochun along with Gong Sini. Why, how? Use your ultimate attack. Either I die, or you perish. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Gong Sini's fighting spirit was strong, his divine abilities unpredictable, and he even displayed a fearless, insane rage. These qualities deeply moved Bai Xiaochun. For the first time, he saw that the prodigies of the savage wilderness were not the same as those he had just encountered. There were still true powerhouses among them. Gong Sun-yi and Zhou Hong could be considered powerful figures. Although they had minor flaws, they possessed a frenzied temperament and a fierce yet unwavering will, something Bai Xiaoqun rarely encountered in the Starry Sky Dao extreme sect. He's no match for me, yet he still didn't hesitate to fight me. Recalling his previous actions, it's clear he sees me as a whetstone, wanting to hone himself in life-or-death battles. A hint of respect flickered in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes. He felt he needed to respect this opponent. Seeing the other man charging forward recklessly, his 100 magic weapons radiating overwhelming killing intent, Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath. He raised his right hand, and the black spear vanished without a trace. He no longer used any magic weapons. Standing in the midst of the heavens and earth, his aura transformed and directly contracted, a creaking sound emanating from within him. Even his essence, spirit, and soul were compressed. As he compressed his hand, a black vortex appeared in his right hand, carrying an incredibly terrifying vibration. It continuously expanded along the vortex, and behind him, an extremely majestic phantom appeared. The phantom wore imperial robes and a crown, its eyes filled with an arrogant will to conquer the world. You want to comprehend life and death? I'll give you this opportunity. Bai Xiaoqun said seriously, feeling that his words carried an air of arrogance and overwhelming power. He clenched his right hand into a fist, his steady aura attacking Gong Sun-yi, directly unleashing a punch. This punch wasn't at full power, but it still held back only about 5%. Even so, the heavens and earth changed, the surrounding mist continuously boiling, and the black vortex constantly expanding, transforming into a dark abyss attacking Gong Sun-yi. At the same time, the emperor's eyes behind Bai Xiaoqun shot out a dazzling light, his body twisted, carrying an overbearing will that merged into Bai Xiaoqun's fist, into the black vortex, and formed Bai Xiaoqun's ultimate attack, the immortal emperor's fist. Boom! This punch caused the entire world to pause for a moment. The eyes of the whole world turned to this place. It became the sole force of destruction in the heavens and earth. Gong Sun-yi roared loudly, his crimson eyes staring intently at Bai Xiaoqun's fist, imbued with domineering power. Looking at the supreme black hole erupting within him, he roared and swung both hands forward. Battle against heaven! The sound echoed like thunder, and 100 surrounding magical artifacts accelerated, flying straight into Bai Xiaoqun's immortal emperor fist. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded, and the magical artifacts that collided with the immortal emperor's fist black hole all disintegrated and crumbled, shattering into pieces. Completely ineffective in hindering him. He watched helplessly as 10,000 runes vanished, and watched helplessly as the black hole lunged forward as if to devour him. In this moment of imminent death, a storm of emotion surged within Gong Sun-yi's mind. In that instant, the storm devoured everything. In this moment of life and death, Gong Sun-yi's fighting spirit not only didn't diminish but erupted even more powerfully. His fighting spirit exploded with ferocity. In his frenzied will, his entire body trembled violently, and the sound of shattering metal echoed in his ears. At this moment, the shackles and chains shattered, and immediately afterward, an earth-shattering aura erupted from within him. During this outburst, countless clouds appeared in the sky, and a colossal phantom image materialized, a reflection of Gong Sun-yi's face. Although it only appeared for a fleeting moment before vanishing, Gong Sun-yi's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Now it was a breakthrough in his cultivation. Half-step heavenly human. Bai Hao, thank you for your tempering. You finally helped me break through my cultivation and enter the half-step heavenly human realm. This step has held me back for so long. In gratitude, I won't kill you today. I'll only cripple your cultivation. Gong Sun-yi's expression was filled with excitement and arrogance as he looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. His heart was overflowing with exhilaration. Just as he had said, he had waited for this day for a long time. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun exerted too much pressure on him. The first time he saw Bai Xiaoqun unleash the immortal emperor fist, he clearly realized he couldn't win. Because of his arrogance and pride, he refused to admit defeat. The only way to reverse the situation was to break through his cultivation. Therefore, he resolved to use Bai Xiaoqun as a whetstone, using the opponent's pressure to temper his own fighting spirit. After reaching the limit, at the moment of life and death, he would unleash a breakthrough in his cultivation. Or, if he succeeded, he would instantly enter the half-step heavenly human realm. From then on, he only needed to find a spirit-refining treasure and experience 15 enlightenments, and he could use that treasure to comprehend the heavens and earth, and attempt to break through to the true heavenly human realm. If he lost, he believed that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't dare kill him, and although he would suffer a little, this was the most advantageous deal. He laughed like a madman, his hands forming a series of incantations. The surrounding void exploded, and suddenly 200,000 runes appeared, forming a golden vortex that rushed towards Bai Xiaochun's immortal Emperor Fist black hole. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Gongsun Yi to break through. His method is really effective. Bai Xiaochun gasped, his heart filled with both admiration and resentment. He thought about how he had painstakingly reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, while the other party, relying solely on life and death trials, had already broken through to the half-step heavenly human realm. This made Bai Xiaochun uncomfortable, and the fact that Gongsun Yi was still laughing so arrogantly after his breakthrough angered him even more. White-eyed Wolf, you have the same personality as the giant ghost king. I helped you break through, and in the blink of an eye, you want to cripple my cultivation. You don't know gratitude, and you want to repay kindness with resentment. Bai Xiaochun was furious, feeling that he couldn't let this arrogant Gongsun Yi get away without teaching him a lesson, making him understand that a drop of kindness must be repaid with a river. So what if I've broken through? Your grandpa Bai can still suppress you. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, raising his right fist and punching out. He didn't use the immortal Emperor Fist, but instead channeled unused portions of his strength into it, instantly boosting its power. Bai Xiaochun trembled even more. His 5/10 of his strength had already reached the limit of his body. Now his body trembled, using his bones as a foundation and his flesh and blood as a spring, causing his blood to burst forth. The black vortex of the immortal Emperor Fist erupted with terrifying black light, more than doubling in size and speed. Its domineering will, reaching the heavens, struck directly at Gongsun Yi. Go ahead and be arrogant, but I'll suppress you. Bai Xiaochun roared, his voice surpassing even thunder. Gongsun Yi, who had been agitated, was now terrified and disbelieving, utterly unable to comprehend what had happened. As his golden vortex collided with the black hole and collapsed, 200,000 golden runes shattered, and the fist resembling the black hole appeared before Gongsun Yi. Impossible. I'm a half-step heavenly human. I can't fail. Gongsun Yi's face contorted. He screamed like a madman, constantly chanting incantations, channeling his entire cultivation, and desperately resisting. Don't say you're a half-step heavenly human. Even if you were a heavenly human, your grandfather Bai would have fought for people already. What are you? Suppress, suppress. I'm going to beat a white-eyed wolf like you, Bai Xiaochun roared, his body seemingly merging into the black hole. In an instant, the black hole's incredibly violent power attacked Gongsun Yi, the 5 elements divine light of his heavenly down nascent soul erupting completely. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, seemingly shaking the entire soul refining lake world several times. The black hole dissipated, and Gongsun Yi let out a pained cry, spitting out fresh blood as if he didn't want to live anymore. His body flew away like a kite with a broken string. He was severely injured by this force. His chest was blurry, his body twisted uncontrollably, and even his body had cracked. Even his nascent soul was weak. The biggest blow was to his pride and self-respect. Why is this happening? The arrogance he felt during his breakthrough had been severely wounded. The sudden change left Gongsun Yi bewildered. His eyes turned black, his consciousness disintegrated. Before he could regain control of his body, Bai Xiaochun's figure flew towards him swiftly, raising his right hand and slapping Gongsun Yi across the face. Bang! He directly sealed Gongsun Yi and then threw him into his storage bag. After doing all that, Bai Xiaochun panted heavily. He directly landed in the valley below, his face pale. The 8/10 of the immortal Emperor Fist's power had weakened his body, and now it was even weaker, his body filled with pain. Fortunately, even though his body was weak, his heavenly down-nascent soul cultivation was still intact, which was the strength that allowed him to unleash 8/10 of the immortal Emperor Fist's power. You dare to bully me when Grandpa Bai gets angry. Even I have to fear you. Do you really think my heavenly down-nascent soul and immortal body are made of paper? Bai Xiaoqun thought triumphantly to himself, recalling the scenes after he entered the soul refining lake. He found it unbelievable and admired himself even more. My courage has grown considerably, Bai Xiaoqun muttered to himself, thinking that ever since he risked going to the Bai family and then tying up the Bai family's patriarch, he'd become somewhat addicted, so he tied up the giant ghost king. And now he'd tied up all the geniuses of the savage wilderness. He could imagine that once this news spread, his name would become famous throughout the savage wilderness. It's all because of that old bastard, the giant ghost king. Bai Xiaoqun felt pain all over his body and looked up at the ghost king flower covered by the restrictions. The flower was not far from blooming. He could even see the fruit growing rapidly within its pistil, and it would likely bear fruit soon. Seeing the ghost king flower, Bai Xiaoqun felt troubled, remembering his plan to take revenge on the giant ghost king. He snorted a few times before throwing the second prince and Gongsun out. Most of these people were unconscious, but a few were still conscious. Seeing Bai Xiaoqun at this moment, their faces turned pale and showed terror, especially the second prince, who seemed to want to say something. Bai Xiaoqun glared at him and then stabbed him with the eternal night umbrella. Don't talk to me. I like cleanliness. Bai Hao, listen to me. Before the second prince could finish speaking, his face changed color, his body trembled, and he screamed in agony. More than half of his life force was sucked away by the eternal night umbrella, leaving him nothing but skin and bones in an instant. After stabbing the second prince, Bai Xiaoqun turned to the others. He went over and stabbed them, the barbarian geniuses screaming in agony, some cursing loudly. Bai Hao, you dare! My father won't let you get away with this. Bai Hao, you're cutting off your own escape route. The more merciful the insults, the more life force Bai Xiaoqun absorbed. From then on, others also learned their lesson, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun softened his heart towards such clever people, not taking even a single drop. Finally, he came before Gongsun Yi. Gongsun Yi raised his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Bai Xiaoqun, his eyes filled with bitterness but undiminished fighting spirit. Bai Xiaoqun's admiration for Gongsun Yi grew even stronger. Hesitating whether to absorb his life force, he immediately asked, "When we meet again, will you fight again?" "If we meet again in the future, I naturally want to fight you again. Sooner or later, I will personally trample you underfoot." Gongsun Yi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, subtly mixed with killing intent. "Your grandmother, that's a harsh thing to say. Don't be so violent." Bai Xiaoqun glared, thrusting his eternal night umbrella forward. After harvesting a handful of life force, Bai Xiaoqun threw the spoils of war into his storage bag. Only then did he sit cross-legged, his consciousness vigilantly scanning the surroundings as he continuously cultivated the immortal bone. Time passed, and after 3 hours, a loud banging sound erupted within Bai Xiaoqun's body. He opened his eyes, which shone with golden light. His life force was abundant, his physical strength fully restored, and he felt his defensive power increase by another level. 7th level of bone refining realm. Bai Xiaoqun murmured excitedly. He wanted to stand up and feel the power of the 7th level, but a change occurred within him. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqun looked up at the Ghost King flower not far away. When he looked, the Ghost King flower had fully bloomed. In the soul refining lake world, where long, narrow mountain ranges converge to form a valley, the enormous Ghost King flower has bloomed. Each petal emits a faint fragrance, the scent spreading in all directions, darkening the already gloomy sky. In an instant, the entire sky turned black. At the same time, a dense aura of death emanates from the petals, enveloping the entire soul refining lake world. In the mist, all the vengeful spirits and ghosts in the soul refining lake world tremble, kneeling before the flower. Their eyes are filled with reverence and fanaticism, as if they are worshipping their king. At this moment, the Ghost King flower has bloomed, and within it, a green fruit is subtly turning black, revealing a ferocious demonic face. Bai Xiaoqun recognizes this demonic face. It is exactly like the giant demon statue carved in Giant Demon City. It was obvious that this fruit was of great importance to the Giant Demon King, and of course, it was also related to the Giant Demon King's cultivation method and its origins. It was indeed related to the Demon King fruit, but Bai Xiaoqun didn't know the specifics. He took a deep breath and looked over. Under his gaze, the petals of the Demon King flower peeled off, and as they fell, they turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared into the ground. The moment the last petal disappeared, The fruit of the Demon King flower also turned black. In an instant, an extremely strong gravitational force was generated, and a terrifying vortex appeared in the white barrier. The fruit of the Demon King flower gradually rose and disappeared into the vortex. The moment it disappeared, the white barrier also completed its mission. It slowly transformed into a halo of light and then did not return to Bai Xiaochun's body, disappearing in all directions. Having witnessed everything firsthand, Bai Xiaochun sighed deeply, his heart filled with worrying. He knew that no matter what, the giant ghost king would get what he wanted, only lacking the sacrifice of himself. I won't let this go, Bai Xiaochun thought to himself. Even though he had been victorious in every battle these past few days, he had lived in constant fear and anxiety. He was angry, even wondering why the giant ghost king hadn't just told him directly. Clearly, he didn't trust me, worried that if he had just told me directly, I wouldn't have agreed. HMPH, am I that kind of person? A little danger like this, and I'd be afraid. Who do you think I am? Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt a pang of guilt and dismissed the thought of what would have happened if he had known earlier. Because if he had known, he definitely wouldn't have gone. At this moment, he walked to the mouth of the soul refining lake. Simultaneously, the world of the soul refining lake trembled again, and a faint aura opened up around the mouth of the lake. More than 10 people fled. I guess they're hiding somewhere around now. They only have an hour to get out. Let them go. Let them go. If they've fled, let them hide. Bai Xiaochun was also somewhat nervous. He looked at his storage bag, knowing he had just done something big. This storage bag was a hot potato. Bai Xiaochun didn't dare take it. He had to offer this great gift to the giant ghost king. He instantly transformed into a beam of light and flew straight towards the mouth of the soul refining lake. Just as he was about to approach, suddenly another beam of light flew from another direction towards the mouth of the soul refining lake, appearing before Bai Xiaochun. It was Princess Suzanne of Linglan City. She stood before the vortex, which was the exit of the soul refining lake. Simply stepping inside would allow one to leave. She didn't enter. Suzanne stood there like a guardian, looking up at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt troubled, and the light from the jade pendant on Suzanne's body enveloped the vortex. Why how, let's see where you can hide, Suzanne said triumphantly to him. Bai Xiaochun frowned at Suzanne, his head feeling a little bigger. Among the people entering the soul refining lake, he thought only Chen Manyao was a headache for him, but he never expected Suzanne to be even more of a headache for him. Fighting is impossible. If the other party intends to block the exit, I'll have to put in a lot of effort to get out. What do you want? Bai Xiaochun said helplessly. Why are you asking me? I want to ask you. Why did you run away when you saw me? Suzanne glared at him, still angry. You have a protective jade pendant on you. I couldn't hit you. It would only be a waste of time, so of course I had to run away. Bai Xiaochun sighed, explaining, thinking that if he could persuade her with words, he wouldn't need to fight. A waste of time, humph, you've tied us up. What do you intend to do? Suzanne's eyes flickered with ferocity. This is an order from the giant ghost king. I'm just a nobody, so I have to obey the king's decree. Bai Xiaochun said to Suzanne with a wronged expression. Really? Suzanne was skeptical. Absolutely. Bai Xiaochun quickly assured her, then hesitated for a moment before saying, We shouldn't have attacked. Can you let me go? Suzanne silently observed Bai Xiaochun, seemingly trying to determine if his words were true or false. Normally, she would have judged for herself and wouldn't easily trust others. But for some reason, after hearing Bai Xiaochun speak, she was willing to believe him. After a while, she patted her storage bag, and a group of savage cultivator souls appeared. These were the prodigies of various powerful families. Their faces were bruised and battered, their cultivation sealed. They were all angry and wanted to curse, but dared not speak, nervously looking at Suzanne and then at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was stunned by this sight. These were the same guys who had admitted defeat but still wanted to fight him. Later, Bai Xiaochun had scared them away, and he hadn't expected that his intention to let them go would be thwarted by the demoness Suzanne. Ah! Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at Suzanne, unable to understand what she wanted. If it's the giant ghost king's order, then take them away. Suzanne looked at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, her gaze not sharp, her voice not loud, even slightly soft. and even her eyes showed an unusual expression. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback. He saw the strangeness in Susan's eyes and felt it was unbelievable. His first reaction was that he had misread her. I know now, you're the helper the giant ghost king was talking about. A flash of inspiration struck Bai Xiaochun, and he blurted out, You're the giant ghost king's helper. For some reason, Susan became enraged upon hearing this. She stamped her foot angrily, then suddenly flew towards Bai Xiaochun, clenching her fists and unleashing a powerful attack. A fight over a disagreement. Susan's mind must be messed up. Bai Xiaochun chuckled wryly, sighing as he dodged. If you have the guts, then don't bother with the jade pendant. Bai Xiaochun shouted, raising his right hand and throwing a punch. I don't need it then. Susan, displaying her stubbornness, immediately retrieved the jade pendant and attacked Bai Xiaochun. A resounding roar echoed, ripples spreading everywhere. Susan's physical strength was immense. After receiving Bai Xiaochun's punch, she spat out blood, a cracking sound emanating from her body, instantly suffering serious injuries. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Susan may be foolish, but she's still a demoness. That light in her eyes must be a sign of her rebellious nature towards me. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then cleverly reminded himself. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun struck again. Susan spat out fresh blood. Her body recoiled. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. From beginning to end, Susan hadn't used her protective jade pendant. He felt there was something wrong with her mind. Taking advantage of her retreat, Bai Xiaochun's speed surged, and he rushed closer. He raised his right hand, not punching down, but instead struck Susan's back with a palm strike, infusing his cultivation into it and sealing her cultivation. Everything was so fluid and effortless that Bai Xiaochun was surprised. After capturing Susan, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He felt like he had caught a big fish. Perhaps absorbing her life force can help me break through to the 8th heaven. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun took out the eternal night umbrella, hesitating whether to stab through or not. But at this moment, Susan looked at Bai Xiaochun, completely ignoring the eternal night umbrella, her expression unusual, and loudly declared, Bai Hao, I like you. Ah! Bai Xiaochun, startled, let go of her hand, and Susan fell to the ground with a thud. Susan's words struck Bai Xiaochun like a bolt of lightning. He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he felt Susan's gaze was unusual and somewhat suspicious, he found it unbelievable, too sudden, and therefore impossible. After all, it had only been a few days since their first meeting, and they had already been adversaries. Bai Xiaochun truly hadn't considered what he possessed that attracted the fierce Susan. Bai Xiaochun's gaze lingered, unconsciously scanning Susan's face and body. Although Susan was violent, her figure and appearance weren't bad. Bai Xiaochun quickly regained his composure. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of emotion, his mind filled with immense self-confidence and arrogance. Recalling the love letter from years ago, Bai Xiaochun felt his charm was unparalleled. The more than 10 people sealed nearby stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, feeling their brains couldn't process it, realizing how unbelievable this was. Bai Xiaochun sighed, raising the eternal night umbrella, determined not to stab it. After a moment of reflection, he ignored Susan and tossed her into his storage bag. After all, this fierce woman was his admirer, so he placed her in a separate section of his storage bag. Only Chen Manya received such treatment. As for the more than 10 barbarian geniuses nearby, Bai Xiaochun absorbed their life force in one go, then threw them into his storage bag with a wisp of consciousness, piling them up with the others. After doing this, Bai Xiaochun adjusted his breathing and looked at the vortex in front of him. His heart pounded. He pondered for a moment, then messed up his hair, tore his clothes, and even felt it wasn't enough. He gritted his teeth and struck his chest, forcing himself to spit out fresh blood before stepping into the vortex. At this moment, more than 100 people were waiting outside the soul refining lake. Even the dim-eyed old man accompanying Chuhong and the old woman protecting Susan had unusual expressions. They were confident that their prince and princess were not in danger inside the soul refining lake. As for Bai Xiaochun, they completely disregarded him, no one believing he could cause any trouble. Even the middle-aged man beside the second prince shared the same thought, his demeanor calm as he looked towards the mouth of the soul refining lake, waiting for the person inside to emerge. These three, not to mention the protectors of the barbarian geniuses, were equally calm. Coming from powerful families, they were chatting amongst themselves, clearly certain that with the three great heavenly kings joining forces, the giant ghost king would undoubtedly lose. It was truly impossible to win. As for Bai Hao, they had secretly overheard some rumors before, but still didn't take it seriously. Many even speculated that Bai Hao had long since perished. They also had other thoughts. Who would get the Ghost King fruit, and which of the three heavenly kings would ultimately obtain it? While chatting amongst themselves, some were making baits. The soul refining lake has opened. If nothing unexpected happens, the little Victory King will surely win. Not necessarily. Princess Susan isn't one to give up easily. She's very headstrong. Even the little Victory King would have a headache. Prince Zhou Hong has a heroic personality. They are the geniuses of this generation, and most people admire them. I think Prince Zhou Hong has a greater chance. After all, this time it's not just about combat power. Some of these gossiping remarks reached the ears of the unchanging lord, who couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Standing there silently, without any hope, he couldn't guess the giant ghost king's intentions. Such a major event, if it were him making the arrangements, he certainly wouldn't let Bai Xiaochun go alone. He would definitely mobilize all his forces, enlisting the giant ghost king's trusted families. Only then might there be a chance of winning. At present, he didn't believe Bai Hao alone could reverse the situation. Although he understood Bai Hao better than others, and knew he was formidable, the struggle within the soul-refining realm was like trying to snatch a peach from three different factions. It was no simple matter. I can only trust the king's arrangements. Wu Jiangong took a deep breath, thinking of the rebellion of the three great heavenly humans of the giant ghost city earlier. He felt a glimmer of hope in the giant ghost king's methods. Everyone was laughing and talking when suddenly the soul-refining lake shook violently. A loud explosion resounded, and a thin mist appeared around the lake. This scene drew the attention of many. The old man from Nine Nether City, the old woman from Spirit Forest City, and the middle-aged man from Kuwang City. Their eyes shone with a penetrating light as if trying to see through the soul-refining lake, all focusing on the entrance and exit. Who will be the first to come out? Everyone waited expectantly. Wu Jiangong shook his head. He didn't think Bai Hao would appear. As everyone watched intently, a battered figure suddenly emerged from the lake, flying out of the soul-refining lake at top speed. It's him! Why is he still alive? Bai Hao, wasn't he dead inside? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Even Wu Jiangong was dumbfounded, his eyes showing disbelief. He never expected the person who appeared to be Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and his aura extremely weak. His face was grim and he frowned, revealing a strong sense of resentment. Everyone could tell he was troubled and likely furious. This is outrageous! This is outrageous! Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, his expression filled with bitterness and intense anger as he rushed forward. He flew to Wu Jiangong's side. Let's go! His tone was filled with resentment, even more so with a pathetic, disheartened, and despondent tone. After speaking, he didn't look at Wu Jiangong. Bai Xiaochun flew away into the distance, his heart filled with resentment and fear. He had used a sneak attack in front of the elders of the Heavenly Pride group, which had excited him, but he also feared that they would see through his trick. If they investigated, he would surely be furious. Wu Jiangong was stunned, his face also darkened, and he sighed inwardly, vaguely guessing that Bai Hao had been bullied in the soul-refining lake. He shook his head helplessly and then chased after them, leaving with Bai Xiaochun. Watching the two figures leave, many people here sneered. Bai Hao is no ordinary person either. I thought he should have died inside. After that lesson, he'll probably have to bow his head for the rest of his life. I guess he was severely punished. He came out alive, probably because the Crown Prince didn't want to provoke the giant ghost king, but he certainly taught Bai Hao a lot of lessons. I wonder how much humiliation he endured. Just wait and see. Everyone will know soon. The surrounding guardians laughed. They weren't saying Bai Xiaochun's actions were flawless. The most fundamental reason was the blind spot in everyone's thinking. After all, one person fighting 100 was a huge disparity. His tone was filled with resentment, even more so with a pathetic, disheartened, and demoralized air. After speaking, he didn't look at Wu Jiangong, and Bai Zikun flew away into the distance, his heart filled with resentment and fear. He had used a secret trick in front of the elders of the group of prodigies, which had excited him, but he also feared that they would see through his scheme. If they investigated, he feared they would be furious. Lord Wuxiang was stunned, his expression darkened, and he sighed inwardly, vaguely guessing that Bai Hao had been mistreated in the soul refining lake. He shook his head helplessly, then chased after them and left with Bai Xiaochun. Watching the two leave, many people here sneered. I know why Bai Hao was the first to come out. He must have been terribly mistreated before, not daring to compete, only able to hide at the mouth of the soul refining lake. So as soon as the exit appeared, he rushed out. Bai Hao is no ordinary person. I thought he would die inside. After that lesson, he'll probably have to bow his head for the rest of his life. I guess he was severely punished. He came out alive, probably because the crown prince didn't want to provoke the giant ghost king, but he must have taught Bai Hao a lot of lessons. I wonder how much humiliation he endured. Just wait and see. Everyone will know soon enough. The surrounding guardians laughed and chatted. They didn't say Bai Xiaochun's actions were flawless. The most fundamental reason was the blind spot in everyone's thinking. After all, one person fighting 100 was too much of a disparity. Even the old man from Nine Nether City, the old woman from Spirit Forest City, and the middle-aged man from Kuwan City didn't pay attention to Bai Xiaochun's departure. Everyone's eyes turned towards the soul refining lake, continuing to wait. By now, an incense stick had burned down. Some felt uneasy, thinking that perhaps there was a fierce struggle inside, and now it was probably the most intense moment, so they calmed down. At this moment, in an outer region, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased even more. Wu Chenggong was right beside him. Seeing Bai Xiaochun like this, he was about to speak when Bai Xiaochun whispered, Brother Wu Cheng, quickly bring out the Ghost King boat. His tone trembled, showing Bai Xiaochun's urgency, which startled Wu Chenggong. What's wrong? Wu Chenggong immediately activated the Ghost King boat. Bai Xiaochun jumped aboard, then exhaled and urged, run. Wu Chenggong's eyes widened as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. His heart pounded, and even his eyelids twitched. In an instant, he remembered something from the giant ghost city, recalling the calamities that had occurred there. A chill ran down his spine, and he vaguely sensed something. His expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he channeled his cultivation into the Ghost King boat, breaking through the void and flying away. Along the way, Wu Chenggong repeatedly wanted to ask a question. He had a bad feeling, and after a moment of hesitation, he scrutinized Bai Xiaochun. He saw that Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, as if he was uncertain and apprehensive, occasionally turning his head to look behind him, seemingly feeling that the speed was too slow and constantly urging him on. All of this made Wu Chenggong's heart race. Could this guy have done something again? The more terrified Wu Chenggong became, the more he urged the Ghost King boat forward. What exactly did you do? After half a day like this, Wu Chenggong finally inquired. Nothing much, I just tied everyone up and threw them in here. Bai Xiaochun coughed. Although he was terrified at the moment, it was also a time to show off, so he naturally had to raise his head and say nonchalantly, What? You tied everyone up? Even Wu Chenggong, a heavenly human palace expert, felt his head reel. He gaped, then took a deep breath, staring at Bai Xiaochun in disbelief, his face contorting as he looked at Bai Xiaochun's storage bag. You. Wu Chenggong struggled to breathe, speechless for half a day. He understood that this matter was unimaginably significant. He immediately used all his potential and cultivation to infuse into the Ghost King boat, thereby increasing its speed to the limit. A loud explosion resounded as Bai Xiaochun and Wu Chenggong exerted all their strength to propel the Ghost King boat towards the giant ghost city, outside the soul refining lake. The guardians were puzzled not to see their prodigy emerge. Especially the old man from the Nine Nether City. He frowned as he looked at the soul refining lake, a profound light appearing in his eyes. Although he was a celestial being, the soul refining lake was too strange. With his cultivation, he couldn't see through the world within it. Beside him, the old woman guarding Susan was even more anxious. As she approached the soul refining lake, she kept turning to look in the direction Bai Xiaochun had left, her expression growing increasingly puzzled. Half the time has passed. Why hasn't he come out yet? Even if their competition wasn't that fierce, they knew that once an hour passed, the soul refining lake would close and they wouldn't be able to get out. Could something unexpected have happened? That's impossible. Not only were the two heavenly beings suspicious, but the surrounding guardians also felt uneasy. Their anxious gazes fell upon the soul-refining lake. As time passed, their worries grew. These prodigies were truly exceptionally talented and high-ranking individuals within their respective factions. After all, these were all descendants of powerful families, possessing not only high status and noble identities, but also extraordinary talent and cultivation. Many of them were even famous figures on the Ming Emperor's stone tablet. For the savage wilderness, these individuals were the next generation of outstanding talents, their future undoubtedly solidified as the core strength of the savage wilderness, especially those among them who were heavenly being seeds. Even achieving demigod status in a few years wasn't impossible. If anything unexpected happened to any of these people, it would be a minor shock to the savage lands. But if more than 10 people were to go missing, the shock would be tenfold. This was too great a matter. Even the 3 great heavenly kings couldn't bear such responsibility. It would be tantamount to opposing everyone. Thinking of this, their minds became even more uneasy, especially since the second prince and Chen Manyao were also present. The middle-aged man from Kuhuan City was also frightened. Half the time has passed. Why haven't they come out yet? The time for the soul-refining lake to close was approaching, and a constant clamor of voices was rising. Brother Lin, something might have happened inside. The old man from Nine Nether City took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at the middle-aged man. That's right, Brother Lin, this matter is too significant. The soul-refining lake belongs to the royal family. Surely the Grand Heavenly Master has a way to see through this place. The old woman from Spirit Forest City also spoke in a somber tone, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. Very quickly, the eyes of those around him also turned to the middle-aged man. Being stared at by so many people, the middle-aged man felt immense pressure. Those around him represented 80% of the powerful and wealthy in the savage wilderness, backed by celestial beings and 3 demigods. I must seek instructions from the Grand Heavenly Master on this matter. It's up to him to decide. After speaking, the middle-aged man immediately took the jade slip and transmitted a message. Soon, the jade slip emitted a dazzling light. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and grasped the jade slip. In an instant, the jade slip shattered into dust, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it coalesced into a small, fist-sized vortex. From within the vortex, a blue light shot out, flying straight towards the middle-aged man. He then cut a piece of it, transforming it into a small, fist-sized blue mirror. This mirror was incredibly weathered, clearly an antique, inscribed with countless runes. However, these runes were dim and indistinct, yet it still radiated an immense, earth-shattering aura. This mirror is a temporary secret technique given to me by the Grand Celestial Master. I cannot activate it alone. I beg you to help. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, glancing at the old man from Nine Nether City and the old woman from Spirit Forest City. Without hesitation, the 2 flew forward. The 3 unleashed their cultivation, their heavenly human aura erupting, instantly causing the heavens and earth to change color. They poured their cultivation into the mirror, which emitted an incredibly dazzling light. The surrounding guardians retreated, and the 3 middle-aged men simultaneously let out a loud shout. Immediately afterward, a sky-blue light burst forth, instantly transforming into a cyan light that flew towards the soul-refining lake. Where the light passed, the void warped, seemingly unable to withstand the beam. Even the soul-refining lake trembled, gradually becoming transparent, revealing its inner world to everyone. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. No one, not a single person. How is that possible? Hundreds of people went in. Why is there no one here? Unbelievable cries rang out. The old man from Nine Nether City and the old woman from Spirit Forest City unleashed their cultivation, their expressions incredibly shocking. They couldn't believe it and panicked. Fearing they were mistaken, they activated the radiant light of the mirror covering the heavens and earth within the soul-refining lake. Wherever the light passed, all the mist vanished like snow in the sunlight, but unfortunately, they saw no one. The middle-aged man from the Imperial Palace trembled violently. He gasped, his mind shaken, his face filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he shouted, "There's the aura of the giant ghost king here." Everyone understood simultaneously, bloodshot eyes appearing. Some even roared in anger. Everyone is missing. Only by how came out first. It must be the giant ghost king who did it. Bai Hao is only a nascent soul cultivator. How dare he do such a thing? This is the giant ghost king's trick. Bai Hao's pathetic performance just now was all a performance. He deserves to die. Everyone roared incessantly. The old man from Nine Nether City and the old woman from Spirit Forest City immediately understood, and in an instant, they pursued in the direction Bai Xiaochun had left. Others also chased after him with overwhelming anger. They were not ordinary people. After realizing that their own prodigies had been captured by Bai Hao using the giant ghost king's trick, especially after seeing him leave right before their eyes, their rage intensified. They dared not offend the giant ghost king and could only vent their anger on Bai Xiaochun. Amidst the deafening explosions, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds seemed to freeze, and over 100 powerful cultivators unleashed their earth-shattering aura, their figures piercing through the void, as if intending to destroy everything. They delayed for too long. Bai Xiaochun and Wu Zhenggong had already left on the Ghost King boat. Wu Zhenggong exerted all his strength, causing the Ghost King boat to transform into a beam of light and fly towards the giant ghost city. Bai Xiaochun's heart was racing with anxiety, but upon seeing the Ghost King city, he breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with excitement. Giant Ghost King, I'm back! As Bai Xiaochun and Wu Zhenggong flew straight towards the giant ghost city, the giant ghost king in his palace was extremely agitated, holding the Ghost King fruit in his hand. He had used a forbidden technique to take this fruit away from him remotely. Although this was a taboo, the Ghost King fruit was too important to him. How could he let it fall into someone else's hands to suppress him? Therefore, even though it was a taboo, he still did it. The 5th Demon King fruit is now in my hands. From now on, I can treat my elemental deficiencies, and my cultivation techniques can freely transform the elements. Even fatal elemental deficiencies can be compensated for. The giant Demon King looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. At this moment, joy was beyond words. After waiting for so many years and being attacked by so many people, he had still succeeded. This made the giant Demon King satisfied with his own calculations. As for the 9 Nether King, the Victorious King, and the Spirit Forest King, these 3 old geezers dared to plot against me. Although I'm currently violating taboos, they were the ones who plotted against me first. I should appear less in public these days so as not to give them any opportunity to cause trouble. After some time, I'll settle this matter. The giant Demon King smiled, a shrewd glint appearing in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. He didn't know what happened in the soul refining lake. Bai Xiaochun had a restriction on him. Its effect wasn't externally perceived, it only targeted the Ghost King flower. As the giant Ghost King retrieved the Ghost King fruit, intending to go into seclusion to integrate it into his body, he stood up, his expression slightly changing as he looked up at the sky. In his eyes, the Ghost Kingship was approaching, and 2 figures on the Ghost Kingship descended and flew towards his royal palace. The unrewarded lord's expression was complex. Bai Xiaochun, walking beside him, had a gloomy and angry expression. Bai Hao had returned quickly, seemingly unharmed. The giant Ghost King coughed, realizing he was at a loss for words with Bai Xiaochun and deliberately avoiding him. But knowing that avoidance wouldn't solve anything, he put on a dignified expression and sat down again, waiting for Bai Xiaochun to approach. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun entered the royal palace at an extremely fast speed. The unrewarded lord hesitated for a moment before approaching the palace, bowing to Bai Xiaochun and returning to his residence, deciding not to get involved in this mess. Bai Hao is too powerful. I don't believe it if he says he didn't have the king's arrangement. What does the king want to do? Confront the powerful barbarians. Wu Zhenggong's thoughts were unusual. As Wu Zhenggong left, Bai Xiaochun's speed remained unchanged. He quickly arrived outside the royal palace, his heart filled with anger. He thought about how dangerous the trip to the soul refining lake had been. If he hadn't been so powerful, he would surely have died. It was all the giant Ghost King's doing. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath as he reached the palace. He suppressed his anger, inwardly scoffing a few times before stepping into the main hall. Bai Hao greets the king. As soon as he entered, Bai Xiaochun loudly declared, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at the giant Ghost King seated on the throne. So, Howard has returned, haha. This time you've rendered a great service, Howard. The giant Ghost King laughed heartily. When he first met Bai Xiaochun, he was standing on a chair, his face devoid of any solemnity. He was smiling gently, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration, seemingly very satisfied with Bai Xiaochun. As for the Howard title, he had planned it beforehand. Bai Xiaochun's expression was slightly strange. He was about to speak when the giant ghost king stopped him with a hand gesture. "You're not injured, are you, Howard? You've done me a great favor this time. I've ordered someone to prepare a feast for you. Today we'll have a small banquet. Tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I'll certainly satisfy you." The giant ghost king finished speaking with a solicitous expression. "Bai Hao doesn't need any reward. They've been too disrespectful to you. Lord Wang doesn't know, when I went in, a whole group of people attacked me, trying to kill me. So I could only protect my life. Offending those powerful figures would put Lord Wang in a difficult position." Bai Xiaochun was quite angry at the giant ghost king's words, so he spoke loudly. "What calculations? Your actions this time were planned by me. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer any injustice." The giant ghost king understood that under such circumstances, being chased by over 100 people, casualties were inevitable, but not too many. After all, Bai Xiaochun was the one being chased, and the giant ghost king could still handle this, so he immediately admitted it. As he said that, Bai Xiaochun's expression turned wrong, but inwardly he was smug. He muttered to himself, "Giant Ghost King, oh giant ghost king, you tricked me, so don't blame me for setting you up." So, clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun was about to speak again when the giant ghost king's storage bag vibrated violently. "Found it so quickly?" The giant ghost king's eyes flashed. He took out a sound transmission jade slip. He knew that what happened in the soul refining lake couldn't be kept secret for long, and he had prepared in advance. He now infused his divine consciousness into the jade slip. "Nine Nether." The giant ghost king was calm and composed, about to transmit a message, but before he could finish, the 9 Nether King's roar erupted from the jade slip like a volcanic eruption. "Giant Ghost King, you shameless scoundrel!" 9 Nether King, I said. The giant ghost king coughed, assuming the other party was referring to the ghost king fruit, so he ignored it and spoke up. The 9 Nether King on the other side roared angrily like thunder, as if his anger could affect the void, causing the void around the giant ghost king to twist and warp. "Giant Ghost King, you dared to take the Ghost King fruit from the Soul Refining Lake, and we'll settle the score with you first. If you retaliate, we won't say anything, but with your status, to dare to attack my son, Shuhang, Giant Ghost King, my 9 Nether City will not let your Giant Ghost City off the hook." After saying this, the 9 Nether King cut off the telepathic communication. The Giant Ghost King was stunned, thinking that Bai Xiaochun had spoken first. He hesitated and looked at Bai Xiaochun. "You attacked Shuhang, you didn't kill him." "Yes, he was too arrogant. HMPH, I spared his life," Bai Xiaochun said indignantly. "It's good that he didn't die." The Demon King inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Bai Hao's fighting prowess was truly extraordinary. He could be chased by so many people and still manage to injure Zhou Hong. Just as he was about to speak further, the jade pendant in his hand vibrated again, and a voice filled with fighting spirit erupted. "Giant Ghost King, your unruly son deserves this fate. I will come to thank you soon." Winning King. The Giant Ghost King's eyes narrowed. Among the 3 great heavenly kings, he feared the Winning King the most. His vision was still blurry. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He looked at Bai Xiaochun in confusion. "You attacked the little Winning King. He didn't die, did he?" "He didn't die. This guy is too tough." Bai Xiaochun waved his hand. The giant ghost king's face showed a strange glint. At this moment, his jade slip vibrated again. This time it was the Spirit Forest King, his angry voice even louder than the 9 Nether Kings, seemingly wanting to expose him. 9 Nether King, your mysterious daughter is in Kuwang City, right? Others may not know, but I know. I will go there. You old geezer have shamelessly bullied the weak. I'll learn a thing or two from you." The voice emanating from the jade slip echoed throughout the main hall. The giant ghost king gasped for breath. It happened so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Before he could ask, Bai Xiaochun spoke first. "Don't worry, Susan isn't dead," Bai Xiaochun said. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun, his ominous feeling growing stronger. Immediately afterward, the jade slip in his hand vibrated over 100 times, each transmitting a message, bitter, fleeting, or angry, all of them. All of this resounded in the mind of the giant demon king. Even though he was a demigod, he was stunned at this moment. He knew that the cultivation level of those who sent the messages was not equal to his, and even their status was not equal to that of a heavenly king. Yet there were so many of them. These were the powerful and wealthy of Kuwang City. Not to mention the 3 heavenly kings who had just threatened him. Especially since the royal family had also sent a message saying that the second prince's whereabouts were unknown, the giant demon king felt his scalp peel off. He stared wide-eyed at Bai Xiaochun, who was standing there looking wrong, and shouted, "You, what did you do in the soul refining lake?" "I didn't do anything." Bai Xiaochun looked innocently at the giant demon king, his heart filled with smug satisfaction. He thought that since the giant demon king had set a trap for him, he would set a trap for the giant demon king in return. The more shocked the giant demon king was, the more pleased he felt. "I am loyal and devoted to the king, worried about his sorrow, remembering how kind he has been to me. Therefore, I risked my life, endured countless hardships and shed blood, repeatedly crossing the gates of hell and afraid of suffering, fatigue, or death. In the end, I did not betray the king's great kindness. I captured them all." Bai Xiaochun patted his chest, displaying a demeanor of having faced life and death for the giant ghost king, showing no fear of death. All captured. The giant ghost king felt dizzy. His communication jade slip vibrated more than 10 times. That's right, all captured. Weren't those 3 half-god kings trying to harm the king? They even sent people to steal them. I tied up their talented descendants and intentionally brought them to the king for him to deal with. Bai Xiaochun excitedly boasted, as if vying for credit. "Come, let me introduce you to the king. This is the famous Little Victory King." Bai Xiaochun became increasingly enthusiastic, patting his storage bag and tossing the dying Little Victory King aside. The Little Victory King's face was now gaunt and bony, his life force greatly depleted. He was seething with anger but struggling to breathe. "And this is Prince Johan of 9 Nether City." Bai Xiaochun threw Johan forward. "And this one, he's Little Wolf God. This guy is Li Tiansheng. This is Myeliner. This woman is really powerful. I think she's even more suitable than Madame Chen, King. I intentionally brought her here." Bai Xiaochun winked, feigning understanding. "That's right, this is Princess Susan of Linglan City. She's a bit mentally ill, quite pitiful. And then there's him. His status is extraordinary. I heard someone nearby call him the second prince, and I thought his status was very high, definitely useful to the king. So I expended a great deal of effort to capture him." Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited, his spirits soaring. He patiently introduced each person to the giant ghost king, throwing people around as he went. At this moment, the giant ghost king stared blankly like a wooden chicken, as over 100 people from the palace were thrown out by Bai Xiaochun. Over 100 people were skin and bones, extremely weak, and they all lay there unable to move. Bai Hao has not failed the king's trust. I have captured all of them. Bai Xiaochun bowed and acknowledged his achievement. The giant demon king felt his head spinning as if struck by lightning. Even with his cultivation and composure, he remained speechless for a long time before recovering. After taking several deep breaths, he finally understood everything, knowing the cause and effect of the jade slip. He felt this was a nightmare. He had calculated everything, except for Bai Xiaochun's immense power enough to bind everyone at this moment. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Xiaochun threw the group of prodigies around like precious offerings. He inwardly chuckled bitterly, his face twitching slightly. "By how I underestimated him. He bound his father, then bound me, and now he's bound over 100 people. This guy is a liar." He was furious before, thinking I set a trap for him, so now he wants to use this method to deceive me. Time and again he hasn't killed anyone, even though he's seen doing great deeds. The giant ghost king was extremely troubled. This was a major issue for him, and he realized that Bai Xiaochun was deliberately throwing trouble at him. He might have let it go at any other time, but his actions in the soul refining lake had already violated taboos, and he'd been caught red-handed. He had originally intended to stay out of sight for a while, not giving the other party a chance to cause him trouble, but unexpectedly, this unexpected turn of events occurred. Since then, the 3 great heavenly kings and 8 powerful nobles have seized this opportunity to cause trouble with all their might. The giant ghost king is in an extremely difficult position. If he releases these people, it means he, as the mighty giant ghost king, is showing fear. If he doesn't release them, even though he is a demigod and one of the 4 great heavenly kings, he is incapable of opposing all the powerful nobles in the savage wilderness. The giant ghost king is inwardly frustrated, yet repeatedly powerless. He knows he is in the wrong. He dug this trap to ensnare Bai Xiaochun. If Bai Xiaochun dies, it will be disastrous, and he is currently bound by a forbidden enchantment. Even if Bai Xiaochun died, it would be fine. But he was still alive. Even though the giant ghost king was ruthless, thinking back to what had happened before, his own status as a king had led him to repay kindness with malice, thus ruining his reputation and lowering public morale to the lowest point. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun hadn't killed anyone, he had simply captured these people. If he had killed them, it would have been simple. The giant ghost king could have easily shifted the blame onto Bai Xiaochun. Now that Bai Xiaochun had directly thrown these people before him, he couldn't ignore them, nor could he do anything about it. It was extremely difficult to resolve, a real dilemma. Bai Hao is too cruel. The giant ghost king's gaze swept over the more than 100 people in the main hall, seeing the extremely similar group of prodigies with severely depleted life force. He began to curse inwardly, realizing that Bai Xiaochun had released them to prevent him from being intimidated. Even if we release them, we'll have to pay a heavy price, like having our flesh cut off. The giant demon king sighed, giving Bai Xiaochun a wry smile. The other party's actions were perfectly justified. He could only accept it. Just thinking about the price he'd have to pay to quell this chaos made the giant demon king feel utterly dejected. Your Highness, I'll leave now. I'll return during the spiritual banquet. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. This matter was a bit tense. This time, digging a trap for the giant ghost king wasn't a covert scheme, but an overt one. He was meticulous, weighing every detail, ensuring this didn't cross the giant ghost king's bottom line. At this moment, the giant ghost king sighed with a sorrowful expression, and Bai Xiaochun knew his revenge had succeeded. The giant ghost king glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun and waved his hand. What spiritual banquet? There's none. Get out. How petty. Bai Xiaochun touched his nose, very reluctantly leaving the royal palace. After leaving, he immediately transformed into a beam of light and returned to his residence. He quickly returned, entered his secret chamber, sat down, took a deep breath, and looked at his storage bag. There was one person among them, and he didn't hand her over, Chen Manyao. There's a 50% chance Chen Manyao has guessed my identity, so what should I do now, thinking of Chen Manyao? Bai Xiaochun lost all sense of accomplishment from making things difficult for the giant ghost king. He sighed repeatedly. He wanted to release her, but Bai Xiaochun didn't dare. If Chen Manyao hadn't already confirmed his identity, he feared that communicating with her would give her an opportunity to confirm her suspicions. If he didn't release her, keeping her imprisoned wasn't a good idea. Forget it. I won't think about these things anymore. I'll talk about it later. Bai Xiaochun was racking his brain, unable to figure out how to deal with Chen Manyao. He could only bury this matter deep in his heart. He sat down and recalled the events in the soul refining lake, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. My heavenly down nascent soul is incredibly effective. The 5-colored nascent soul's oppressive aura, upon its appearance, suppressed all cultivators of the same realm. If I hadn't had the heavenly down nascent soul this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to restrain those people. Bai Xiaochun smirked, inwardly examining his nascent soul. Seeing the 5-colored light emanating from it, his heart grew even more excited. Haha, I'm this powerful now. Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with excitement. He felt that the price he paid for the heavenly down nascent soul was entirely worthwhile. Thinking back to his trip to the soul refining lake, he used the eternal night umbrella to absorb life force for cultivation. Although he didn't absorb Suzanne, he did absorb the more than 10 people Suzanne brought with her. Thus his immortal bone reached the 8th stage of the bone refining realm. 8th stage. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. He cultivated the immortal bone, and while his progress was slow, it was faster than the previous stages, reaching a level that even Bai Xiaochun found hard to believe. Once I cultivate to the 9th stage, my immortal emperor fist will be twice as powerful as before. Compared to those bad things, the trip to the soul refining lake yielded great rewards. Not those life force points, but Bai Hao's soul. A bright light shone in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he slowly lowered his head to look at the soul tower in his storage bag. Inside, there was only one soul Bai Hao's soul. "Disciple, let me help you restore your consciousness." Bai Xiaochun's expression showed a hint of reminiscence, and after a long pause, he muttered to himself. Restoring Bai Hao's consciousness was extremely important to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Hao was his disciple. If he couldn't find him, he would have given up. Unexpectedly, he had found him today. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun made his decision. If Bai Xiaochun had just arrived in the savage wilderness, achieving this would have been very difficult. He was currently a Zhuan-grade soul refining master, possessing the treasures of 3 major families. Most importantly, he had obtained 2 great secret treasures from these 3 families, the lotus seed and the drop of blood. These 2 secret treasures greatly aided the soul, especially the drop of blood, a secret treasure of the Chen family, which could help the soul recover past life memories and become a ghost-like existence. The lotus seed could regenerate. Although it could help the living, it was unknown if it would be effective for the soul. Perhaps Bai Xiaochun wanted to try it. Bai Xiaochun didn't act rashly. Although he had 2 lotus seeds, he only had 1 drop of blood. He needed to be well prepared before trying. After all, the opportunity was only once. He even went to the Chen family specifically, finding the current patriarch. After some communication, Bai Xiaochun paid a high price, using his sincerity to obtain detailed information from the Chen family about how to use that drop of blood. This drop of blood possesses a mysterious power, capable of restoring the soul's past life memories. The process is extremely perilous, consuming a great deal of soul energy. If it were the soul of a heavenly human realm cultivator, it would be fine, but Bai Hao was only at the foundation establishment stage before he died. Whether he could even endure it is unknown. After returning from the Chen family, Bai Xiaochun was worried. He had no way to help. Bai Hao's current soul was extremely violent, a pure soul body incapable of cultivation. Since then, I can only be permanently fixed at the foundation establishment level of my soul, and further advancement is highly unlikely. Therefore, there is only one solution, and that is to continuously use soul medicine to sustain myself while using that drop of blood. The quantity is too large. I don't know how much is needed. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly, pondering for a moment. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. He arranged everything and went into Giant Ghost City to search for soul medicine. After Bai Xiaochun became the Grand Steward, the various forces in Giant Ghost City sent him gifts, and he plundered the 3 major families. Today, his family fortune was immense. Now, for Bai Hao's sake, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate to use a large amount of wealth. The wealth from the 3 major families was considerable, and moreover, Bai Xiaochun proactively exchanged for it, accumulating an astonishing amount of soul medicine. Bai Xiaochun continued his relentless search for soul medicine, while the people of Giant Ghost City trembled with fear. Indeed, these days everyone was constantly terrified. Over 100 powerful cultivators arrived, along with 3 heavenly beings. Their anger was overwhelming, yet they restrained themselves considerably, not attacking Giant Ghost City. They sat cross-legged outside the city, subtly circling around it. Soon after, numerous figures arrived in Giant Demon City via teleportation arrays. Upon their appearance, these figures were accompanied by a considerable number of attendants, their imposing presence uninhibited. They directly entered the royal palace to communicate with the Giant Demon King. Usually, before one side had even finished communicating, a burst of light would erupt from the teleportation array, and at that moment, many people would arrive. Every day, more than 10 forces would appear in the city through the teleportation array, including more than 10 celestial beings. It's worth noting that any celestial being is a powerful figure whose mere stomp could shake the heavens and earth. The number of living celestial beings in the entire world doesn't exceed 50. Currently, the number of celestial beings gathered in Giant Ghost City is over 10, and even Wu Shanggong felt like he was in a bottomless abyss. Fortunately, the Giant Ghost King didn't order him to handle it. All these people who appeared went to the royal palace for a discussion. Thus, as one group was sent away, another appeared. In the past 2 or 3 days, the people of Giant Ghost City went from initial terror to stunned silence, constantly speculating about what had happened. However, it was difficult to keep the news secret, and it quickly spread outside. What? Bai Hao has received orders from the king to capture the prodigies of the 8 powerful cities in the savage wilderness. My god, Bai Hao has captured a bunch of addicts. First his father, then the king, and today he's captured over 100 people. What is the king plotting? I can't understand it at all. In Giant Ghost City, when the news spread, countless people speculated, feeling that Bai Hao's bravery was beyond imagination. 3 days later, a furious war shook the heavens and earth. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky, where a gigantic battle axe appeared, and on the axe stood a towering figure. Another king. The giant ghost king emerged from his palace and looked at the figure in the sky. The two exchanged a few telepathic messages, and the another king, with a gloomy expression, entered the giant ghost king's main hall. Not long after, he also left. Then, the spirit forest king, with his mountain-like physique, also descended, along with the victorious king. All the forces of the giant ghost city were completely stunned. It didn't end until 7 days later, and the teleportation array, which hadn't been working for a while, soon lit up again. Bai Xiaochun also obediently kept a low profile, not daring to inquire about anything, knowing full well that the giant ghost king was in a very bad mood. You can't blame me, you tricked me first. Bai Xiaochun was unconvinced. He knew whose fist was bigger. He muttered a few words before retreating into seclusion, secretly continuing to collect soul medicine and secretly communicating with Madame Chen. As Bai Xiaochun had predicted, the giant ghost king was indeed in a bad mood. Over the past 7 days, he had communicated with various forces, and the more than 100 prodigies had been brought back by their respective families. Regarding the giant ghost king, he chose to overlook some, glared at others cunningly, and for a portion of them, he had no way to deal with them and could only pay a heavy price. Like King Linglin and King Dosheng, it was the same situation. After all, King Rugui had violated a taboo, was caught red-handed, and then, by some twist of fate, kidnapped someone's child. As for King Jiyu, King Rugui wasn't so easily subdued. Instead, he sneered and acted arrogantly. King Jiyu, having previously taken advantage of King Rugui's weakened state, also violated a taboo. Although the two had initially agreed to a truce, it was pointless. King Rugui had also dragged King Dosheng and King Linglin into the conflict, leaving King Jiyu with no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. This wasn't the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome was the second prince. No matter what, he was still a member of the royal family. Although the royal family was currently in decline, with the Grand Celestial Master controlling all the power in the world, the royal family was still the royal family. How could they endure such humiliation? King Rugui, suppressing his heartache, paid a considerable price to resolve this matter. Finally, it's over. The giant ghost king returned to his chambers, sighing and rubbing his temples. He had been troubled for the past 7 days, exhausting all sorts of schemes and tricks, only now managing to minimize his losses. It's all because of that brat. As the giant ghost king thought of Bai Xiaochun, he was immediately drawn to the alluring figure behind him, and directly embraced her. It was Madame Chen. The giant ghost king tilted his head to look at the woman in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Madame Chen had taken the opportunity to speak well of Bai Hao, and the giant ghost king's anger had lessened considerably. He remembered the benefits Bai Hao had brought. Although I paid a heavy price, I also obtained the ghost king fruit. It was all worth it. If it weren't for Bai Hao, once those 3 took the ghost king fruit, I would have had to pay a much higher price to get it back, perhaps 10 times more than this. The giant ghost king weighed the options, finally dismissing the matter with a cold snort. Knowing that the giant ghost king hadn't caused him any trouble these past few days, Bai Xiaochun felt a little more at ease. He began diligently collecting soul elixirs, and after a few days, he had finally found a large quantity. At this point, he gritted his teeth and began helping Bai Hao's soul regain its consciousness. This matter was too secretive, and Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to cultivate his soul within the giant ghost city. Therefore, he left the city, found a secret place to set things up, and after confirming everything was fine and his mind was stable, he took out the soul tower containing Bai Hao's soul. Bai Hao's soul, which had been enveloped in a gentle light for so long, floated in Bai Xiaochun's hand, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Then, Bai Hao's soul recovered, piercing through the light and shouting at Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, colliding with the light screen, attempting to penetrate it and attack Bai Xiaochun silently gazed at Bai Hao's soul within the light screen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After a long while, Bai Hao's soul continued to scream. its eyes filled with greed and madness. Bai Xiaochun sighed and then released his oppressive aura. As soon as the oppressive aura appeared, Bai Hao's soul within the light screen trembled and slowly retreated, instinctively warily watching Bai Xiaochun. Our meeting is fate, Bai Xiaochun muttered. After observing Bai Hao's soul for a while, an incredibly powerful oppressive aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun, eventually transforming into a surging wave that enveloped the light screen. Bai Hao's soul continued to scream desperately as if trying to escape, but Bai Xiaochun ruthlessly raised his left hand and pointed at the light screen. Upon contact, the light screen twisted, and Bai Hao's soul, as if struck by lightning, trembled and slowly fell motionless. This is the information Bai Xiaochun shared with Chen, knowing that integrating that drop of blood required the soul body to be completely free of resistance. Any hint of resistance would lead to failure, resulting in the collapse and annihilation of the soul. However, Bai Hao's soul, in its frenzied state, was incapable of resisting, so Bai Xiaochun could only use his oppressive aura, not hesitating to shake Bai Hao's soul and render it completely unconscious, thus allowing him to proceed to the next step. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, carefully observing Bai Hao's soul. He hesitated for a moment, then looked up into the distance. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head, his eyes filled with determination. Bai Hao, success or failure depends on your fate, Bai Xiaochun murmured. He waved his right hand, the light screen disappeared, and Bai Hao's soul appeared in the heavens. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. He carefully held the jade bottle and dripped a drop of blood onto Bai Hao's soul. The fresh blood, upon touching Bai Hao's soul, spread outwards, transforming into a blood-red light that dissolved into Bai Hao's soul. In an instant, Bai Hao's soul trembled violently as if trying to awaken. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun was paying close attention and increased his pressure, thus suppressing Bai Hao's unconscious soul. Since then, he reluctantly maintained a state of balance, but very quickly the drop of blood dissolved into Bai Hao's soul body. Bai Hao's soul trembled, then vaguely corroded by the fresh blood, consuming his soul. His soul was too weak to withstand this consumption. Bai Xiaochun knew this was a crucial moment. He focused intently, waving his hand and slapping, causing many soul elixirs to appear. As soon as these soul elixirs appeared, Bai Xiaochun's soul crushed them, transforming them into streams of soul power that surrounded Bai Hao's soul from all directions, marching into and gradually replacing it. This process was extremely draining. Just now, Bai Xiaochun had waved his hand and taken out over 100 soul elixirs, but they were all gone in just a few seconds. Bai Xiaochun then took out more soul elixirs, and so on. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun didn't know how many soul elixirs he had taken out. Supported by the soul elixir, Bai Hao's soul was finally able to digest the drop of blood and become more stable than before. However, his soul body twisted in agony, and even in his coma, he felt intense torture. As time passed, this exhaustion continued for 3 days. Bai Xiaochun, a heavily down nascent soul cultivator, also felt tired. After all, he had to pay attention to Bai Hao for the past 3 days, unable to wake him up, nor able to fully suppress him, needing to maintain a delicate balance. Furthermore, he had to replenish his soul elixir. If he were facing another nascent soul cultivator, he would have long since reached his limit. Bai Xiaochun, having practiced alchemy for years, possessed strong willpower. Although tired, he could still endure. According to the Chen family, the complete fusion process of the drop of blood takes 7 days, and half the time has already passed. Bai Xiaochun silently prayed, but his mind didn't relax at all. 3 days passed, and on the 3rd day, a golden thread appeared beside Bai Hao's soul. The moment the golden thread appeared, Bai Xiaochun trembled. According to the Chen family's explanation, the reason this blood could help the soul recover its past life memories was primarily due to this golden thread. The thread wore the mark of fate, and after appearing, it could help the soul borrow the fate to manifest its past life. At the moment the golden thread appeared, Bai Hao's soul seemed to be in much more pain than before. A mournful, heart-wrenching cry rang out, and his eyes opened. The moment he opened them, a sense of collapse emanated from him, and cracks began to appear from the depths of his soul. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He felt surprised. He was extremely anxious to suppress the problem, but it was impossible to solve. He could only use soul medicine to maintain it. Unfortunately, even after infusing a lot of soul medicine, he couldn't reverse the collapse of Bai Hao's soul. The cracks in Bai Hao's soul were increasing. In this critical moment, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Bai Hao, endure. Bai Xiaochun took out a lotus seed, crushed it, and then sprinkled it on Bai Hao's soul. Bai Xiaochun didn't know if the lotus seed would be useful, but he had once deduced that lotus seeds had a 60% chance of healing souls. When the lotus seed powder touched Bai Hao's soul, a gentle radiance appeared, and the cracks in Bai Hao's soul gradually healed. In just a few breaths, it was back to normal. Seeing that it worked, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He quickly adjusted his pressure and infused a lot of soul medicine into Bai Hao's soul. 3 more days. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, bloodshot eyes appearing. He was extremely focused. When the golden thread appeared, he consumed more soul medicine than before. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun was very well prepared. He used soul medicine without hesitation, crushing and scattering it into Bai Hao's soul. The amount was so great that if anyone knew, they would surely be shocked and exclaim bankruptcy. Bai Xiaochun felt no pain in his heart. All of it was merely material possessions, completely meaningless compared to Bai Hao in his heart. He was his disciple, the first person he met when he was teleported to the savage wilderness, and especially the things he had experienced were deeply connected to Bai Hao. He had come this far in Bai Hao's name. The feelings that arose from this were beyond the comprehension of soul medicine. The 4th day passed quickly, then the 5th, followed by the 6th. During this process, Bai Xiaochun's eyes became bloodshot, and he felt increasingly tired, especially mentally. However, he relied on his willpower to persevere, carefully maintaining his balance, and finally reached the 7th day. Only 12 hours left. Bai Xiaochun's face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot. He exerted all his strength, waiting for time to pass. Fortunately, on the last day, Bai Hao's soul had stabilized considerably, and the golden thread pierced through his soul body, emitting a dazzling golden light. Each time the golden light appeared, Bai Hao's soul became more lively and less violent than before. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed to see this progress. 1 hour left. Bai Xiaochun murmured, his heart racing. He wondered what he should tell Bai Hao after he succeeded and he regained his memories. Should he tell him everything that happened after his death? I'm familiar with him, yet he's a stranger to me. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. He stopped thinking about this problem and continued to maintain Bai Hao's soul. Very quickly, the last hour passed slowly. When the final 12 hours ended, Bai Hao's soul trembled and the malevolent aura disappeared. His extremely lively eyes opened, but his gaze was incredibly hazy. A deafening explosion resounded in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and a purple lightning bolt descended. The lightning was incredibly fast, so fast that even Bai Xiaochun couldn't react in time. Was this a tribulation lightning? Why was there tribulation lightning? At that moment, the heavenly lightning pierced through the cliff and struck directly at Bai Hao's head. Bai Xiaochun hastily raised his right hand and channeled his cultivation to block it. A loud explosion followed. Bai Xiaochun spat out blood, his body flying backward and crashing violently against the cliff. Ignoring his injuries, he looked up at the lightning bolt. Although he had blocked more than half of its power, a portion still struck Bai Hao's soul. Bai Hao opened his eyes, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, cracks appeared, as if he were about to split into 5 or 7 pieces and disappear. Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly. He raised his right hand, crushed the last lotus seed, and waved it towards Bai Hao's soul. He roared again, and Bai Hao's soul, initially hazy and in agony, gradually regained its clarity. He looked towards Bai Xiaochun, watched the lotus seed fly towards him, and unconsciously opened his mouth wide to inhale deeply. Then, the powder of the lotus seed spread throughout Bai Hao's soul. The lotus seed transformed into a gentle aura that enveloped Bai Hao's entire body. He closed his eyes, his body trembling. The cracks quickly closed, and the dark clouds in the sky, which had been gathering, inexplicably vanished. After a long time, when Bai Hao's soul calmed down, there were no more cracks on his body. He opened his eyes again and looked at the person in front of him, seeing a face that looked at him with concern, and this figure was himself. With such a caring gaze, using his intelligence, he knew that only his mother had ever looked at him like that in his life. Besides his mother, he had never seen anyone else look at him like that in his entire life. You are, Bai Hao began. I am your master. Bai Xiaochun's eyes held a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Based on his previous thoughts, he assumed the most graceful posture, raising his head, clasping his hands behind his back, his face serious like a wise sage, and speaking calmly. Master, Bai Hao stared in astonishment at the figure before him, who looked exactly like him. Hearing the other person say he was his master, Bai Hao was stunned. He couldn't remember having a master. In his entire life before his death, he had never had one. All his masters were discovered through his own research. If there truly was one, it would be the cultivation secret manuals of his family. Perhaps that was his true master. His intact memories still lingered up to the point before his death. Everything after that was shrouded in darkness, with only a few fragments remaining. In those fragments, he saw himself incredibly violent and insane, living in a foggy area, constantly wandering, devouring flesh and blood without hesitation. These short memories made Bai Hao gasp for breath, and he felt an inexplicable fear. Recalling what had happened before, remembering how he had fallen asleep with his eyes closed, only to wake up feeling utterly bewildered, he silently lowered his head to look at his body, even touching it but finding it pierced through. Soul-body gloomy glint appeared in Bai Hao's eyes. He realized he was dead. This is my soul. Why do I still have memories? Why can I think? Thinking about what had happened to him, Bai Hao became increasingly confused. Bai Xiaochun, still with his hands clasped and head held high, adopted a profound and enigmatic demeanor before Bai Hao. His eyes, however, continued to scrutinize Bai Hao until he saw the latter staring blankly at him. Bai Xiaochun immediately felt embarrassed, clearing his throat to remind Bai Hao of his presence. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's cough, Bai Hao's expression showed a hint of surprise. He looked up at himself, observing Bai Xiaochun's peculiar posture, a glint of wisdom gradually appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, he spoke. "Senior, you are the injured person lying under the tree beside me before I died, aren't you?" His tone was slow, as if he were contemplating and speculating. When he uttered these words, it was like a bolt of lightning striking Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's gaze narrowed. Bai Hao was no ordinary person. The fact that he said this after waking up clearly indicated he had guessed Bai Xiaochun's identity. "Senior, you used my appearance, presumably to use my identity, but it's truly unbelievable that I can see you again." Bai Hao sighed, his eyes clouded with disbelief. Bai Xiaochun looked deeply at Bai Hao. Bai Hao was very intelligent. Although he had thought so before, he hadn't expected the other party to be even smarter than he thought. "That's right. After you died, I used your storage bag and your identity to return to the Bai family." Bai Xiaochun spoke slowly, recounting what happened upon his return to the Bai family, the decision to take him as a disciple, and everything he experienced there. Except for a few things that needed to be kept secret, he revealed everything else. Bai Hao remained silent, his expression complex and incomprehensible. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, he recalled something, especially hearing Bai Xiaochun say that his father was at the burial place of his mother. Knowing that he possessed the talent for fire cultivation, he could still utter those words, and the final words carried a murderous intent. Bai Hao's eyes turned fierce and filled with hatred. Bai Hao understood his clansmen, understood the Grand Madam and the Bai family patriarch, and he understood that these things were true. But when he heard Bai Xiaochun say that he used Bai Hao's identity to kill Bai Che, betray the Bai family, and even use the power of the giant ghost king to thoroughly punish the Bai family, eliminate the patriarch, execute the Grand Madam, and install his fifth sister as the new patriarch, Bai Hao's breathing became rapid, his breath became chaotic, and in his mind, Bai Xiaochun's words caused a violent tsunami to surge. He was incapable of doing all of this, yet Bai Xiaochun had accomplished it. Then Bai Xiaochun told Bai Hao that he had discovered his soul in the soul-refining gourd, a rare occurrence. Bai Xiaochun's words were not exaggerated at all. In fact, he spoke of many dangers only casually, not meticulously. Bai Hao, being exceptionally intelligent, trembled upon hearing this. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, images flashed through his mind. He could imagine that Bai Xiaochun's seemingly casual words concealed considerable killing intent and danger. As time passed, Bai Hao looked at Bai Xiaochun with gratitude. He knew that even if this person harbored ulterior motives, he was truly seeking revenge for him. "Senior, Bai Hao opened his mouth, but before he could finish, Bai Xiaochun interrupted. "That's the whole process. You don't need to overthink it. You are my disciple. From now on, with me here, no one can bully you." Bai Xiaochun patted his chest, speaking with great arrogance. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and boasted about his achievements, this time not casually, as he habitually described things meticulously. Bai Hao listened, still bewildered, staring at Bai Xiaochun. From now on, you will follow me, your master. I have a way to concoct flames from 1 color to 17 colors. Your fire refining talent is not bad. Help me research how to concoct 18-color flames. Later, when I become powerful, I will recreate your body for you. Come here, now bow down and complete the apprenticeship ceremony. Bai Xiaochun rattled off a long list of things, then looked up at Bai Hao, assuming a dignified posture. Awaiting the other's grand apprenticeship ceremony, Bai Hao remained silent, his eyes filled with memories and complexity. He looked around. As a soul body, he was very sensitive to soul power, and he had already noticed that the amount of soul medicine consumed in this mountain cave was immeasurable. As a soul refining master, he understood even more clearly the immense difficulty of helping a soul recover its past life memories, almost defying the heavens. Not to mention discovering his own soul in the soul refining lake. In that short memory fragment, he was in a state of madness and rage at the time. Restoring his past life memories was even more difficult. The other person's eyes were bloodshot, and even with a strong physique, weakness was hard to conceal. Though not explicitly stated, the self-proclaimed master before him had paid a great price to help him recover his memories, not to mention the mental effort he had expended. He truly cares about me. Bai Hao's heart warmed. Thinking about his recovery of consciousness, the first person he encountered was this person. Seeing this person who claimed to be his master, his eyes became filled with concern. This tenderness stemmed from within him. It was the first time in his life he had felt warmth. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no one else had paid attention to him. His memories of the Bai family were a series of humiliating days. Growing up, he endured with blind faith and vague hopes, hoping for his father's approval, hoping for the family's approval, but ultimately, he was annihilated. At that point, his heart died. At this moment, Bai Hao slowly stood up, walked to Bai Xiaochun, and knelt down. His expression was solemn and serious. He didn't want to think about the past. He knew that his master had avenged him and had shown him great kindness. He was grateful to him and willingly accepted him as his disciple. My past self is dead. It's all in the past. From the moment I awakened, Master is my only family. Bai Hao swore in his heart, his eyes sincere. This was the first person in this life who truly cared for him. Bai Hao, I pay my respects to Master. Bai Hao took a deep breath and said, bowing 3 times to Bai Xiaochun. After standing up, he knelt down again and bowed once more. 3 bows, 9 kodaos. Bai Xiaochun was also moved, his heart filled with emotion. He silently accepted Bai Hao's bows, his eyes softening, a mixture of joy and compassion filling his heart. My disciple, listen to me. From now on, follow your master, and I guarantee you'll eat well, drink well, and have everything you want. Bai Xiaochun composed himself, laughed heartily, and then waved his hand. At that moment, Bai Hao's soul flew into the soul tower. This soul tower allowed Bai Hao to enter and exit freely, and he could also leave his storage bag at any time. Moreover, because of his special soul body, he could transform in countless ways. Master, I still don't know your real name. Bai Hao hesitated for a moment. Although he had become his disciple, he secretly felt that his master was somewhat unreliable. Haha, remember, my name is very famous in the savage wilderness. Absolutely no third party should know it, otherwise it will definitely be a world-shattering event, triggering a catastrophe in the savage wilderness. My name is Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun said proudly to Bai Hao, bringing Bai Hao's soul back to Giant Ghost City. 7 consecutive days of exhaustion had drained Bai Xiaochun's energy, so he went into seclusion to recover. While he was in seclusion, Bai Hao asked for instructions, wanting to go out and see the world. After all, he had been dead for a long time, and now that he had awakened, he wanted to observe Giant Ghost City and the outside world. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, carefully giving some instructions, but not strictly restricting Bai Hao. After all, Bai Hao's soul body was special. Having recovered his past life memories, he could transform in countless ways, and his mind was very mature, so there shouldn't be any danger. Bai Xiaochun's imprint was still in Bai Hao's soul, so if Bai Hao encountered danger, Bai Xiaochun could immediately know and appear in time. After doing these things, Bai Xiaochun felt at ease and went into seclusion. Bai Hao's soul transformed slightly before leaving the place of seclusion. The name Bai Xiaochun, Bai Hao remembered it well. He would never forget it in his lifetime. But what he couldn't forget even more was what he secretly overheard in the following days after leaving the secret chamber. He felt completely unwell. Lower your voice, don't let Bai Hao hear it. That Bai Hao is shameless, cruel, and ruthless. He even killed his own father. He has no family ties. What's so special about that? I have a good friend who's a prison guard in the demon prison. I heard him say that when Bai Hao was a prison guard, he was the #1 black immortal of the demon prison. What do you mean by black immortal? He's a master of black-hearted tricks. Anyone he interrogated in the demon prison suffered unimaginable misery. Hey, speaking of General Bai, he's truly a famous figure who shook heaven and earth, a rare sight in our savage wilderness. His core formation cultivation could even restrain a king. This Bai Hao is not only cruel, but he also has a penchant for other men's wives. Because of Madame Chen, he forced the Chen family patriarch to his death. I heard that Madame Chen is still in his mansion, being abused 100 times a day. It's outrageous. These aren't the main points. The main point is that Bai Hao is audacious enough to cause trouble. A while ago, he tied up all the prodigies from the 8 cities of the barbarian wilderness. These prodigies were all in terrible condition. Whether male or female, they were all tortured until they were nothing but skin and bones. It's terrifying. These words echoed clearly in Bai Hao's soul. His expression became extremely strange, and in the end, he gaped in astonishment. He never imagined that his master, using his name, could accomplish so many earth-shattering feats. Bai Hao had carefully investigated what Bai Xiaochun had told him earlier, and he knew that his master, even when he was still in the core formation stage, had fought against a celestial being. Not only that, but later he had become even more reckless, kidnapping the giant ghost king, and yet nothing happened to him. Instead, he rose to prominence, subsequently investigating the 3 major families, his reputation spreading throughout Giant Ghost City, even shocking him considerably. Too outrageous, unbelievable. Bai Hao understood perfectly. He had nothing more to say about his master. He also overheard others discussing Bai Xiaochun and the Minghuang stone tablet, realizing that the barbarian wasteland was hunting him down. His heart was filled with astonishment. After a long silence, he suddenly understood that his master's mention of his name meant he completely trusted him. Although he was also from the barbarian wasteland, having died once, he had become indifferent to many things. He didn't care about Bai Xiaochun's identity, only recognizing him as his master. Bai Hao's soul silently returned to Bai Xiaochun's secluded cultivation chamber. Seeing his master, he was impressed, and after a wry smile, he slipped into Bai Xiaochun's storage bag. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, looked at the storage bag, and smiled. He had chosen to tell Bai Hao his real name because he trusted him, a trust that was somewhat sudden, he thought. Bai Hao's expression, though unspoken, was clear to Bai Xiaochun, and he felt a surge of joy. The following evening, after Bai Hao returned, Bai Xiaochun was still in seclusion, recovering his depleted energy. In the Giant Ghost City Palace, the Giant Ghost King sat on his chair, gazing at the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip, transmitting a message, came from the Kuwan City Imperial Palace. The words were not sharp, merely a cold question. Why hadn't Chen Manya returned? This single, calm sentence shook the Giant Ghost King, for the speaker was the Grand Celestial Master, the one who wielded the Emperor's authority over the vassals. The Giant Ghost King would rather offend the other 3 princes than provoke the Grand Celestial Master, not only because the Grand Celestial Master was a demigod whose strength surpassed theirs, but also because the latter's cunning made him wary. Chen Manya, the Giant Ghost King, took a deep breath. He had some recollection of this name, knowing she was one of the Grand Celestial Master's disciples, possessing breathtaking beauty. Bai Xiaochun threw those prodigies at him, but not Chen Manya. The Giant Ghost King understood this after a moment's thought, and he muttered, half laughing, half crying, that brat. He's probably smitten by her beauty. At his age, it's time for him to find a partner, but he can't touch Chen Manya. The Giant Ghost King had a headache. Although he was wary of the Grand Heavenly Master, Bai Xiaochun's imprisonment of Chen Manya didn't anger him. On the contrary, he somewhat appreciated it. In fact, he and Bai Xiaochun had already had many encounters, breaking down the hierarchical relationship. It was true, as he had muttered before, that if Bai Xiaochun successfully helped him seize the Ghost King fruit, he would treat Bai Xiaochun like his own son. He also knew that Bai Xiaochun was outstanding. Even searching throughout the savage wilderness, he couldn't find a second person with the audacity to cause trouble like Bai Xiaochun. Especially since recent events had revealed his abilities, the giant Ghost King praised him for his resourcefulness and cunning, saying he was courageous, resourceful, and opportunistic. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat truly rare. Otherwise, based on Bai Xiaochun's actions of tying up people and throwing trouble onto him, the giant Ghost King would have long since turned against him. At this moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The giant Ghost King sighed, vaguely feeling that Bai Xiaochun was somewhat like himself thinking of this. The giant Ghost King only muttered a few curses before standing up and leaving the royal palace. When he reappeared, he was standing outside Bai Xiaochun's secluded chamber. The giant Ghost King snorted coldly, and unlike before, he didn't look directly inside. This time, he stood outside and transmitted a message. Bai Hao. The sound echoed into the secret chamber, startling Bai Xiaochun, who was meditating. He opened his eyes but didn't react. The giant Ghost King, sensing Bai Xiaochun's awakening, immediately entered the chamber and stood before him. Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the giant Ghost King, then stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, King." Bai Xiaochun inwardly grumbled, feeling that the giant Ghost King liked to launch sudden attacks. This was the second time already, and he was being impolite. Thinking that the other party's haste probably meant something bad, he said, "Your Majesty, a few days ago, I unintentionally injured my mind while cultivating. Today, I am seriously wounded and haven't gone anywhere. As for the creation pills, I've already taken 9, and they're useless." Bai Xiaochun quickly added this last sentence, because the last part was the weakness that caused his failure last time. Although he said he only took 3 creation pills, he lied without batting an eye. "Is Chen Manyao in your hands?" The giant Ghost King glared, clearly displeased with Bai Xiaochun's current demeanor. He snorted coldly and asked. The giant Ghost King's words struck Bai Xiaochun like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his inner turmoil shaking him. He knew something was wrong. Chen Manya was in his hands, and he hadn't yet figured out how to approach her. He was even more worried that Chen Manya would recognize his true identity. He was conflicted. He refused to hand her over no matter what. At this moment, he immediately shook his head in denial, even feigning a bewildered, naive expression as he stared at the giant Ghost King. "Your Highness, who is Chen Manyao?" "Judging by her name, she's a woman. Your Highness, do you value her?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely bring her here," Bai Xiaochun said, patting his chest in assurance. If it were someone who didn't understand Bai Xiaochun, seeing this scene would naturally make them hesitate. It was truly because Bai Xiaochun's actions were so convincing. His words and demeanor were incredibly genuine, as if he genuinely didn't know the name Chen Manyao. The giant Ghost King, however, understood Bai Xiaochun perfectly. At this moment, he roared, "Stop pretending to be naive with me. I'm telling you, Bai Hao, you can't touch Chen Manyao. She has a powerful background." The giant Ghost King's expression was serious, his imposing aura erupting and enveloping everything around him. His voice was like thunder, intending to intimidate Bai Xiaochun. He could use this tactic on others, but Bai Xiaochun had become quite familiar with the giant Ghost King over time. "Enough, there are no outsiders here, and you shouldn't make that face. I know you're attracted to Chen Manyao's beauty. She's the Grand Heavenly Master's favorite disciple, and the Grand Heavenly Master has already inquired about her. Release her quickly. She's beautiful. What's the big deal?" "I'll reward you later," the giant Ghost King impatiently spoke up. He felt this was a simple matter, just a girl. He didn't think Bai Xiaochun would be unaware of the situation. With the giant Ghost King so clear, Bai Xiaochun's heart was in turmoil. He didn't dare release Chen Manyao because it concerned his life. Many thoughts raced through his mind as he considered when to resolve the situation. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's hesitation, the giant Ghost King became even more enraged. This time, his anger was genuine. His entire body radiated a chilling aura of killing intent, and his eyes coldly glared at Bai Xiaochun. Hand over Chen Monyo immediately. By how? Don't force me to take action. The giant ghost king's eyes flashed with icy coldness, his voice icy, turning the entire secret chamber into a freezing pool. Bai Xiaochun was already anxious and worried. Handing over Chen Monyo was tantamount to handing over his own life. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chen Monyo, but matters of life and death couldn't be decided by mere trust. In fact, he trusted Bai Hao, but he wasn't certain about Chen Monyo. Now the giant ghost kings were echoed throughout the chamber, and he sensed the chilling aura emanating from him, even a hint of murderous intent. All of this reminded Bai Xiaochun of the time when the giant ghost king had just recovered his cultivation and held the heavenly human golden soul in his hand. He looked down at him with a condescending gaze and said a few thought-provoking words. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Those words terrified Bai Xiaochun back then, and seeing the giant ghost king now brought back memories of that day. Thinking about how he had narrowly escaped death to save the giant ghost king, and then thinking about the soul refining lake if he hadn't been a powerful heavenly down-ascent soul cultivator. And if the protective aura of the Forbidden's formation hadn't continuously absorbed his cultivation, he certainly wouldn't have been able to escape the deadly attacks of over 100 people. And he would have perished long ago. All of these thoughts surged through Bai Xiaochun's mind. Now that the giant ghost king was radiating killing intent and a chilling aura, he wasn't concerned about whether or not to hand over Chen Monyo. He simply couldn't restrain himself. It was as if he were caught between a wolf and a tiger, a small lamb trapped in the middle. His eyes blazed with anger. "You want to kill me? Attack me." Bai Xiaochun's body trembled as he gasped for breath and stared at the giant ghost king. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiaochun would have been terrified, but now he didn't want to be. His inner self didn't want him to be afraid. Since encountering the giant ghost king, countless thoughts had flashed through his mind. His aura was unstable. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead. He was nothing short of a madman. Giant ghost king, repeat that again. "Your grandmother, you want to kill me again? Ah, attack me again." Bai Xiaochun glared at him, roaring, "Giant ghost king, I saved your life. Before, I risked my life to save you, suffering serious injuries. And you keep probing. Even after your cultivation recovered, you still probing. I almost died before you finally attacked. Fine, you can attack now, but you still want to test me. Will you only stop probing when I'm dead?" Bai Xiaochun's anger echoed throughout the secret chamber. The giant ghost king was stunned by Bai Xiaochun's sudden outburst. He was startled. He hadn't expected Bai Hao to react so strongly after his earlier threats. "How dare you!" The giant ghost king was furious, his oppressive aura intensifying as he pressed down on Bai Xiaochun. "How dare you! My audacity isn't great, but today I want to test my audacity." Bai Xiaochun retorted fiercely, roaring even louder. "Since we returned, I've relied on you, my old brother, and it's been like I've enjoyed boundless glory, but in reality, how much have I done for you? I was trapped within the three great families, and the best thing was the spirit jade statue. I knew you wanted to cultivate with it, so I immediately gave it to you. Outsiders didn't see it, so they thought I was monopolizing it, secretly waiting for me to make a mistake so that many people would jump out and kill me. I was worried, but what do you think of what I said?" Bai Xiaochun roared even louder. The giant ghost king's chest heaved slightly. He wanted to continue his anger, but Bai Xiaochun's words left him speechless. At the time, he had enjoyed Bai Xiaochun's actions and hadn't considered the pressure Bai Xiaochun was under. "You value Madame Chen so much, I'll spare no expense to give it to you. You, the great ghost king, want your reputation. I, Bai Hao, am just a nobody bearing this injustice. Now rumors are spreading that I, Bai Hao, am extremely vicious, even suffering from a disease of stealing other people's wives, and then even killing other people's husbands. When I go into the city, people don't even dare let their wives see me. They hate me and want to stay as far away as possible. Such injustice. Have you heard me tell you this?" Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. It wasn't fear. He was truly desperate, his heart filled with resentment. Many things had been accumulating, and this time it exploded. He wanted to vent everything at once. The great ghost king's anger subsided considerably upon hearing this. He felt guilty, realizing Bai Xiaochun's words made some sense. He was concerned about his reputation, and he had also heard the whole city falsely accusing Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, you wanted the Demon King fruit. It was very important to you. I, Bai Hao, didn't want to go, but I went for you. What was the result? Ha ha, it truly shocked me. The restrictions on me, my trust in you, turned into a death rope. Do you know how quickly those restrictions drained my cultivation? Do you know what it was like when 100 geniuses, their eyes red with envy, wanted to kill me? My heart was bitter. I was betrayed by my trusted elder brother. I almost died in the soul refining lake. Such suffering. Did you hear what I said to you? Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly angry as he spoke. This was the real thorn in his side. Although he gained nothing from the trip to the soul refining lake, if he hadn't had the heavenly Daonasan soul, he would undoubtedly have died. And the one who ultimately benefited was the giant demon king. The giant ghost king wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. His anger vanished. He was in the wrong and could only force a bitter smile. I remember you saying that the other 3 great heavenly kings would join forces against you, intending to use this to suppress you. So even though your heart was bitter and resentful, I captured over 100 of those geniuses to vent your anger, to make you retaliate and seize their wealth. But what about you? You think I had no good intentions? If I truly had no good intentions, I would have killed many more people. Killing people might cause me trouble, but it would cause you even more trouble. I've gone through so much trouble. Haven't you heard me tell you? Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly angry. His tone filled with despair. The giant ghost king hesitated. He saw Bai Xiaochun's rage and recalled the circumstances of their encounter up until now. Giant ghost king, tell me, what have I, Bai Hao, wanted from you all these years? Have I done anything that I truly regret to you? You shouldn't talk about the demon prison. I've done my best to repay you for that incident. Isn't that enough? Bai Xiaochun shouted, his voice filled with indignation and resentment. Even the patriarchs of small clans have 3 wives and 4 concubines now. I only want this one girl. I only want one sister. And yet you want to attack me, even harboring murderous intentions towards me. Bai Xiaochun's words grew increasingly painful. Even the giant ghost king felt that what he had done was truly outrageous. After venting his emotions, Bai Xiaochun recovered his composure, breaking out in a cold sweat. His heart was pounding, filled with anxiety and unease, and his regret was overwhelming. It's over. I can't control my emotions. Bai Xiaochun felt his heart sink. He imagined that if things had come to this, he would grit his teeth fiercely and forcefully continue to feign extreme suffering. Yes, you are now a king. You are a demigod. I am just a small figure, a pawn to be thrown around at any time. It's so sad that I was so foolish to think you were my elder brother. Bai Xiaochun's heart still trembled, but he still spoke in a low voice. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's body trembling, the giant ghost king felt ashamed. If anyone else had said these words, he would have definitely snorted coldly. But in this whole world, there was only one person he couldn't argue with, and that person was Bai Xiaochun. He carefully recalled, and the truth was exactly as Bai Xiaochun had said. Since returning, Bai Xiaochun had been loyal and devoted, completing everything he was assigned, and was extremely obedient, sometimes even flattering him in a way that he found incredibly satisfying. He reflected on himself. He had received some rewards, but mostly nothing substantial. This person possessed exceptional fire cultivation talent, was courageous and cautious, even daring to cause chaos within his own clan, and ultimately, single-handedly suppressed all the barbarian geniuses. He was so outstanding that the giant ghost king had never found a second person like him. Even though his daughter had high cultivation, her mental fortitude and cunning were inferior to his. Such a character, as long as he didn't perish prematurely, would undoubtedly soar to incredible heights in the future, and he and this person had countless connections, already difficult to sever. The giant ghost king sighed, looking at Bai Xiaochun. He felt compelled to advise him. However, I've long considered you my own son, giant ghost king. I just want to ask you, after we return, what do I want? Bai Xiaochun muttered bitterly, inwardly sighing, knowing he had overcome this hurdle. The giant ghost king remained silent. Indeed, Bai Xiaochun had never explicitly asked for anything from him. All he wanted was a woman. If it weren't for Chen Manyao's powerful background, he would have granted his wish. However, Chen Manliao was a disciple of the Grand Heavenly Master, And since the Grand Heavenly Master had inquired, the giant ghost king couldn't ignore her. At this moment, he was conflicted. After a long pause, his gaze became serious, seemingly making a decision. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, feeling increasingly confident in his plan. Bai Hao is so outstanding, all right, the giant ghost king thought to himself, a strange glint appearing in his eyes, then sighed and spoke. However, I truly haven't given you anything. Although I have a daughter whose cultivation surpasses Chen Manyao's, and whose appearance is 10 times more beautiful than Chen Manyao's, I will marry her to you. Oh, Bai Xiaochun was dumbfounded. He never imagined that after his outburst of madness, the giant ghost king would say something like that. You're marrying your daughter. You're promising to marry her to me? Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy. He had heard about the giant ghost king's daughter before. She seemed very mysterious, not living in Giant Ghost City, having been brought to Kuhuang City since childhood. That way, we'll be one family. The giant ghost king's eyes lit up as he scrutinized Bai Xiaochun several times, finding the idea quite good. Especially since Bai Xiaochun had absorbed a drop of his soul blood, his background was clear, he was exceptionally outstanding, and most importantly, he suited his own desires. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became with this prospective son-in-law. Except for his slightly weaker cultivation, everything else was satisfactory. A weaker cultivation was actually a good thing, as he could be overshadowed by his daughter. Bai Hao possesses extraordinary potential. That day, a single drop of his soul blood was enough to unleash a demigod-level attack, demonstrating his extremely profound background. As the giant ghost king pondered this, his train of thought became even clearer.